Wow. I can't make it on time. I keep on trying and trying. I can't make it on time. Yeah, 2 minutes late. At least I finally faced the music and I couldn't uh, get started at 4:30. So I get started at 5:30. That's good. Alright, so I'm going in as Kurowajo Jr. And I've got Macarena running. So, let's see. Let's make the most of it. I'm going to try to shut up and get my work done. Okay.
History of the Jews by Heinrich Reitz. VOL. II. From the reign of Pyrrhus 135 BCE to the completion of the Babylonian Talmud 500 CE. Publishers logo Philadelphia, the Jewish Publication Society of America, 5717 to 1956. Copyright 1893 by the Jewish Publication Society of America. All rights reserved. No part of this book may be reproduced in any form without permission in writing from the publisher, except by a reviewer who may quote brief passages in a review to be printed in a magazine or newspaper. Printed in the United States of America. E. Intense. Chapter I. Page John Pyrrhus. The crown point of the period. War with Antiochus Sintius. Siege of Jerusalem. Treaty of Peace. The Parthian War. Pyrrhus joins Antiochus. Successful campaigns of Pyrrhus against the Samaritans and Idumenes. The Idumenes forced to embrace Judaism. Destruction of the Samaritan temple at Jerusalem and the capital, Samaria. Internal affairs. The parties, Pharisees, Sadducees and Essenes. Their rise and constitution. Their doctrines and their relations to one another. The Sanhedrin. Strained relations between Pyrrhus and the Pharisees. Death of Pyrrhus 135-106 BCE, Chapter 2, Pyrrhus' successors, Aristobulus I, Alexander Janus, and Salome Alexandra. Character of Aristobulus. Antipas. Mythical account of his death. Alexander Janus, his character and enterprises. His support of the Pharisees. Simon Ben-Shash. Alexander's breach with the Pharisees, and its consequences. His last wars and death. Salome Alexandra's relations to the opposing parties. The Sanhedrin. Judah Ben-Shabai and Simon Ben-Shash. Institutions against the Sadducees. Haughty hatred. Diogenes. Persecution of the Sadducees. Death of Alexandra 35-106-69 BCE, Chapter 3, Pyrrhus II, Aristobulus II, brothers content for the throne. Arrangement between brothers. Edom and Amphipolis. Pyrrhus' weakness. Aretas besieges Jerusalem. Interference of Rome. Pompey at Jerusalem. The Judean colony in Rome. Flaccus in Asia Minor. Cicero's oration against the Judeans. Weakening of the power of the Sanhedrin. Jemiah and Abtalium. Violent death of Aristobulus and his son Alexander. Julius Caesar and the Judeans. Antipater's son Tassel and Herod. Herod before the Sanhedrin. Operations of Cassius and Judd. Melic. Antipas Haskin. Herod escapes to Rome 5769-40 BCE, Chapter 4, Antipas and Herod. Weakness of Antipas and Herod's strength of character. Contest for the throne. Herod becomes king. Proscriptions and confiscations. Herod's policy. Abolition of the hereditary tenure of the high priesthood. Death of the high priest Aristobulus. War with the Arabians. The earthquake. Death of the last of the Hasmoneans. Hillel becomes the head of the Sanhedrin. His system of tradition. Nahum Yassin. Shammai and the state. Mariamne. Herod's magnificence and passion for building. Herod rebuilds the temple. Herod executes his sons Alexander and Aristobulus. Antipater and his intrigues. The Pharisees under Herod. The destruction of the Roman eagle. Execution of Antipater and death of Herod 8440-3 BCE. Chapter 5, the Herodians. The family of Herod. Partition of the kingdom of Judah. Revolt against Archelaus. Sabinus and Varus. The adventure of chief Judas the Galilean. Confirmation of Herod's rule. Archelaus as ruler. His brief reign and his banishment. Judd becomes a Roman province. The revolt against the census. The schools of Hillel and Shammai. Judas, founder of the party of Zealots. Onerous taxation. Fresh hostility of the Samaritans. Expulsion of the Judeans from Rome by Tiberius. Pontius Pilate 118 3 BCE-37 CE, Chapter 6, Messianic expectations and origin of Christianity. The Messianic hope. Various conceptions of the expected Messiah. He has the idea of the kingdom of heaven. John the Baptist, his work and imprisonment. Jesus of Nazareth continues John's labors. Story of his birth. His success. His relations to Judaism and the sects. His miraculous healing of the sick and exorcism of demons. His secret appearance as the Messiah. His journey to Judd. Accusations against him and his condemnation. The first Christian community and its chiefs. The Ebionites. Removal of Pilate from Jud. Vitellius, governor of Syria, favors the Jud NS 148-37 CE chapter 7 of Rita on Herod's second character of Agrippa. Envy of the Alexandrian Greeks towards the Jud NS. Anti-Jud literature. Hating. Measures against the Jud NS in Alexandria. Flaccus. Jud embassy to Rome. Hello. Caligula's decision against the Jud embassy. Caligula orders his statue to be placed in the temple. The death of Caligula relieves the Jud NS. The church's advance under Claudius. His reign. Gemalia of his administration. Death of Agrippa. Herod II the false Messiah. Evidence. Death of Herod II 174-37-49 CE chapter 8 spread of the Judean race and of Judaism. Distribution of the Jud NS in the Roman Empire and Empire. Relations of the various Roman colonies to the Sanhedrin. Jud and bandits in Florida. Even attacks upon Judaism. Counterattacks on Judaism by Jud and Bibles. The Jud and Sibyls. The anti-heathen literature. The book of wisdom. The Alarists. The ordained and philosophical system. Proselytes. The Roman house of Iodine. The proselyte Lee Helen. The Apostle Paul. His character. Changing his attitude towards the Pharisees. His
My right mouse
button
button is broken.
His treatment of the law of Moses. The doctrines of Peter.
Oh, maybe it's
Christians and hating Christians 240-49 CE chapter 9
Jesus, I lost the,
Position of affairs in
I
Jud.
lost the lock.
Roman oppression.
I was a little bit
Herod the
paranoid.
last high priest. Zealot and the sickly. Louisa Benjamin. Quarrel with the Samaritans. Violence in Syria. Withrow players. Wars. Insurrection in Syria. Bloodshed in Jerusalem. The peace and war parties. The leader of the Zealots. Eliezer ben Ahaias. Malcolm, chief of the Zealots. Massacres of heathens and Judeans. Defeat of the Romans. The Sanhedrin and its president, Simon ben Gamaliel. Position of the Sanhedrin 233-49-66 CE. Chapter 10 The War in Galilee. Description of Galilee. Its population and importance. The rising in Galilee. John of Gishtar. Flavius Josephus. His education and character. His conduct as governor of Galilee. Commencement of the war. Overthrow of Gabara. Siege and capture of Jotapata. Surrender of Josephus to the Romans. Cruelty of station siege and capture of Gamala and Mount Tabor. Surrender of Gishtar. Escape of John of Gishtar by Jerusalem 272-66-67 CE. Chapter 9. Destruction of the Judean state. Galilean fugitives in Jerusalem. Condition of the capital. Internal contests. Judean events. Eliezer ben Simon, John of Gishtar, and Simon Bar Jonah. Progress of the war. Affairs in Rome. Base station created
Do
emperor.
it again.
Siege of Jerusalem by Titus. Heroic events. Famine. Fall of the fortress Antonia. Burning of the temple. Destruction of the city. Number of the slain 291-67-7 CE chapter XII. The afterthrows of the war. Sufferings of the prisoners. The Oliva. Cruelty of Titus. Envy of the Antiochians. Triumph of the emperor on the occasion of the conquest of Jud. And the Simon Bar Jonah and John of Gishtar. Homes to commemorate the Roman triumph. All of the last fortresses. Baroda, Masada, and Nahas. Resistance of the Zealots in Alexandria and Cyrene. End of the Temple of Amos. The last of the Zealots. Death of Berenice and Agrippa. Flavius Josephus and his writings 311-73 CE by chapter XII. The Sanhedrin of Shabni. The foundation of the school of Shabni. Johanan ben Zakkai. The last of the Herodians. Jud and Rome. The Judates. Gamaliel second appointed patriarch. The power of excommunication. Deposition and restoration of the
You
patriarch.
unit.
Steps towards collecting Mishnah. Eliezer ben Germus. Joshua ben Shania. Akiva and his sister. Ishmael. Condition of the Sanhedrin 21-117 CE chapter XIV. Inner life. Inner life of the Jews. The relation of the Sanhedrin and the patriarch. The order of members and moral condition of the common people. Relation of Christianity towards Judaism. Sex. Jewish Christians. Pagan Christians. Ebionites. Nestorians. The Gnostics. Regulations of the Sanhedrin against Christianity. Proselytes at Rome. After the translation of the Bible. Berenice and Titus. Domitian. Josephus and the Romans 360 chapter SV. Revolt of the Jews against Trajan and his successors. Trajan and Asia. Revolt of the Jews. Hadrian. The Jewish civilian force. The attempted rebuilding of the temple. The ordinances of Esha. Bar Kokhba. Akiva's part of the war. Bar Kokhba's victories. Suppression of the revolt. Siege and fall of Bethod 393-96-138 CE chapter SBI. Consequences of the war at Bar Kokhba. Taurus Lucas persecutes the Jews. The 10 martyrs. The book of Tobit. Relations between Judaism and Christianity. The return of schools to Palestine. The sin of Russia. Turning Ben Jokai. The Babylonian Sanhedrin. Ananias Pius and Araudius Verus. The revolt against Rome. The Patriarchate of Simon 421-135-170 CE via chapter SBII. The Patriarchate of Judah I. The Patriarch Judah I's authority and reputation. Completion of the Mishnah. The last generation of Tunates. Condition of the Jews under Marcus Aurelius, Commodus, Septimius Severus, and Ananias Caracalla. Character and contents of the Mishnah. Death of Judah 450-175-219 CE chapter SBII. The first Amora. Judah second greediness of Alexander's towards the Jews. Joshua ben Levi, Hillel instructor Regiment Hebrew, the Hexaploki Palestinian Amora, Shuna, Jokan, Simon ben Radish, Joshua, the hero of Babel, Simai, the philosophical artist. 4 free comments on the book of Daniel 479-219-280 CE chapter XIX, the Jews of the Parthian Empire. Increasing importance of the Jewish community in Babylonia. The prince of the captivity. The Babylonian Amorite. Abba Elecharat and his royal friend Atabon. Samuel and King Sheba. Important political changes under the Neo-Persians. Anarchy in Rome. Zenobia and the Jews 503-219-279 CE chapter SS. The Patriarchate of Gamaliel IV and Judah III the Amorine in Palestine. Ami and Assi. The brothers China and Simon Bar Abba and Tiberius. Abu and Syria. The Emperor Diocletian. Complete separation from the Samaritans. Character and political position of Babylon. Judah and Babylonia. Shama's generosity. Whose contemporary then successors. Judah ben Ezekiel. Shasta of Happy. Mar Sheshet. Nachman Bar Jacob. Zia 531-279-320 CE is chapter XXI. The triumph of Christianity and its relations to Judaism. Hillel second calendar. Jacob ben Zeus. Shema, Josie, and Jeremiah. The expansion of Christianity. Constantine. The decadence of the Jewish schools in Babylonia. The Medes. Development of Talmud for Dialectics. The Persian queen that and her son Shaba 17 Emperor Julian. Favor shown towards the East. The proposed rebuilding of the temple. Roman column 559-320-375 CE chapter XXII. The Mastamora. Decline of the Roman Empire. Copy and redaction of the Talmud. Jezbel second Jews under the Emperor Theodosius I and his successors. The extinction of the patriarchy. Sosthenes and Ambrosius. The analysis of the clergy. Jerome and his Jewish teachers. Mar etc. 5th and 6th generations of Mora. The Jews under Perus. Jewish colonies in India. Creation of the Babylonian Talmud. Its spiritual content 604-375-500 CE. 1. History of the Jews. Chapter I. John Hyrcanus. The crown point of period. War with Antiochus Scientists. Siege of Jerusalem. Treaty of Peace. The Parthian War. Hyrcanus joins Antiochus. Successful campaigns of Hyrcanus against the Samaritans and Edomites. The Edomites forced to embrace Judaism. Destruction of the Samaritan temple at Jerusalem, the capital. Samaria. Return of Paris. The parties, Pharisees, Sadducees and Essenes, their rise and constitution. Their doctrines and their relations to one another. The Sanhedrin. Strained relations between Hyrcanus and the Pharisees. Death of Hyrcanus. 135-106 BCE. The reign of Hyrcanus is at once beginning and eternal in this period. He not only carried on his hard work, but completed it. Under his predecessors, Philip was confined to a narrow space, and even if in these rounds there were territories in the possession of foreign foes. Hyrcanus enlarged the boundaries to the north and to the south, and thus released the state from the external pressure that had been restricting its growth. His genius for war was aided by fortunate circumstances in bringing about these happy results. If the reign of Hyrcanus corresponds in brilliancy to that of Solomon, it resembles it also in another respect. Both reigns commenced and ended amid disturbance, sadness and gloom, while the middle of each reign was happy and prosperous. When Solomon first came to the throne, he was opposed by two Adonijah, the pretender to the crown, whom he had to subdue. And upon Hyrcanus a similar but more difficult task revolved out of carrying on the struggle with several opponents. One of these opponents was his brother-in-law, Ptolemy Ben Hadad, murderer of his father, who had also sought after Hyrcanus' own life. It was only the support of the Syrian army, however, which did make Ptolemy dangerous, the inhabitants of Jerusalem having intentionally declared themselves in favor of Hyrcanus as the successor of murdered Simon. Still, both his safety and his duty called upon him to punish his unscrupulous enemy, and to avenge his father's death. Hyrcanus hastened, therefore, to attack him in his fortress before Antiochus could bring his troops to his relief. There is some uncertainty as to the progress which received this result. According to one account, evidently somewhat acknowledged, Hyrcanus could not put his whole strength against the fortress, because his mother by some of his said, together with his brothers had been placed on the walls by Ptolemy, and were therefore being tortured. Like a true husband then, the heroic woman is said to have encouraged her son to continue the siege, without heeding her sufferings, and persevere in the efforts until the murderer of her family should receive the chastisement due to his crimes. Hyrcanus' heart was torn by conflicting feelings. Revenge towards his reckless urged him on, whilst tender pity for his mother held him back. The fact is, however, that Hyrcanus withdrew without accomplishing his purpose. It may have been a sabbatical year which prevented him from proceeding with the siege, or, as is much more likely, his operations may have been interrupted by the approach of the Syrian king, who was advancing with his army to glean some advantage for himself from the troubles and the confusion in China. After the withdrawal of Hyrcanus' troops, it is said that his mother and brothers were put to death by Ptolemy, who fled to Philadelphia, the former Ammonite capital Rabbit-Ammon, where he was favorably received by the governor, Xenocaudos. The name of Ptolemy is no more mentioned, and he disappears altogether from the page of history. A far greater danger now threatened Hyrcanus from Antiochus Scientius, who was eager to avenge the recent defeat sustained by the Syrians in 135. He marched forth with a large army, devastated the country round about, and approached the capital. Hyrcanus, doubtless feeling himself unable to cope with his enemy in the open field, shut himself up behind the strong walls of Jerusalem. Antiochus laid rigorous siege to the city and inserted it with elaborate preparations for its conquest. 7 camps were stationed around the city. On the north side, where the country is flat, 100 3 towers were erected from which the walls could be stormed. A broad double trench was likewise made to prevent the sallies of the Judaeans, who contrived nevertheless to come forth, thus gravely impeding the work of the enemy, and obstructing the progress of the siege. The Syrian army suffered much from the want of water and from sickness, the natural cause of its deficiency. The besieged were well supplied with water, but food became scarce, and Hyrcanus found himself compelled to commit an act of cruelty. In order to husband the failing provisions, the inhabitants who could not bear arms were sent out of the city. Perhaps the hope was entertained that the enemy would take pity on them. but to the defenseless, those are seldom generous. They were not allowed to pass the lines of the besieging army, and were thus exposed to death from both sides. In the meantime the summer passed, and still no prospect of storming the walls offered itself to the Syrians, whilst the Judeans, on account of the scarcity of provisions and the approaching holidays, were anxious for a truce. Hyrcanus made the first overtures, and asked for a cessation of arms during the 7 days of the Feast of Tabernacles. Antiochus not only granted that request, but sent him presents of animals with gilded horns for sacrificial purposes, and golden vessels filled with incense. Negotiations for peace followed upon this truce. Antiochus was urged by his advisors to show the greatest severity in his demands upon the Judeans. They reminded him of the policy of Antiochus Epiphanes, who knew no other way of crushing out the hatred of mankind felt by the Judeans than that of obliging them to renounce their peculiar laws. If Antiochus Sintas had listened to these prejudiced counselors, who saw, according to the biased views of that time, nothing but cynical exclusiveness in the singular customs of the Judeans, the cruel wars in which the people had fought for their faith would have been repeated. Happily for them, Antiochus had neither the harshness nor the strength to venture upon so dangerous a game. Antiochus contented himself with destroying the battlements of Jerusalem in 134. With that act the dark cloud which had menaced the independence of Judah passed away. No great injury had been inflicted upon the state, and even the traces of disaster that had been left were soon obliterated. For Hyrcanus now sent an embassy to Rome consisting of 3 delegates, Simon, the son of Basileus, Apollonius, the son of Alexander, and Diodorus, the son of Jason, to entreat the Senate to renew, with the Jewish Commonwealth, the friendly treaties, which Rome lavishly accorded to the smallest nations. At the same time they were to complain that Antiochus Sintas had taken possession of several places in Judah, and among them the important fortresses of Joppa and Gazara. Rome always sided with the weak against the 5 strong, not from a sense of justice but from self-interested calculation. She desired especially to humble the royal house of the Seleucid which had occasionally shown her a defiant, or at least a haughty mien. The Judean ambassadors were consequently most favorably received, their requests listened to with attention, and the decree issued by which Antiochus was called upon to restore the fortresses he had taken, and to forbid his troops to march through Judah. Nor was he to treat his inhabitants as his subjects about 133. Antiochus appears to have acquiesced in this decision. He was, moreover, obliged to assume a friendly demeanor towards Hyrcanus. For at that moment he was meditating an attack against Parthia, which had formerly belonged to, but had since separated itself from the kingdom of his ancestors. His brother, Demetrius Nicator, had likewise undertaken an expedition against the Parthians, but had sustained a defeat, and was kept in imprisonment for nearly 10 years. Antiochus believed that he would be more fortunate than his brother. In addition to the army of 80,000 which he had assembled, he requested the aid of Judean troops and of the forces of other surrounding nations, and Hyrcanus consented to join with his army in the expedition. The Syrian king treated his Judean allies with the greatest regard. After a victory gained on the banks of the river Zadycus, he ordered, according to the desire of Hyrcanus, that a 2 days' respite should take place, so that the Judeans might celebrate their Sabbath and the festival of the Feast of Weeks which followed in 129. Fortune, however, had changed sides since the time of Antiochus the Great, and no longer favored the Seleucid dynasty. Antiochus lost his life in this campaign, and his brother Demetrius, who had been set at liberty by the king of Parthia at the time of the invasion of Antiochus, to be opposed to him as a rival monarch, now reigned in his brother's stead from 128-125. Hated by the Syrian on account of his long imprisonment in Parthia, Demetrius was opposed by a rival, Alexander Sabina, whom Ptolemy Physcon had set up against him. Demetrius was obliged to flee before Sabina, and could not even find a refuge in Acre, where his wife Cleopatra resided. Syria fell into a state of still greater confusion under his successors, when Sabina disputed the throne with the legitimate heir, Antiochus VIII, the latter finding likewise a competitor in his brother on the mother's side. Antiochus IX, the last pages of the history of Syria are stained with crimes caused by the deadly hatred of the various members of the Seleucid house against each other, and with murder being made. Soon after the death of her husband Demetrius, Cleopatra had one of her sons, Seleucus, killed, and mixed the poison cup with the other one, Antiochus Ricus, who forced her to drink it herself. Hyrcanus took advantage of this state of anarchy and weakness in Syria, which lasted several years, to enlarge the boundaries of Judah, until his country attained its former limits. Soon after the death of Antiochus Sintas, the last traces of vassalage to which the siege of Jerusalem had reduced Judah were completely wiped out, and even the bonds of alliance were cancelled, whilst Alexander Sabina was grateful to be acknowledged by Hyrcanus as king of Syria. It was at this period, 124, that the inhabitants of Jerusalem, particularly those included in the Great Council, made an appeal to the Egyptian community and to the priests, Judas Aristobulus, teacher to the king, and the priestly lineage, to allow the anniversary of the consecration of the temple and of the day of the sinners to be numbered among the memorial holidays of the nation. To strengthen their request, they referred to the unexpected help which God had given his 7 people in the evil days of Antiochus, enabling them to restore the sanctuary to its former purity. This appeal from Judah was at the same time often to the Alexandrian community to acknowledge the new commission of Hyrcanus. John Hyrcanus, who until then had acted only in self-defense, was now, after the fall of Alexander Sabina 123, ready to strike energetically at Syria. Judah at that time was encompassed on 3 sides by foreign tribes, on the south by the Ammonites, on the north by the Hated Samaritans, and beyond the Jordan by the Greeks. It had never been friendly to Judah, and Hyrcanus therefore considered his mission to reconquer all those lands, and either to expel their inhabitants or to incorporate them with the Judeans. For so long as foreign and hostile tribes existed in the great parts of the country, its political independence and religious security remained in constant danger. Not only were these hostile peoples ever ready to join surrounding nations, and suspend their greater conquest, but they also often interfered in the worship of the Judeans, thus reconfiguring lives of acts of violence and bloodshed. Hyrcanus was consequently impelled by religious as well as by political motives to stir up these hotbeds of constant disturbance and hostility. To accomplish so great a task, Hyrcanus required all the strength he could muster, and, in order not to tax too heavily the military resources of the nation, he employed mercenaries, who, it is said, he out of the treasures he had found in David's sepulchre. In first place, he attacked Rosababa, in the Jordan district. That city was taken after a week by the enemy. Then the army moved on towards Sanballat, which, situated on the southern end of the Sea of Tiberias, must have been a place of great importance to the Judeans. Next in turn came the towns of Samaria, its capital, Shechem, and Acre, the temple written on Mount Gerizim, which had always been along the side of the Judeans, were destroyed 21 Kislev, about 120. The anniversary of the destruction of this temple drawn part Gerizim was to be kept with great rejoicing, as the commemoration of a peculiarly happy event, and no fasting or mourning was ever to mar the brightness of the festival. From this time forth the glory of the Samaritans reigned. for, although centuries to come still found them a peculiar people, and, at the present day even, they continue to exist and to offer sacrifice on Mount Gerizim. Still, from the want of a central rallying point, they gradually decreased in numbers and prosperity. After his victory over the Samaritans, Earhus marched against the Edomites. His people, although fallen very low during the many vicissitudes of fortune attending the constant changes of the Macedonian and Persian dynasties, and forced by the Athenians to leave their dwellings, had alone, among all the tribes related by blood to the Germanists, been able to maintain themselves, and had preserved their ancient bitter animosity against them undiminished. Earhus laid siege to their two fortresses, Adora and Marissa, and after having demolished them, gave the Edomites the choice between acceptance of Judaism and exile. They chose the former alternative, and became, outwardly, followers of that faith. The temples of the Edomite idols were, of course, destroyed, but the priests secretly adhered to their worship. Thus, after more than 1,000 years of enmity, Jacob and Esau were again united, the elder serving the younger brother. For the first time, Judaism, in the person of its head, John Earhus, practiced intolerance against other faiths, but it soon found out that keeping how highly endured the city so allowed religious zeal for the preservation of the faith to degenerate into the desire to effect violent conversion of others. The enforced union of the sons of Edom with the sons of Jacob was brought only with disaster to the latter. It was through the Edomites and the Romans that the Hasmonean dynasty was overthrown and the Judean state destroyed. The first result of the conquest of the Edomites and of their adoption of Judaism was a new contest in the city of Samaria, now chiefly inhabited by Macedonians and Syrians. The colony of Edomites had been transplanted from Rosa to the city of Samaria. They were attacked and ill-treated by their neighbors, who were urged on to their acts of oppression by the Syrian kings, Earhus and Cyzicenus. The latter, who resembled Antiochus at reign in his folly and extravagance, manifested in particular a fierce hatred against Earhus. His generals invaded Judah, took several fortresses near the seacoast, and placed a garrison in Joppa. Earhus thereupon complained to the Roman Senate, which had granted him the 7 BC, and sent 5 ambassadors to plead the justice of his cause at Rome. Among these was Apollonius, the son of Alexander, who had appeared before the Senate in a former embassy. Rome replied in fair words to the petition of Earhus, and promulgated a decree forbidding Antiochus Cyzicenus to molest the Judeans, who were the allies of Rome, and commanding him to restore all the fortresses, seaports, and territories which he had seized. It was further ordered that the Judeans should be allowed to ship their goods duty free from their ports, a favor not granted to any other allied nation or king, excepting the king of Egypt, who was regarded as a peculiar friend of Rome, and finally that the Syrian garrison should afterwards Joppa. Whether the sentence pronounced by Rome had any great effect upon Antiochus Cyzicenus or not, the fact that it was not adverse to Earhus was so far a boon that it strengthened his cause. It appears to have restrained Cyzicenus within certain bounds. When, however, Earhus, bent upon punishing Samaria for its enmity to the people of Marissa, besieged that city, causing famine within its walls by closely surrounding it with trenches and ramparts, and thus cutting off every possibility of exit, Cyzicenus came to its assistance. In an engagement with Paracelsus, the eldest son of Earhus, who was conducting the siege conjointly with his younger brother Antigonus, Cyzicenus was defeated and forced to flee to Bagisapolis. Too weak to confront the Judeans alone, he called to his help the co-regent of Egypt, Ptolemy Philotas, who, inspired by the hatred entertained by the Egyptians against the Judeans, readily complied with that request. His mother Cleopatra, with whom the people had obliged him to share the government, was secretly in league against him, defending, like her parents, the cause of Jud. 2 sons of Omnispor, Archias and Ananias, sided with her. It was doubtless on that account that her son took an aversion to the Judeans, and gladly came forth at the call of Cyzicenus to compel Earhus to withdraw from the siege of Samaria. Despite the wishes of his mother, Mithras sent an army of 6,000 men to support Cyzicenus against Jud. Too weak to venture on meeting the Judean troops in the open field, operations were confined to main base the country around, in the hope of thus impeding the work of the besiegers. The Judean princes, however, instead of being forced to abandon the siege, contrived by various maneuvers to compel the king of Syria to leave the scene of action and to withdraw to Tripolis. During one of the battles in which Cyzicenus was beaten, it is said that a voice from the Holy of Holies was heard announcing to Earhus, at the very moment in which it took place, the victory achieved by his sons. He is said to have heard the following words pronounced in Aramaic: "The young princes have defeated Antiochus." The 2 generals, Palamonius and Hippolytus, whom Earhus had left behind to continue the hostilities, were not more fortunate than himself, for the first lost his life in some engagement, the second succumbed to bribery, and delivered into the hands of the Judean princes the town of Bethlehem, as well as other places in the plain of Jezreel, as far as Mount Carmel, which had been held by the Greeks or the Syrians. The heathen inhabitants were insulated themselves from the newly conquered cities, and the anniversaries of the recovery of Bethlehem and the plain of Pada, 15-16 in June, 109, were added henceforth to the days of the Samaria, no longer able to rely upon foreign help, was obliged to capitulate, and after a year's siege was given up to the conqueror. Actuated even by mental prudence, Earhus caused Samaria to be utterly destroyed, and kitchens and canals to be dug to replace, so that not a place should remain of the once flourishing city. The day of surrender was added to a number of days of Thanksgiving 20th March session, November, 109. Thus Earhus had carried out the comprehensive transit of Hasmonean and crowned them with success. The independence of Jud was assured, and the country raised the level of the United States. The enemies who had been escaped from every side, Syrians, Ammonites, Samaritans, were nearly all conquered, and the land was delivered from the bonds which had hitherto prevented its development. The glorious era of David and Solomon seemed to have returned. Foreign tribes were obliged to do homage to the ruler of Jud. The old hatred between the latter and Edom was blotted out, and Jacob and Esau again became twin brothers. Moabitess, the daughter of Arnon, again sent presents to the mountain of the daughter of Zion below the banks of the Jordan, the seacoast. The caravan tracks that passed from Egypt to Assyria were all under the dominion of Jud. She saw also the humiliation of her enemy, Ptolemy Philotas. The latter was living in constant discord with his mother, the co-regent, who had passed off the emperor of the people against him to such a degree that he was obliged to flee from Alexandria 108. He took refuge in Diana Cyprus. Wheeler Cleopatra dispatched an army in pursuit of him, but the troops sent to destroy him went over to his side. The Judean soldiers came from the province of Unnim, commanded by the generals Archias and Ananias, the sons of Earhus, known remained faithful to the queen, and vigorously attacked Ptolemy to force him to leave the island. In Alexandria as in Jud, at that time, the Judeans played a leading role, and worked together in a common cause for mutual advantage. They fought against common foes, against the Earhus and Kedar, and not the Cyzicenus. So After all he had achieved for his country, it was only natural that Pyrrhus should cause Judden coins to be struck, and should inscribe them in old Hebrew characters, but he abandoned the modest example of his father and allowed his own name to appear on them. Shokanan, high priest. Upon some of the coins we find, next his name, the inscription and the Commonwealth of the Judden Trevor Hajahum, as though he felt it necessary to indicate that it was in the name of the people that he had exercised the right of coinage. Upon other coins, however, we find the following words inscribed: Shokanan, high priest, and head of the Commonwealth of the Judden
Was a good-
Trevor Hajahum.
Good
Instead of the wound
accomplishment.
which was graven on his tallest coins, he chose an emblem similar to that of the Macedonian conquerors.
That was charming how he stood
Towards the
there
end of
and
his reign,
kind of
Pyrrhus
looked
assumed more 13
around.
the character of a worldly potentate.
He was watching
He
the
more and more
clock.
ambitious.
That's a
His
classic
aim was to enlarge his country and to increase his own power. Pyrrhus appears to have cast all his light on the widely extended territory which
clock
commanded over
watching
his
slack
mountains.
ass.
The conquest of a tract of country line to the east of Mount Vernon, which his successors completed, appears to have been planned by him. But a formidable disturbance in the end, which he was unable to suppress, speedily followed by his own death, prevented him from carrying out his undertaking. And this disturbance, apparently insignificant in the beginning, took so unfortunate a turn that the great Hasmonean edifice, built up with so much labor and care, was completely destroyed. For the second time the Judden state, having reached its highest point of prosperity, asked king that it was not to maintain itself in external greatness. The high tide of political development, which swept over the wild flat country was under the dominion of Von Pyrrhus and his predecessors, could not fail to permeate the life of the people, and in particular to stimulate all their spiritual powers. With only short interruptions they had, during half a century, been continually engaged in a warfare in which they were alternately victorious and defeated, and in which, being brought into contact with various nations, now as friends, and now as foes, they attained a greater maturity, and their former simple existence rose to a more complex and a higher height. The hard struggle by which they had achieved independence caused them to examine more curiously into their own condition, and to hold fast to their national traits. But it led them also to adopt those foreign views and practices which appeared to blend harmoniously with their own. If the pious Juddenus had formerly opposed with all their might everything before the Hellenic press, many of them 14 were now convinced that among the customs of Greece there might be something that they could adopt without prejudice or injury to their own faith. Hasmoneans had not only learned from their neighbors the arts of war, how to fashion arms and construct fortresses, but also the peaceful arts of coining money, artists, ornamentation, and the rules of Greek architecture. The magnificent palace, evidently built in the Grecian style, rose in Jerusalem. In front of the Hasmonean palace, near the alley-like hollow which divided the higher town from the temple, there was a wide-covered colonnade, called the Zista, where the people assembled. A bridge led across from the Zista to the west gate of the farthest courts of the temple. There was likewise a building directly in the higher town, devoted to judicial meetings, constructed according to Grecian art. With it was combined a record office, where important archives were kept. Von Pyrrhus also erected, in the Grecian style, a family mausoleum in Modon, the birthplace of the Hasmoneans. It consisted of a lofty building of white polished marble. Around it was a colonnade, and on the columns were beautiful carvings of various weapons and figureheads of ships. 7 pyramids crowned the edifice, in memory of the progenitors of the Hasmoneans and their 5 heroic sons. The Hasmonean mausoleum was of so great a height that it was visible from the sea. The tendency of the Juddenus of that period, however, was more especially directed to the maintenance and development of all that belonged peculiarly to themselves and to the acquiring of large foreign civilization. The Hebrew language, which, since the close contact of the people with Asiatic nations, had been almost superseded by the Aramaic, appeared now to be celebrating to a certain extent its renaissance. It was rejuvenated and became, for the second time, written in alphabet form, 15 language of people. It was rendered precious to them through the holy scriptural reports which they had preserved from destruction, and which had ever been the source of their zeal and enthusiasm. Their coins were, as mentioned before, stamped in Hebrew, all the records were written in Hebrew, and the songs of the people were sung in the same language. Though some prevalent Aramaic meanings were still retained, and Grecian numbers were adopted, the Hebrew language showed its strong vitality by enriching its vocabulary with new forms of words, and stamping the foreign elements it emitted with its own mark. The form that we assumed from this time forth is called the New Hebrew. It was distinguished from the Old Hebrew by greater clearness and facility, even though it lacked the depth and poetical fervor of the latter. At the same time, Greek was understood by all the leaders and statesmen of the community. It was the language made use of in their intercourse with the spirit of peace, and was likewise spoken by their ambassadors to the Roman Senate. Along with Jewish names, Greek names appeared now more frequently than before. The character of the literature was also marked by a change which took place in the spirit of the people at this periodic revival. The sweet note of song was used. Not a trace of poetical creation has come down to us from this and the next epoch. The nation called no longer for the fiery inspiration which flows through the lyric songs of the songs, and it could not furnish matter for mournful eloquence. What it required to promote religious sentiment and fervor was already provided by the poetry of the temple, and in the rich stores of the scriptures the people found knowledge and instruction. So her history now took the place of triumphantness, and related facts and deeds for the use of posterity. History was the only branch of literature that was cultivated, and the recent past 16 and the immediate present furnish the historians and the adult subjects. That Hebrew was used in historical writings is shown by the fragments which have come down to us. The so-called first book of the Maccabees, which was written in Hebrew, but is now extant only in a Greek translation, is a proof of the inherent power of the Jew essence belonging to the language. The change of current of life, caused by political events, showed itself even more in the sphere of religion than in the literature and habits of the people in general. The victory over the Syrians, the expulsion of the Hellenists, the subjection of the Edomites, the humiliation of the Samaritans, culminating in the destruction of the temple of Gerizim, were so many triumphs of Judaism over its enemies, and were sanctioned as such by the champions of the religious party, in order to stamp them indelibly in the memory of future generations. Their anniversaries were to be kept like the days of the consecration of the temple. Religion was still the great underlying impulse in all movements, and showed its strength even in the abuse to which it gave rise when it forced Judaism upon the heathens. In the meantime, the religious consciousness of the people shone with a clearer light in consequence of the wider field upon which it had entered. The wider view which had been gained into the various relations of life, the advance out of the narrow circle of tradition and inherited customs, produced schism and separation amongst the Juddeness themselves. The strict religious party of the Juddeness withdrew from the scene of passing events, and, in order to avoid mixing in public life, they sought a secluded retreat where they could give themselves up to undisturbed meditation. In this solitude they formed themselves into a distinct order, with strange customs and new views, and received the name of Essenes. Their example, however, of giving up all active share in 17 Republic rule was not followed by all the strictly devout Romanes, the majority of whom, on the contrary, whilst family adhering to the precepts of their faith, considered its religious duty to part of the independence of their country. Thus there arose a division among the pious, and the national party separated itself from the Ascenes or Essenes, which did not avoid public life, but, according to its strength and ability, took an active part in public affairs. The members of this numerous sect began at this time to bear the name of Pharisees Perusian. But this sect, the very center, as it were, of the nation, having above all things at heart the preservation of Judaism and the exact law in which it had been handed down, insisted upon all political undertakings, all public transactions, every national act being tried by the standard of religion. To these demands, however, those who stood at the head of military or diplomatic affairs, and who saw how difficult it was always to deal with political matters according to the strict claims of their faith, would not or could not reconcile themselves. Thus a third party was formed out of the Sadducees, the Duke and key members of which, without forsaking their religion, yet made the interests of the nation their chief care and object. Of these sects and Essenes, the Pharisees, and the Sadducees and the last two exerted a powerful influence upon the course of events. At what precise period opposition began to show itself among these several parties cannot be determined, as indeed the birth of new spiritual tendencies must ever remain shrouded from view. According to one account, the averse parties first appeared at the time of Jonathan. The Pharisees Perusian can only be called the party figuratively and by way of distinction from the other two, for the mass of the nation was inclined to Pharisaism, and it was only in the national leaders that its peculiarities became marked. The Pharisees 18 received their name from the fact of their explaining the scriptures in a peculiar manner, and of deriving new laws from this new interpretation. As expounders of the law, the Pharisees formed the learned body of the nation. Their opinions were framed, their actions governed by one cardinal principle, the necessity of preserving Judaism. The individual and the state were to be ruled alike by the laws and customs of their fathers. Every deviation from this principle appeared to the Pharisees as treason to all that was most precious and holy. To their opponents, the Sadducees, who argued that, unless other measures were used for political purposes, weighty national interests would be often wrecked by religious scruples, the Pharisees regarded the fate of the state, like that of the individual, depended not upon man but upon God. It was not human strength, nor human wisdom, nor the warrior's prowess that could determine the will or the will of the judge and people, but divine providence alone. Everything happened according to the eternal decrees of the divine will. Man was responsible only for his moral conduct, and the individual path he trod. The result of all human endeavors lay outside the range of human calculation. From this, the Pharisees' view of life, the rival opinion of the Sadducees diverged, whilst the Essenes, on the contrary, exaggerated it. Another view of the Pharisees was probably directed against the following objection urged by the Sadducees: if the fate of the individual or of the state did not depend upon the actions of the one or the policy of the other, there would be an end to common justice. This nation had then said the righteous man, whilst the son of happiness smiled upon the sinner. This approach the Pharisees set aside by the doctrine, followed by another course, which taught that divine justice would manifest itself not during life but after death. God will now turn dead out of the feet of the brave. He will reward the righteous according to their works, and punish the wicked for their evil deeds. Those will rise up to everlasting life, and these to everlasting shame. These views, however, precisely because they concern only the convictions of men, did not mark the opposition between the parties so clearly as did the third one of the Pharisees, establishing the importance and all-embracing influence of religious injunctions. In a nation whose breath and life was religion, many customs whose legend was lost in the dim twilights of the past had taken their place by the side of the great law. As these customs were not found in the book of the law, they were ascribed to the great teachers, the sovereign and the great assembly of Medua, which, at the time of the return of the captivity, had been formed and revealed to the religious sentiment, and at the head of which stands the illustrious expounder of scripture, Ezra. Such religious customs were called the legacies of the teachers of the law that were sovereign. All these unwritten customs, which went to the heart of the nation and, as it were, grew with its growth, gained an extraordinary degree of importance from the dangers that Judaism had encountered and the victories that it had achieved. The people had risked, in behalf of these very customs, their property and their life. And the martyrdom that many of the faithful had undergone, and the antagonism they felt towards the renegade and frivolous Hellenists, had much increased the reverence and attachment with which these customs were regarded. The temple, especially, which had been so ruthlessly desolate and afterwards been reconsecrated in so marvelous a manner, had become doubly precious to the whole people, who had turned to keep it free from the faintest breath of desecration. The Levitical 20 rules of 30, so far as they related to the temple, were therefore observed with peculiar care and rigorous strictness. But this devotion to outward forms and ceremonies by no means excluded the religion of the heart. The Pharisees were acknowledged to be moral, chaste, temperate, and benevolent. In their administration of justice, they allowed mercy to prevail, and judged the accused not from the point of view of moral depravity but from that of human weakness. The following maxim was given by Joshua, the son of Raguel, one of the leaders of the sect, who, with his man out of Adam, lived in the time of pureness, take a teacher, win a friend, and judge every man from the presumption of innocence. His high moral temperament is indicated by this maxim. Their rigid adherence to the law, and their lenient mildness and indulgence in other matters, gained for the Pharisees the deep veneration of the whole people. Of the sick were the pious priests, the teachers of the law, and, above all, the magistrates, civil and religious, who at that time often combined both offices in one. The whole inner direction of the state and the temple was in their hands. But the Pharisees owed their influence chiefly to their knowledge of the law and to the application being able to the affairs of daily life, and they alone were called the interpreters and teachers of the law. The degrading charge of hypocrisy, which was applied to them by their enemies in later times, they by no means merited, and, indeed, it is altogether preposterous to stigmatize a whole class of men as dissenters. They were rather, in their origin, the noblest guardians and representatives of Judaism and strict morality. Even their rivals, the Sadducees, could not avail witness to the fact that they denied themselves in this world, but would hardly receive a reward in a future world. 21. The party of the Sadducees, so sharply opposed to the Pharisees, pursued a national political policy. It was composed of the general aristocracy, the raised soldiers, the general and statesmen who had acquired wealth and authority at home, or who had returned from foreign embassies, all having aimed, on closer intercourse with the outer world and other lands, created up and more worldly views. They formed the kernel of the Hasmonean Empire, which in these were worldly things served their leaders. This sect doubtless included also some Hellenists, who, shrinking from the desertion of their faith, had returned to Judaism. The Sadducees probably derived their name from one of their leaders, Zara. The national interests of the Judean community were placed by the Sadducees above the law. Burning patriotism was their ruling sentiment, and piety occupied them second place in their hearts. As experienced men of the world, they felt that the independence of the state could not be upheld by the strictest reserves of the laws of nature alone, nor by mere reliance upon divine protection. They proceeded from this fundamental principle: man must exert his body strength and his spiritual powers. He must not allow himself to be kept back by religious scruples from forming political alliances, or from taking part in wars, although by so doing he must inevitably infringe some of the injunctions of religion. According to the set and views, the personal purpose that God bestowed free will upon man so that he himself should work out his own well-being. He is master of the state, and human concerns are not at all swayed by divine imposition. Rewards and punishments are the natural consequences of our actions, and are therefore quite independent of resurrection. Without exactly denying the mentality of the soul, the Sadducees completely repudiate the idea of judgment after death. Oppressed 22 by the abundance of religious ordinances, they would not admit their general application and obligation of keeping them. Pressed to take some standing by which the really important decrees might be recognized, they laid down the following rule: that only the ordinances which appear clearly expressed and vanity for binding. Those which rested on moral tradition, or had sprung up at various times, had a subordinate value and could not claim to be inviolable. Still, they could not help occasionally recognizing the value of traditional interpretations.
Good
From a
job.
number of individual instances in which the Sadducees separated themselves from their rivals, one can mark the extent of their opposition to the latter. This appeared in their judiciary and penal laws and in the ritual they adopted, their worship in the temple being in particular a subject of angry controversy. The Sadducees thought that the punishment ordered by the penitent for the infliction of any bodily injury, an eye for an eye, a tooth for a tooth, will be literally interpreted and followed out, and retained in consequence the reputation of being cruel administrators of justice. Whilst the Pharisees, appealing to traditional interpretations of the scriptures, allowed mercy to preponderate, and only required the pecuniary compensation from the offender. The Sadducees, on the other hand, were more lenient in their judgment of those false witnesses whose evidence might have occasioned a judicial murder, as they only inflicted punishment if the execution of the defendant had actually taken place. There were many points relating to the ritual which were warmly disputed by the two parties. For instance, the date of the Feast of Weeks, which, according to the Sadducees, should always fall upon a Sunday, 50 days from the Sabbath after the Passover. So also the pouring of water on the altar and the processions rounded 23 with willow branches during the 7 days of the Feast of Tabernacles, which the Pharisees advocated and the Sadducees rejected. The latter objected to the providing of the national offerings out of the treasury of the temple, and insisted that the required sacrifices should be left to the care and zeal of individuals. The manner in which the frankincense should be kindled on the day of atonement, whether before or after the entrance of the high priest into the Holy of Holies, was also the cause of their strife. On these and other points of view, the Sadducees invariably followed the exact letter of the law, which resulted in their occasionally enforcing stricter rules than the Pharisees, who have been so much abused for their rigid austerity. To one political injunction, however, they paid no little attention how to carefully avoiding the touch of any person or thing considered unclean, and to when their rivals purified the vessels of the temple after they had been subject to any contact of the sort, they ridiculed them, saying, "It wants a little," and the Pharisees will try and cleanse the sun. In spite of the relief which these less stringent views gave the people, the Sadducees were not popular. The feeling of the time was against laxity and in favor of strict religious observance. Besides, the Sadducees repelled their countrymen by their proud, haughty demeanor and their severe judicial sentences. They never gained the heart of the public, and it was only by force and authority that they were able to make their principles prevail. At that period, the religious sentiment was so active that it gave birth to a religious order which far surpassed even the Pharisees in strictness and painful scrupulousness, and which became the basis of a movement that, mixing with new elements, produced a revolution in the history of the world. This order, which, from a small and apparently 24 insignificant group, grew into a mighty power, destined to exert an irresistible influence, was that of the Essenes. The origin of this remarkable Essene order, which called forth the admiration even of the Greeks and the Romans, can be dated from the period of Greek religious enthusiasm excited by the tyranny and persecutions of the Syrians. The Essenes had never formed a political party, but, on the contrary, avoided the glare and tumult of public life. They did not place themselves in harsh antagonism to the Pharisees, but rather assumed the position of the higher grade of Pharisaism, to which party they originally belonged. They sprang without doubt from the Essenes, whom they resembled in their strict observance of the Sabbath. In their eyes, the mere act of moving a vessel from one place to another would count as a desecration of the holy day. Even the calls of nature were not attended to on the day. They lived in all respects like the Nazarites, whose ideal was to attain the highest sanctity of priestly consecration. It was their constant endeavor, not only to observe all the outward Levitical laws, but to attain through them to inward sanctity and consecration, to deaden their passions and to lead a holy life. The Levitical laws of cleanliness had, through custom and tradition, developed to such a pitch that their austere observers must have been in constant danger of being defiled by contact with persons and objects. And pagan sacrifices were prescribed, through which they might recover a state of purity. The lifelong Nazarite, or, what is the same thing, an Essene, was consequently obliged to avoid any intercourse with those who were less strict than himself, lest he should be contaminated by their proximity. Such considerations compelled him to frequent the society of, and to unite himself with, those only who shared his views. To keep their 25, 30, and started, the Essenes were thus induced to form themselves into a separate order, the first rule of which commanded implicit obedience to the laws of scrupulous cleanliness. It was only those whose views coincided with their own who could be allowed to pursue them, and from such likewise had to be procured their clothes, tools, implements of trade, and other things, in order to ensure that, in their manufacture, the laws of cleanliness had been duly carried out. They were thus completely set apart by themselves. And, in order to keep clear of any less strict religious observers, they thought it ideal to have their meals in common. Thus the Passovers, however, which could be partaken of only in a circle of fellow worshippers, must have been their ideal task. It was almost impossible for Essenes to mix with women, as by the slightest contact with them they risked coming under the Levitical condemnation of uncleanliness, and, led on from one direction to another, they began to avoid, if not to despise, the married state. How was it possible for the Essenes to maintain their excessive virginity, especially in those warlike times? Not only the pagan enemy, but even the Judean warriors returning from the battlefield, defiled by the touch of the corpse, might bring all their precautions to naught. These fears may have induced the Essenes to seek seclusion in some retired place, where they could remain unvexed by the sounds of war and undisturbed in their mode of life by any of its necessary incidents. They chose for the residence the desert to west of the Dead Sea, and settled in the oasis of Enbayi. The tree of palm trees, which abound in this district, partly furnished their simple fare. All the Essenes did not join in the asceticism of the Essenes, nor did all the Essenes betake themselves to the desert. some continued to live in their own family circles and did not renounce marriage. But, 26 inches consequence of their religious scruples, they were met by many difficulties. Thus it was that celibacy and the practice of atonement came to be considered as the general and most important characteristics of the Essenes. This mode of living led the Essenes to divest themselves of all their private possessions. To a member of their sect, private property could be of no use. Each one placed his portion in the common treasury, out of which the wants of the various members of the order were supplied. Hence the proverb, which says, mine and thine belong to Enoton. There were consequently neither rich nor poor among them, and this lack of all concern about material matters naturally led them to abstract their attention from everything mundane and to concentrate it upon religious matters. They thus avoided more and more all that pertained merely to the world, and followed with the enthusiasm of recluses of visionary ideas and wisdom. The Essenes were distinguished also by other peculiarities. They were always clothed in white linen. Each of them carried a small shovel, with which, like the Israelites during their wanderings in the desert, they would cover their excrements with earth and thus hide impurity from sight. They also wore a sort of apron or handkerchief with which to dry themselves after their frequent ablutions. In order to remove even unperceived impurities, they, like the priests who were officiating in the temple, bathed every morning in fresh spring water. And from these daily baths they were called morning Baptists Strobel Shekaret. The name Essene appears likewise to have been derived from this peculiarity, as in the Chaldaic language it means a gate or ashine, pronounced as high. These outward forms were, however, only the steps that were to lead to inward purity and righteousness, symbols of their close communion 27 with God. To which, according to the opinion of antiquity, man could only attain by fleeing from the world, and devoting himself to an ascetic mode of life. The utmost simplicity of food and dress, abstinence, and the practice of morality and self-sacrifice were the virtues which adorned the Essenes, but were not peculiar to their sect, as they belonged equally to the Pharisees. The distinguishing traits of the Essenes, however, were their frequent prayers, their aversion to taking oath, and their devoted pursuit of a kind of mystic doctrine. Before saying their prayers, no profane word was permitted, and at the first dawn of day, after the Shema had been read, they assembled for quiet meditation, preparatory to what was considered their real prayer, which was always to be a spontaneous effusion of the heart. To the Essenes their repasts were a kind of divine service, the table on which their food was spread, an altar, and the prayer which they partook of, a holy sacrifice, which they ate in deep and pious meditation. No language of a worldly nature passed their lips during their meals, and these were generally parted in complete silence. This strange silence doubtless produced a great impression upon those who did not belong to the order. The more so, because the real nature of this exclusive sect was not known to its contemporaries, and everything concerning it assumed a mysterious and awful aspect. It was not, perhaps, at first the object of the Essenes to become absorbed in mystic lore. But their asceticism, their intensely quiet life, which gave them so much opportunity for meditation, their freedom from family cares, and, lastly, their religious linearness, made them seek for other truths in Judaism than appeared to their settled minds. The name of God was to them a subject of deep contemplation, justified in some degree by the dread which existed among the Judainists of pronouncing the 28th name of the Almighty, formed of the 4 letters JHWH. If the name of God be thus holy, surely something mysterious must belong to the letters themselves. Thus reasoned the Essenes, whose seclusion from the world gave them abundant leisure to ponder over this sacred enigma. So holy was the name of God in their estimation that they refused to take any oath which called for its use, and their statements were attested by a simple yes or no. In close connection with the mystery attaching to the name of God was that which they applied to the names of angels. The Essenes faithfully handed down in their theosophical system the names, as well as the importance and position of the various angels. When they endeavored to explain the meaning of holy writ by their fantastic and newly discovered ideas, what fresh phases must have presented themselves to their distorted vision. Every word, every expression must have revealed a hitherto unsuspected meaning. The most difficult questions as to the being of God, and his relations to the heavenly powers and the lower creatures, were explained. Through their indifference to all that concerned the state, as well as the affairs of daily life, they gradually led Judaism, dependent as it was on the establishment of national prosperity, into darkness and exaggerations of mysticism. Their deep and mystic reverence for the prophet and lawgiver Moses carried them to the greatest excesses. His memory and name were endeared to all the Judainists within and beyond Palestine. They took oath in the name of Moses, and bestowed that name on no other man. But the Essenes carried their devotion to such an extreme that he who spoke against the name of Moses was treated as one who blasphemed God. The final aim of the Essenes was, without doubt, the attainment to pathetic ecstasy so that they might become worthy of the divine spirit. Watch Cottage 29. The Essenes believed that through an ascetic life they might reawaken the long silent temple of heavenly works, and this end game, prophecy would be renewed, and the use word and behold the visions, once more seized up within the veil which hides the future, and the great messianic kingdom would be revealed. The kingdom of heaven now which remained would commence, and all the pain and trouble of the time would, at once work, be at an end. The Essenes were considered not only holy men on account of their peculiar mode of life and visionary views, but they were also honored as workers of miracles. People hung upon their words and hoped for removing the impending evils through their means. Some of the Essenes bore the reputation of being able to reveal the future and interpret dreams. They were reverenced yet more by the ignorant, on account of their miraculous cures of so-called possessed persons. The intercourse of the Judainists with the Persians had gone with it, together with the belief in the existence of angels, a superstitious belief in malicious demons Sheen, Mezic. Imbeciles were thought to be possessed by evil demons, who could only be exorcised by a magic formula. And all extraordinary illnesses were attributed to such demons, for which the advice of the wonder worker, and not that of the doctor, was sought. The Essenes occupied themselves with cures, exorcisms, etc., and sought their remedies in a book Sefer Raphat which was attributed to King Solomon, whom the nation considered as the master of evil spirits. Their curative remedies consisted partly in softly spoken incantation reversing magic talk, and partly in the use of certain and stones supposed to possess magic power. Thus the Essenes united the highest and the lowest aims, the endeavor to lead a pious life and the most vulgar superstitions. Their exaggerated asceticism, dirty and fear of contact with others on a different mode of life caused a morbidly unhealthy development among them. The more rationally minded Pharisees paid them but little attention. They made sport of the foolish to sin. Although sprung from a common root, the more the Pharisees and Essenes developed, the more widely they diverged. The one party saw in marriage a holy institution appointed for the good of mankind, and the other an obstacle to a thoroughly religious life. The Pharisees recognized man's free will in thought and action, and consequently deemed him responsible for his moral conduct. The The Essenes, on the contrary, confined to the narrow circle of their self-same, daily repeated duties, came to believe in a sort of divine fatalism, which not only governed the destiny of mankind but also ruled the acts of each individual. The Essenes avoided the temple, the worship practiced there being framed according to the doctrines of the Pharisees and unable to satisfy their ideals. They sent their offerings to the temple, and thus fulfilled the duty of sacrificing without being themselves present at the ceremony. With them, patriotism became more and more subordinate to the devotion they felt towards their own order, and thus by degrees they loosed themselves from the strong bands of nationality. There lay concealed an essence and element in context to Essene Judaism, unsuspected by friends or foes. The Essenes had no influence whatever upon political events. Their number was small, and even at the time of their greatest prosperity the order consisted only of about 4,000 members. Consequently upon the life of celibacy which they adopted, the laws made by death in their race could not naturally be obeyed. To avoid dwindling away entirely, they had recourse to the expedient of enrolling novices and making proselytes. The new member was admitted with great unsolemnity, and presented with the white bonnet, the apron, and the shovel, the symbols of Essenism. The novice was not allowed, however, to enter immediately into the community, but was subjected by degrees to an ever stricter observance of the laws of abstinence and purity. There were 3 probationary degrees to be passed through before a new member was received into complete brotherhood. At his admission, the novice swore to follow the mode of life of the Essenes, to keep conscientiously and to deliver faithfully the secret teachings of their order. He was found to be unworthy and was expelled. The unfriendly relationship between the Pharisees and Sadducees did not exist in the time of Pyrrhus. He made use of both parties according to their capabilities, Sadducees as soldiers or diplomatists, and the Pharisees as teachers of the law, judges, and functionaries in civil affairs. The one honored Pyrrhus as the head of the state, the other as the pious high priest. In fact, Pyrrhus personally favored the Pharisees, but as he could not quarrel with the Sadducees, among whom he found his soldiers, his generals and his counselors. Their leader Jonathan was his devoted friend. Until old age crept on him, Pyrrhus managed to solve the difficult problem of keeping in the same harmony 2 parties that were always on the verge of quarreling. He understood how to prevent either party from gaining the upper hand and persecuting its rival. But as too often happens in such difficult situations, a word, a breath can upset the best arranged plans, bringing to naught the most skillful calculations, and slowly, their frequent edifice falls and crumbles in a day. A heedless word of this kind turned the zealous follower of Pharisees into its bitter opponent. In the last years of his life, Pyrrhus went quite over to the Sadducees. The cause of this change, which brought such unspeakable misery to the Judean nation, was trivial 32 inches comparison with its results. But the antagonism of the 2 parties, which could only with the utmost difficulty be kept from breaking out into open discord, gave it a terrible and far-reaching importance. Pyrrhus had just returned from a glorious victory over one of the many nations in the northeast of Pergahalit. Rejoicing in the happy result of his arms and in the flourishing state of his country, he ordered a feast to be held, to which he invited without distinction the leaders of the Sadducees and Pharisees. Around golden dishes laden with food were placed various plants that grew in the desert, to remind the guests of the hardships they had endured under the Syrian yoke, when the nobles of the land were obliged to hide themselves in the wilderness. Whilst the guests were feasting, Pyrrhus asked if the Pharisees could reproach him for any transgression of the law. If so, he desired to be told in what he had failed. Was this apparent humility only a cunningly devised plan to discover the real disposition of the Pharisees towards him? Had the Sadducees inspired him with suspicion against the Pharisees, and advised him to find some way of proving the sincerity of their attachment? In reply to the challenge thus thrown out, a certain Eleazar then arose and bluntly answered, Pyrrhus should content himself with the crown of royalty, and should place on a worthier head the high priest beside him. During an attack on Modin by the Syrians, his mother, before his birth, he was taken prisoner, and it is not fitting for the son of a prisoner to be a priest much less the high priest. Although one would be wounded by so outspoken and insulting his pride, Pyrrhus had sufficient self-possession to appear to agree with the bold speaker and order the matter to be examined. It was, however, proved to be an empty report. In fact, without the slightest foundation. Pyrrhus' anger was doubly roused against the 33 Pharisees who were taken by the Sadducees and his devoted friend Jonathan to persuade him that the former had invented the story purposely to lower him in the eyes of the people. Anxious to find out if the aspersion cast on his witness for the high priesthood was the act of the whole party or only the slander of an individual, he demanded that their leading men should punish the calumniator, and expected that the chastisement inflicted would be in proportion to his own exalted rank. But the Pharisees knew of no special penalty for the slander of royalty, and their judges only awarded him the lawful punishment of 39 lashes. Jonathan, the leader of the Sadducees, failed not to use this circumstance as a means to raise up the fire in Pyrrhus' breast. He led them to see in this mild judgment of the court a deep-rooted aversion entertained by the Pharisees against him, thus estranging him completely from his former friends, and binding him heart and soul to the Sadducees. There is probably some exaggeration in the account of Pyrrhus' persecution of the adherents of the Pharisees, and of his setting aside all the decrees of the latter. There is, however, more truth in another report, from which we learn that Pyrrhus had deposed the Pharisees from the various high posts they had filled. The office belonging to the temple, to the court of law, and to the high council were given to the followers of the Sadducees. But his corporate policy produced the saddest results. Naturally enough, it awakened in the hearts of the Pharisees, and of the people who sided with them, a deep hatred against the house of the Hasmoneans, which bore civil war in its train and hastened the nation's decline. One act had been sufficient to cast a cloud over the brilliant days of the Hasmoneans. Pyrrhus lived but a short time after these events. He died in the 31st year of his reign, the 60th year of his age 106, leaving 5 sons, 34 Aristobulus, Antigonus, Alexander, Absalom, and one other, whose name has not come down to us. Pyrrhus bore some resemblance to the third type Solomon, the master has that, after the death of both, dissensions broke out and the country became a prey to constant strife and discord. 35. Chapter 2. Pyrrhus' successors, Aristobulus I, Alexander Janus, and Salome Alexandra. Character of Aristobulus. Antigonus. Mythical account of his death. Alexander Janus, his character and enterprises. His support of the Pharisees. Simon ben Shash. Alexander's breach with the Pharisees, and its consequences. His last wars and death. Salome Alexandra's relations to the opposing parties. The Sanhedrin. Judah ben Tabai and Simon ben Shash. Institutions against the Sadducees. Party hatred. Diogenes. Persecution of the Sadducees. Death of Alexandra. 106-69 BCE. John Pyrrhus had proclaimed his wife queen, and his eldest son, Judah, high priest. The latter is better known by his Greek name Aristobulus, for he, like his brothers and successors, wore a Greek as well as a Hebrew name. But it was soon evident that the Greek custom of placing a female ruler at the head of the state was not looked upon with favor in Judd. Thus Aristobulus was able to remove his mother from her official position without creating any disturbance, and he then united in his own person the two dignities of ruler and high priest. It is said that he was the first who has been and assumed the royal title. But this title did not add in any way to his power or his importance. His twins, indeed, which have since been discovered, bear only the following inscription: the high priest Judah, and the commonwealth of the Judaeans, and they are engraved with the same emblem as those of his father, viz., a cornucopia, although the symbol of plenty was hardly a truthful characteristic of the times. The seat of this fourth son by here must have been spread along the remains of his descendants 36 inches. Vain did the successive rulers attempt to raise the importance of the royal dignity. In vain did they surround themselves with a bodyguard of trusty hirelings and perform the most holy feats of hell. The kingdom and their subjects became irregular, and ruled by many perpetually. The royal house and the people were no longer at one. Political life was separated from religious life, and the two were pursuing opposite paths. The king, Aristobulus, not only supplanted his mother upon the throne, but he also imprisoned her with 3 of his brothers. His brother Antigonus alone, of like temperament to himself and his companion in arms, whom he tenderly loved, was permitted to take part in the government. In spite of the meager and unsatisfactory accounts of his short reign, we may gather from them that he followed the example of his father's last years, in remaining closely connected with the Sadducees, and in keeping the Pharisees from all power and influence. Aristobulus had but few friends in his own family, and he does not appear to have been beloved by his subjects. The fact of his having had a decided preference for Hellenism accounts for his surname, which was honored by the Greeks and hated by the Judaeans friend of the Hellenes. This one characteristic gave such offense to the people that they were ready to ascribe to him the authorship of any evil deed that might occur in the kingdom. Whilst the Greeks called him fair-minded and modest, the Judaeans accused him of heartlessness and cruelty. His mother expired during her imprisonment, possibly of old age. Evil report whispered that her own son was guilty of having allowed her to die of starvation. His favorite brother, Antigonus, was foully murdered probably through the intrigues of the party hostile to the Hasmoneans. Sharp-tongued colony from 37 that the king, jealous of him, was the author of the foul deed, and tradition has woven a web of tragic incidents around the sad fate of Antigonus. But of this later. Aristobulus had inherited not only his father's military ability, but also his plans of extending Germany in a northeasterly direction. The Tyrannus and the Trogonites, who often left their mild, pastoral pursuits for the rougher trade of war, occupied the district surrounding the gigantic Mount Hermon, and eastwards as far as the lovely plain of Damascus. Against these half-barbaric tribes Aristobulus undertook a campaign, probably continuing what his father had commenced. His brother Antigonus, in whose company he had won his first laurels when fighting against the Samaritans and the Syrians, was once more his companion in arms. The fortunes of war were favorable to Aristobulus, as they had been to his father. He acquired new territory for Judd, and, like his father, forced the Judean religion upon the conquered people. Continued conquests in the same direction would have put the caravan roads leading from the land of the Euphrates to Egypt into the hands of the Judeans. Which possession, combined with the warlike courage of the inhabitants and the defensive condition of the fortresses, might have permitted Judd to attain an important position among the nations. But, as though it had been decreed by Providence that Judd should not be influenced in such a manner, Aristobulus was forced by severe illness to abandon his conquests and to return to Jerusalem. Antigonus, it is true, carried on the war successfully for some little time. But after his return to the capital, for the celebration of the festivals in the approaching month of Tishri, neither he nor his royal brother was fated ever again to tread the arena of war. Antigonus fell, as was mentioned previously, by the hand of an assassin, and Aristobulus 38 died of a malignant disease, after a reign of 1 year 106-105. The deaths of the 2 brothers following in close succession gave evil tongues Ptolemy the opportunity of amending the following fearful tragedy. It was said that the occurrence of Antigonus seized the occasion of his triumphal return to excite suffering king's jealousy. Aristobulus, while still reposing confidence in his brother, sent for Antigonus, and intimated that he should appear unarmed. For greater protection he had his bodyguards stationed in one of the passages, and gave orders that Antigonus was to be dispatched forthwith if he should enter armed. The queen, who hated Antigonus, made use of this order for the destruction of her brother-in-law, for she persuaded him to go fully equipped to the king's chamber, and in one of the dark passages of the Tower of Stratton the foul deed was executed. When the king heard that his commands had been carried out, he was violently affected, and his grief caused a hemorrhage. His servant, in carrying away a vessel filled with the blood that he had lost, slipped upon the floor of the antechamber, still wet with the blood of the assassinated man, and, dropping the vessel, caused the blood of the 2 brothers to mingle. This accident was said to have had so overpowering an effect upon the king's mind that he instantly declared himself to be his brother's murderer, and the agony of remorse was the final cause of his death. Tradition has that Tennessee seer of the name of Judah not only predicted the violent death of Antigonus, but also predicted to take place in the Tower of Stratton. The commencement of the reign of Aristobulus' successor is involved in legend. From this we gather that Alexander, whose then name Janus, is the abbreviation of Jonathan, had not only been imprisoned by his brother, but had been 39 so hated by his father that he had been banished to Gowrie. This was the result of a dream, in which it had been revealed to John Pyrrhus that his third son would one day be king of Judd. The widow of Aristobulus is said to have released him from prison, and to have given him her hand with the crown. But in that case Alexander would have married the widow, which it was unlawful for him, as high priest, to do. It is more probable that Alexander ascended the throne, being the nearest heir to it, without the aid of the widow of Aristobulus. Nor is there any foundation for the story that Alexander commenced his reign by the murder of a brother with whom he had actually shared the sufferings of his captivity. Alexander appears to have begun by studying the people's wishes, for the Pharisees were once more allowed to appear at court. Simon Ben-Shtash, the brother of his wife, Queen Salome, the champion of the Pharisees, was constantly in the king's presence. Alexander Janus, who came to the throne at the age of 23, was as warlike as the family from which he sprung, but he was wanting in the generalship and the judgment of his ancestors. He rushed madly into military undertakings, thus weakening the power of the people, and bringing the state more than once to the verge of destruction. The 27 years of his reign were passed in foreign and civil wars, and were not calculated to increase the material prosperity of the nation. His good luck, however, was greater than his ability, for it enabled him to extricate himself from many a critical position into which he had brought himself, and also, upon the whole, enlarged the territory of Judd. Like his father, he employed mercenaries for his wars, whom he hired from Pisidia and Cilicia. He did not dare enroll Syrian troops, but hatred that existed between Judeans and Syrians being too deeply ingrained to permit fully the harmonious working of the two to be counted upon. Alexander's attention was principally directed to the seaports which had managed to free themselves from Syrian rule, owing to the rivalry that existed between the two half-brothers, Antiochus Rufus and Cyzicenus. He was particularly anxious to possess himself of the thickly populated and important seaport town of Ptolema, colonized by Joannes. Whilst his troops overran the district of Gaza, then under the dominion of Zoas, a captain of mercenaries, he pressed the seaport town himself with a persistent siege. The inhabitants of Ptolema turned to help the Egyptian prince Ptolemy, who, had open warfare with his mother, and seized upon Cyprus. Mithras, glad to have found an opportunity of acquiring greater power, and of being able at the same time to approach the caravan roads of Egypt, hastened to send 30,000 men to the Judan coast. He chose a Sabbath day for victoriously driving the Judan army, consisting of at least 50,000 men, on the Saugus, near Sepphoris, back to the Jordan. More than 30,000 of Alexander's troops remained on the field of battle, many were taken prisoners, whilst the others fled. Mithras, with part of his army, marched through Judah, slaughtering the inhabitants, without sparing women or children. He wished not only to revenge himself upon Alexander, but also upon the Judanes, for had they not been his enemies in Egypt? Aco likewise surrendered, and Gaza voluntarily opened its gates to him. This crushing defeat would doubtless have brought him into the most revolting slavery, had not Cleopatra attempted to snatch the 3 of her sons' wives from him before he could turn them against herself. She sent a mighty army against Mithras, under the command of 2 Judan generals, Elpis and Ananias, the 2 sons of Omas, only one to whom she was indebted for the integrity of her crown. Elpis died during the campaign, and his brother took his place in the council and in Crete. The position of trust occupied by Ananias was of distinct advantage to his compatriots in Judah. Cleopatra had been urgent not to leave a favorable opportunity, and Judah was unable to forego her help, of invading the country and of dethroning Alexander. But Ananias was indignant at this advice. He not only pointed out the disgrace of such faithlessness, but he made him understand the evil consequences that would follow upon such a step. Many Egyptian Judanes, who would be able to overthrow and threaten the tax of her son, would be common cause of her enemies, were she to strike a blow at the independence of their country. His words even contained the menace that he would, in such case, not only withhold his political knowledge and his generalship from her interests, but that he might possibly devote them to the cause of her opponents. This language had its desired effect upon the queen. She rejected the cunning advice of the enemies of the Jews, and made an offensive and defensive league with Alexander at Bethsur 98. Mithras was obliged to leave Judah and to retreat with his army to Cyprus. All the cities that had resisted the arms of the Judan king were now visited by his wrath. But he was, above all things, determined upon retaking Gaza. This object was accomplished only after a year of desperate fighting, and was finally brought about by an act of treachery. All the cruelty inherent in Alexander was poured out upon the besieged inhabitants of Gaza. He executed some of the most distinguished amongst them, and the terror he inspired was so great that many of the men killed their own wives and children to prevent them from falling into Judan slavery. 96. 42 to 9 years of Alexander's reign had been too prolific in dangerous and perplexing situations to allow of his disturbing the eternal harmony of his country. He appears to have been strictly neutral in the strife that was raging between the Pharisees and Sadducees. His wife Salome may have exercised her influence in urging him to maintain this neutral position, as she was a warm partisan of the once hated Pharisees. Alexander appears to have made Simon Ben-Shaphat a mediator between the two parties, the Pharisees being still somewhat in the background, and the Sadducees holding posts of trust. Ever since John feared Mrs. secession from Pharisaism, the Great Council had been composed of Sadducean members, and as long as one party was thus openly preferred to the other, peace and reconciliation seemed impossible. The king may, therefore, have been inspired by the wish to bring about some kind of equality between the two parties by dividing offices and dignities between them. But the Pharisees positively refused to act conjointly with their opponents and offered the most active resistance. Simon Ben-Shaphat alone allowed himself to be chosen member of the council, secretly determining to purge by degrees of its Sadducean element. Alexander's impartial conduct continued only so long that the critical position drew his attention away from home affairs. It changed visibly when he returned from his campaign, the conqueror of cities and provinces, deeming himself the despotic master of his people. Either the newly acquired influence of the Pharisees threatened to be an obstacle in his path, or he may have wished to reward and attract the Sadducees upon whom he might rely for carrying on his campaigns, or he may have been influenced by his favorite, the Sadducee Dietitians. At all events, Alexander appeared as the inveterate opponent of Pharisaic teaching, and made his views 43 public in a most insulting manner. Whilst officiating as high priest during the Feast of Tabernacles, it was his duty, in accordance with an ancient custom, to pour the contents of the ewer of water upon the altar as an emblem of fruitfulness. But in order to show his contempt for a ceremony considered by the Pharisees as a religious one, Alexander poured the water at his feet. Nothing more was required to ignite the wrath of the congregation assembled in the outer courts of the temple. They practiced indignation with the branches and the fruit, which they carried in their hands in honor of the festival, after the rightful king, denouncing him as an unworthy high priest. Alexander would certainly have paid for this disgraceful action with his life had he not called in the help of the Pisidian and Cilician mercenaries, who had been ordered to be invading, and who fell upon the congregation, slaughtering 6,000 within the precincts of the temple 95. In order to avoid the repetition of such scenes, Alexander thenceforth prevented the worshippers from entering the court of sacrifices by building up the partition wall. But these events gave rise to an impractical nature between the king and the Pharisees. Thus, after 3 generations, the descendants of the great Hasmoneans had so far weakened the edifice raised at the expense of their ancestors' lives, that it appears marvelous how it could have continued to resist such repeated attacks. The bitter rivalry of the 2 kingdoms of Judah and Israel in the days of Rehoboam and Jeroboam was repeated in the history of the Pharisees and the Sadducees. But Alexander did not see the breach that his hand had childishly and ruthlessly made. Absorbed in magnificent schemes of future conquest, he ignored the fact that if the harmonious intercourse between the king and his subjects, the very life of the state, were to cease, great possessions would weaken and not strengthen the kingdom. He had set his 44th heart upon invading the Transjordanic land, still called Moabitis, and the southeastern provinces of the Sea of Tiberias, called Albites or Goliathus. But his progress in this campaign was checked by Nadab and King of Beta, who moved into a pathless country broken up by ravines, where Alexander's army found its destruction, and where the king himself escaped only with his life to Jerusalem about 94. There the wrath of the Pharisees awaited him. They had excited the people's revolt, and 6 years of bloody uprisings against him were the consequence 94-89. Alexander succeeded in putting down one revolt after another by the aid of his mercenaries, but the horrible butcheries that took place on these occasions were a perpetual incentive to fresh uprisings. Alexander, worn out at length by these sanguinary proceedings, offered to make peace with the Pharisees. It was now, however, their turn to reject the offered hand of peace, and to be guilty of an act of treachery towards their country which must remain as an indelible stain upon their party. Upon Alexander's question as to what conditions of peace they required, the Pharisee leaders answered that the first condition was the death of the king. They had, in fact, secretly offered their aid to the Syrian monarch Eugus to humble Alexander. Summoned by their promises, Eugus advanced upon Jud with 40,000 infantry and 3,000 cavalry. Upon the news of this impending danger, Alexander marched out at the head of 20,000 infantry and 1,000 cavalry. In the first encounter that ensued at Shechem, Judem fought against Judem, Greek against Greek, for each army remained true to its leader and could not be bribed into desertion. The battle, disastrous for both sides, was finally gained by Eugus, and Alexander was driven, through the loss of his mercenaries, to wander among the mountain passes of Ephraim. There, his solitary position moved his people to pity, and 6,000 of his 45 Pharisaic opponents left the Syrian camp and went over to their king, who was now able to force Eugus's retreat from Jud. But the more relentless amongst the Pharisees still held out against Alexander, and after an unsuccessful battle in the open field, threw themselves for safety into the fortress of Ephraim, which, however, they were obliged to surrender. Urged by his son and favorite Diogenes, and impelled by his own thirst for revenge, the king had 800 Pharisees crucified in one day. Tradition even relates that the wives and children of the victims were butchered before their eyes, and that Alexander, surrounded by his minions, feasted in the presence of the scene of carnage. But this exaggeration of cruelty was not the part of the grand and making illustration. The crucifixion of 800 men was enough to stigmatize him as a heartless butcher, and this action alone was to bring forth bitter proofs for the Sadducees who had witnessed it with the story. During the civil wars that had lasted for 6 years, 50,000 men of both parties had been sacrificed, but the Pharisees had suffered most. The remaining Pharisees trembled for their lives, and the night after the crucifixion of the 8,000 fled from Jud, part of them to Syria and part to Egypt. The weakness of Alexander's position may readily be gauged by the fact of his powerlessness to prevent Jud from being made the seat of war by the kings of Midian and Syria. Yet his misfortune did not forsake him, for a sudden change in the affairs of Syria, resulting in the overthrow of its king, Aretas, worked to Alexander's advantage. Thereby he was enabled to engage in the siege of some important towns, colonized by Greeks and sent to Aretas, Diospolis, Salamandrosa. Marching north, he invaded the lower Dolomite, with his capital, Gamala, the upper province, with 46 towns Syria, and the city of Seleucia. He forced the inhabitants of these towns to accept Judaism and the sign of the covenant. The city of Pella, making a show of resistance, was destroyed. He also recovered the cities lying east of the Red Sea, which had been taken from him by Aretas. The territory of Jud now embraced within its circumference a number of important towns. It extended on the other side of the Jordan, from Sosha in the north to Zor, the city of Palms, south of the Dead Sea. From Renatmur and Baphia in the south, on the shores of the Mediterranean, to the mountains of Carmel in the northwest. The cities on the sea coast were of the most importance. Alexander ordered some coins to be struck for his Greek subjects. With a Greek inscription, King Alexander, while an anchor was stamped upon one side, and upon the other, in Hebrew characters, Jonathan the King Jonathan on the left. These coins eventually bore the same inscription as those of his predecessors, High Priest Jonathan, the Commonwealth of the Judeans. After a campaign of 3 years' duration, Alexander returned to Jerusalem, where he was received with the honors due to a conqueror. He had caused his crimes in part to be forgiven. In the very center of the kingdom, on a mountain near the Jordan, he built a strong fortress, called after him, Alexandrian. And in the neighborhood of the Dead Sea, upon a towering height, protected on all sides by deep ravines, he raised the citadel of Nagas, the formidable guardian of his Transjordanic conquests. These two mountain fortresses, together with the third, near Canaan, built by John Hyrcanus, on Middle Mountain, were so amply fortified by nature and by art that they were considered impregnable. Even in the last years of Alexander's reign, although he was suffering from an intermittent fever, he undertook the siege of some of the yet 47 unconquered fortresses of the Transjordanic territory. During the siege of Argob, however, he was seized with so severe an attack that he was forced to prepare himself for death. The solemnity of his last hours led him to look upon his former actions in a new light. He was more stricken to think how cruelly and foolishly he had persecuted the Pharisees, and how in consequence he had alienated himself from his people. He earnestly enjoined upon his queen, whom he declared regent, to connect herself closely with the Pharisees, to surround herself with counselors from their ranks, and not to embark in any undertaking without having their consent. He also pressed upon her to keep his death secret from his army until the beleaguered fortress should have fallen, and then to resign his body to the Pharisees, that they might either vent their rage upon him or else generously inter it. From an obscure but more authentic source we gather that Alexander sought to allay the king's anxiety with regard to party strife rampant in Jerusalem by the following words: Do not fear either the true Pharisees or their honest opponents, but be on your guard against hypocrites of both sides, the counterfeit ones, who, when they commit sins, like the dissolute and Zimri, expect to be rewarded by Phinehas, who is zealous for the law. Alexander died in the 49th year of his life and the 27th of his reign 79, and left three sons, Hyrcanus and Aristobulus. The Pharisees generously appointed the anniversary of his death as a day of rejoicing. It was indeed most fortunate for the Judean nation that a woman of gentle nature and sincere piety should have been called to the head of the state after it had been torn asunder by the recklessness of its former ruler. She came like a refreshing dew to inherit in sunburnt soil. The excited passions and the bitter hatred of the two parties had 48 times obeyed during her reign, and the country rose above narrow partisanship in worthy occupation of advancing the common welfare of the nation. Although Queen Selene, or, as she was called, Alexandra, was devoted with her whole soul to the Pharisees, entrusting them with the management of home affairs, yet she was far from persecuting the opposing party. Her authority was so greatly respected by the neighboring princes that they did not dare make war with Jud, and she shrewdly succeeded in keeping the mighty conqueror, who had possessed himself of Syria, from the confines of her own kingdom. Even the heavens, during the 9 years of her reign, showered their blessings upon the land. The extraordinarily large grains of wheat gathered during this time in the fields of Jud were kept and exhibited during many subsequent years. The queen ordered coins to be struck, bearing the same emblems as her predecessors, with a Greek inscription, Queen Alexandra. On the whole, her reign passed peacefully and happily. The law, which had fallen into great neglect, became its institution, and it occasionally affected the Sadducees, who were constantly breaking it. They could not consider themselves victims of caprice. The crowded prisons were open. The Pharisees returned from exile, with their narrow-vision enlightened by the experience they had gained in foreign lands. Salome Alexandra proclaimed her eldest son Hyrcanus high priest. He was a weak prince, whose private life was irreproachable, but he was not fated for public place of importance. Simon Ben-Shtash, the brother of Queen, the oracle of the Pharisaic party, stood high in her favor. So great a part did he play in the history of that time that it was called by many the days of Simon Ben-Shtash and of Queen Tilly. The chief post in the Council of 70, which he possessed by the high priest, was now, however, given up to the 49 Pharisees by order of the king. The Nasi, or president of the great council, was from these most learned and the most respected of the Pharisees. No one, of course, could lay just claim to this distinction of Simon Ben-Shtash. But Simon was not an ambitious man, and he determined to waive his own rights of precedence in favor of Judah Ben-Tophi, who was then residing in Alexandria, whose renowned knowing and excellent character he had borne with high estimate. The Alexandrian Judean community had probably entrusted this celebrated Palestinian scholar with some important office. A flattering epistle was sent to Judah, inviting him to return to Jerusalem, and was couched in this form: from me, Jerusalem, the holy city, to thee, Alexandria, my spouse dwells with thee, I am forsaken. Judah Ben-Tophi responded to this appeal by hastening to Jerusalem. With the help of Simon he undertook the reorganization of the council, the improvement of administration of the law, the re-establishment of neglected religious observances, the furthering of education, and generally the fashioning of such regulations as the times required. Like Ezra and Nehemiah of old, these two zealous men insisted upon a return to the strictest form of Judaism. And, if they were often obliged to employ severe and violent measures, these are not to be opposed to any personal malice, but to the sternness of the age itself. They were indeed scrupulously strict in their own conduct, and in directing those closely connected with them. From the days of Judah Ben-Tophi and Simon Ben-Shtash, the rule of Judean law, according to the views of the Pharisees, may be said to have begun, and it grew and developed under each succeeding generation. These two celebrated men have therefore been called restorers of the law, who brought back to the crown the law's ancient splendor. There were commenced with the reorganization 50 of the Sanhedrin. The Sanhedrin members were deprived of their seats, the penal code which they had added to the biblical penal laws was set aside, and the old traditionary methods became made valid. The people had nothing to complain of in this change, for they hated the severity of the eye for eye punishment of the Sadducees. On the other hand, certain days of rejoicing, used to be by the Sadducees, were proclaimed as half holidays by the Pharisees. Witnesses in the law courts were no longer to be questioned merely upon the place where and the time when they had seen a crime committed, but they were expected to give the most detailed and minute evidence connected with it, so that the judge might be better able to pronounce a correct judgment and to detect the contradictory statements of witnesses. This was particularly designed as a protection against the charges of informers, who were numerous enough in an age when conquerors and the conquered were constantly changing parts. A salutary measure also was enforced to lessen the number of divorce cases, which the literal interpretation of the Pentateuchal divorce laws, as administered by the Sadducees, had failed in doing. The High Court, as reorganized by the Pharisees, ordered the husband to give his repudiated wife a certain sum of money, by which she could support herself, and, as there was but little current coin amongst a people whose wealth consisted principally in the fruits of the soil or in cattle, the husband would often pause before allowing a momentary fit of passion or excitement to influence his actions. One of the reforms of this time expressly attributed to Simon Ben-Shtash was the promotion of better instruction. In all large towns, high schools for the use of young men from the age of 6 sprung up at the instance. All study, we may presume, was entirely confined to the Holy Scriptures, and 51 particularly to the Pentateuch and the study of law. Many details of smaller points in the law which had been partly forgotten and partly neglected during the long rule of the Sadducees, that is to say, from Hyrcanus' oppression of the Pharisees until the commencement of Salome's reign, were once more introduced into daily life. Neglected customs were renewed with all pomp and solemnity, the days of their reintroduction being celebrated with rejoicing, and any public mourning or fast thereon was suspended. Thus the ceremony of pouring obligation of water upon the altar during the Feast of Tabernacles, which had been mockingly ridiculed by Alexander, was in time reinstated with enthusiasm, and became a favorite and distinctive rite. Upon these occasions, on the night succeeding the first day of the festival, the women's outer court of the temple was brilliantly illuminated until it glowed like a sea of fire. All the people would then crowd to the holy mount to witness or take part in the proceedings. At times these were a lively character, such as torchlight processions and dancing. At others they took a more solemn form of musical service of song and praise. This generally would last the whole night. At break of day the priests announced with the blast of their trumpets that the march was about to commence. At every halting place the trumpets gathered the people together, until a huge multitude stood assembled around the spring of Siloah. Thence the water was drawn in a golden ewer. In solemn procession it was carried back to the temple, where the libation was performed. The water streamed over the altar, and the notes of the flute, heard only upon the most joyful occasions, mingled with the rapturous strains of melody that burst from countless instruments. A similar national festival was the half-holiday of the wood feast, held in honor of the wood that was 52 offered to the altar of the temple. It fell upon the 15th day of that August. A number of white-robed maidens were wont to assemble upon this occasion in some open space among the lime trees, where, as they trod the measure of the dance, they chanted strophes of song in the Hebrew tongue. It was an opportunity for the Judeans, spectators of the scene, to select their partners for life. This festival, like the preceding one, was inaugurated by the Pharisees in opposition to Sadducean customs. The Sanhedrin seized upon the sacrificial ire of the people to introduce a measure which, above all things, was calculated to arouse feelings of patriotism in the nation, and which was diametrically opposed to the views of their rivals. The Sadducees had declared that the daily offerings, and in fact the needs of the temple, should not be paid for from the national treasury, but with individual, voluntary contributions. But the council, in the reign of Salome Alexandra, decreed that every Israelite from the age of 20 proselytes and freed slaves included whole contribute at least a half shekel yearly to the treasury of the temple. In this way the daily sacrifices acquired a truly national character, as the whole nation contributed towards them. 3 collections were instituted during the year, in Judah at the beginning of spring, in the Transjordanic countries, in Egypt and Syria, at the Feast of Weeks, and in the yet more distant lands of Babylonia, Media and Asia Minor, at the Feast of Tabernacles. These last collections were the richest, the Jordan as we dwelt outside Palestine being very generous as well as very wealthy. Thus, instead of the silver or copper shekel ordinaria, they offered gold stairs and barracks. Central places in each land were chosen where the offerings should be deposited until they could be taken to Jerusalem. The most distinguished Judeans were selected to carry them thither, and they were called holy messengers. 53 in the Mesopotamian and Babylonian towns of Memphis and Mahad and Arda, treasure houses were built for these temple gifts, thus, under strong escort to protect them from the Parthian and Medak and modern walls, they were safely borne to Jerusalem. The communities of Asia Minor had likewise their treasure houses, Abia and Laodicea, in Phrygia, Hermas and Adriatic, in the country of Eos. From this stretch of land nearly 200 pounds weight of gold was sent to Jerusalem about 20 years after the first proclamation had been issued. From this we may gather what tenements revenue poured into the temple, leaving a large surplus after all the requisites for divine service had been obtained. The temple of Jerusalem became thereby in time an object of envy and of greed. So far, the revival, introduced by Judah ben Tabai and Simon ben Shtach, wore a harmless character. It reinstated old laws, created new ones, and sought means of impressing them upon the memory and attention of the people. But no reaction can remain within moderate bounds. It moves naturally towards excesses. The Sadducees, who were unwilling to adopt the Pharisaic rendering of the law, were summoned to appear before the seat of justice and were unsparingly condemned. The anxiety to exalt the law and to banish all opposition in the rival party was so great that upon one occasion Judah ben Tabai had a witness executed who had been convicted of giving false testimony in a trial for a capital crime. He was, in this instance, desirous of practically refuting the Sabbath and views, forgetting that he was at the same time breaking the law of the Pharisees. That law required all the witnesses to be convicted of perjury before allowing punishment to be inflicted. And, as one witness alone could not establish an accusation, so one witness alone was not punished with 54, but the two chiefs were so clean-handed that Simon ben Shtach did not fail to afraid his calling on account of advisers, and Judah ben Tabai evinced the profoundest remorse at the shedding of the innocent blood of the executed witness by resigning his office of president and by making a public acknowledgement of his contrition. A favorite maxim of Judah ben Tabai reveals his gentle disposition. Consider accused persons as lawbreakers only whilst before you for judgment. The moment that is rendered, look upon them as innocent. Simon ben Shtach, who succeeded Judah as president of the council, does not seem to have relaxed in severity towards the offenders of the law. The rare case of witchcraft was once brought before him, when 8 women were condemned for the offense, and crucified in Ascalon. On account of his unsparing severity, Simon ben Shtach brought upon himself such hatred of his opponents that they determined upon a fearful revenge. They incited 2 false witnesses to accuse his son of a crime punishable with death, in consequence of which he was actually condemned to die. On his way to the place of execution, the young man uttered such vehement protestations of innocence that at last the witnesses themselves were affected, and confessed to their tissue of falsehoods. But when the judges were about to set free the condemned, the prisoners sought to drew their attention to their violation of the law, which enjoined that no relief was to be given witnesses who withdrew their previous testimony. If you wish, said the condemned youth to his father, that the salvation of Israel should be wrought by your hand, consider me but the threshold over which he must pass without compunction. Both father and son showed themselves worthy of their sublime task, that of guarding the integrity of the law. For to uphold one sacrifice 55 his life, and the other, is eternal love. Simon, the judge and Brutus, let the law pursue its course, although he, as well as all the judges, were convinced of his son's innocence. The severity of the Pharisees' Sanhedrin had naturally not spared the leaders of the Sadducees. Diet James, the papers of Alexander, and a number of others who had advised or authorized the execution of the 800 Pharisees, executed this act of cruelty with their lives. The most distinguished of the Sadducees began to be uneasy at this constant persecution. They felt the sword of justice hanging over their heads, ready to descend upon them if they were guilty of the slightest infringement of the law. In fear of their mind, they turned to Alexander's second son, Aristobulus, who, without being warned of the Sadducees, was prepared to be the protector of their party. He sent their chiefs to Alexandria, commending them warmly to her mercy. When they appeared before the king, they reminded her of their services to the late king, and of the terror with which their name had once inspired Judea's neighbors, and they threatened to offer their valuable services to the then king or resort to the Syrian monarch. They implored the queen to grant them a safe retreat in some fortress where they would not be under the constant supervision of the Pharisees. The gentle-hearted queen was so much moved by the tears of these gray-haired warriors that she entrusted them with the command of most of the fortresses, reserving, however, the 3 strongest Irpine, Alexandrian, and Makas. No political events of any great importance occurred during Alexander's reign. Tigris, king of Armenia, master of nearly the whole of Syria, had threatened to invade some of the Judean provinces which had formerly belonged to the Syrian kingdom. The proximity of this ruler had greatly alarmed the queen, and she endeavored by gentle words and fierce gestures with his presence to prevent a contest with his powerful Armenian king. Tigris had received the Judean embassy, and accepted the queen's gifts most courteously, and would hardly have prevented him from moving upon Jed, had he not been compelled to devote himself to the defense of his own country from the attack of the Roman commander Lucullus 69. Alexander felt hope real, and put on this occasion the status of entanglements. The violent and ambitious Aristobulus, supposing that his mother destined his weak brother Hyrcanus as her successor, left the capital secretly, and arriving at the Parthian fortress of Cavada in the neighborhood of Sepphoris, upon the friendship of whose governor, the Sadducee Gallus, he could rely, insisted upon its being entirely given up to him. He garrisoned the mercenaries, furnished by some of the minor Syrian Transjordanic princes in the lower hordes of Trachonitis, and was thus enabled to hold a large force at his command. Hyrcanus and the chiefs of the Sanhedrin, fearing an impending civil war, entreated of the queen to take measures to prevent it, but without avail. Alexandra bade them trust to the army, to the fortresses that had remained faithful, and to the rich treasury, and devoted herself exclusively to preparation for death. She expired soon after, in the year 69, leaving her influential kingdom to all the horrors of the civil war which arose from the east where their very one enemies. Alone Alexandra had reigned for only 9 years. She had witnessed the happy days of the people's freedom, and, when lying on her deathbed, may have felt in her troubled soul the presentiment that the coming night of slavery was at hand. She was the only queen in Judean history whose name has been handed down to us for generations, and she was also the last independent ruler of them. 57. Chapter 3 the second Aristobulus second eldest in hand for the throne. Arrangement between the brothers. Even and Antipater. Hyrcanus' weakness. Already besieges Jerusalem. Interference of Rome. Pompey at Jerusalem. The Judean colony in Rome. Flaccus in Asia Minor. Cicero's oration against the Judeans. Leaving of the power of the Sanhedrin. Joia and Abtalion. Violent death of Aristobulus and his son Alexander. Julius Caesar and the Judeans. Antipater's son Tassel and Herod. Herod before the Sanhedrin. Operation of Cassius and Judd. Melic. Antigonus as king. Herod escapes to Rome. 69-40 BCE. When Providence has decreed that the state shall be destroyed, no event is more certain to hasten its fall than the contentions between 2 rival parties for the possession of the throne. The noblest upholders of the nation's rights are then invariably arrayed against each other, until at last the civil wars in which they are engaged are usually referred to some foreign ruler, whose yoke is all the more galling as he appears invariably in the light of a peacemaker with the olive branch in his hand. The death of the queen gave the first incentive to the war which broke out between the two brothers and divided the nation into two camps. To Hyrcanus II, her eldest son, the dying mother had, in right of his birth, bequeathed the throne. He, whose virtues would have raised the modest life of a private individual, but who would have been but an indifferent ruler even in a peaceful era, was certainly not fated to govern in troubled times. He did more harm by his good nature than many another could do by acts of tyranny. His younger brother was the direct opposite to him in character. Hyrcanus' cowardice contrasted vividly with the reckless courage of Aristobulus, a quality in which he resembled his father Alexander. Added to this, he possessed unlimited ambition, which blinded him to practical considerations and quitted him only with his last breath. His aim was to be the mighty ruler of Jove, and it only left his command to make the neighboring countries subject to their rule. His rash impetuosity prevented him from being successful, and, instead of gathering laurels, he brought only contempt upon himself and his nation. Hardly had Alexander expired when Aristobulus, at the head of his mercenaries and Satic and followers, marched upon Jerusalem for the purpose of dethroning his brother. Upon Hyrcanus' side were ranged the Pharisees, the people of the army. The wife and children of Aristobulus had been imprisoned as hostages in the citadel of Ares in Jerusalem. The brothers met at Jericho, each at the head of his army. Hyrcanus was defeated and fled to Jerusalem, the greater number of his troops going over to Aristobulus. The younger brother attacked and took the temple, where many of his opponents had sought refuge. Hyrcanus was obliged to lay down his arms when he saw that the invader was master of the sanctuary and the capital. The two brothers met again, agreed upon making peace, and signed their covenant to the temple. Aristobulus, as the one more capable of ruling, was to wear the royal crown, whilst Hyrcanus was to retain the high priest's stipend. This agreement was ratified by the marriage of Aristobulus' son Alexander to Alexandra, daughter of Hyrcanus. Aristobulus II, who had attained royal dignity by a successful stroke of arms, does not appear to have in any way accepted the splendor of the Pharisees. The position of the two parties in Judah now assumed a different character, and they might have become extinct as parties, had it not been for the 59 advent of a man whose measureless ambition and personal interest brought him to the fore, and who, together with his family, became the vampire of the nation, sucking its noblest blood away. This man was Antipater, the descendant of the distinguished Agamemnon family, who, in common with all other Agamemnons, had been compelled by John Hyrcanus to accept Judaism. Never had a mistaken action found its punishment more surely and swiftly. The fanaticism of Hyrcanus was now to bring ruin upon his house and family. The wealth and diplomatic talents of Antipater had raised him to the post of satrapalism during the reign of Alexander Janus and Otismene. His courteous acts and generous presence had won the affections not only of his countrymen, but also those of the inhabitants of Gaza and Palestine. Hyrcanus II, who required divine and forces, bestowed his confidence upon Antipater, molded it, and exerted his influence to his own advantage. The Union lost no opportunity of reminding Hyrcanus of the degrading part that he had to play in having been called to the throne only through an English to his younger brother. So successfully did Antipater work upon his schemes, making him believe that Aristobulus was actually famine in death, that Hyrcanus was continuing to breaking the covenant to his sworn and calling the foreign ruler to sign between the claims of the two brothers. Antipater had laid his plans beforehand with Ares, king of Hyrcanus. He fled one night from Jerusalem, when Hyrcanus was and allowed that he was marching ahead of him to the capital of Rome. Already was ready to hold Hyrcanus, having been received by Antipater, and having bought a great capturing 12 cities east and south of the Dead Sea, which had been bought so dearly by Ahasuerus. He marched, therefore, upon Joppa, an army of 50,060 men, whose numbers were augmented by the followers of Hyrcanus. Thus the peace which the nation had enjoyed for nearly 3 years was disturbed for many a long day by the scheming ambition of Antipater and the boundless folly of Hyrcanus. Already laid siege to Jerusalem in the beginning of the spring. To escape so deplorable a sight, many of the most distinguished Judeans, probably some of the Pharisaic leaders amongst them, fled from the capital to Egypt. The siege lasted for several months, the strong walls of the city to a certain extent making up for the insufficient numbers of Aristobulus' warriors. But provisions began to fail, and, what was a far more serious consideration for the pious Judeans, the animals necessary for sacrificial purposes, particularly for the coming paschal feast, were sensibly diminishing. But Aristobulus relied, and rightly so, upon the piety of the Judean besiegers, who would not dare refuse the required victims for the altar. He ordered baskets to be lowered each day from the walls, containing the price of the lambs that were placed in the basket, and would not have been returned. But as the siege dragged on, and as the end seemed far off, some councilor near and did with Antipater advised Hyrcanus to hurry on the final scene, and to his expense supplying the sacrificial lamb. The basket that was lowered after this advice had been tendered was found to contain, when received within the city walls, a pig. This insult to the law created a feeling of disgust amongst the besieged, and so deeply affected that subsequently the breeding of swine was forbidden by the Sanhedrin. The adherents of Hyrcanus were guilty of yet another enormity. Amongst those who had left the besieged city was a pious man called Mendes, who had most successfully prayed for rain with God. The soldiers of Hyrcanus dragged him from the 61 solitary tree, and waiting that heaven would again answer his prayer, commanded him to pronounce a curse upon Aristobulus and his followers. But instead of giving them to curse, the old man exclaimed with fitting dignity, Lord of the universe, as the besieged and the besiegers both belong to thy people, I entreat of thee not to grant the evil prayers of either party. The poor soldiers did not understand feelings that prompted such words, and murdered him as if he had been a criminal. In this way they copied the silences for the Jews, trying to protest against the civil war. With all the mighty guns of the land to fight all right and proper being, the people were grievously distressed, and believed that the earthquake and the hurricane that devastated Palestine and other parts of Asia at that time were the visible signs of divine wrath. But more terrible than earthquake or hurricane was the harbinger of evil that appeared in judges, their beast of fire and teeth, brazen paws, and heart of stone, that was to devour much, and trample the rest underfoot, which came to the Judean nation, to drink its blood, to eat its flesh and to suck its marrow. The hour had struck when the Roman eagle, with swift flight, was to swoop down upon Israel's inheritance, circling wildly round the bleeding nation, lacerating her with cruel wounds and finally leaving her a corpse. Like inexorable fate, Rome watched over the destinies of the people of Western Asia, plundering, dividing and destroying. Judd was destined to the same lot. The bird of prey sent its booty from the car with astonishing precision, and hastened to put out the last spark of life. It came to Judd for the first time in the person of Sporus, a legate of Pompey. In leaving for Asia, Sporus hoped to exchange an insignificant position in his own country for powerful and foreign lands. He had hoping that in Syria he might acquire wealth and honor, but finding the country already in possession of other lords of rage, he turned his attention to Kiev, where he was warmly welcomed by the rival brothers, who looked upon him as an arbitrator in their difficulties. They both sent ambassadors to meet him, and as they knew that the Romans were not new and old, they took care not to appear empty-handed before him. But Aristobulus' wish prevailed. He sent 300 talents, whilst Hyrcanus, or more properly speaking Antipater, gave little
Shaka
assistance.
Khan.
Roman was supported well with the Greek Horus. The Republic, fearing the growth of his power, began by insisting that he and king should retire from the civil war in Palestine. Horus was therefore able to command Aretas to raise the siege of Jerusalem. Aretas complied, but was overtaken with his army at Rabbath by the troops of Aristobulus and defeated. For the moment Aristobulus went dancing that he was the victorious monarch of the direction that Roman statesmanship had taken, and the slow, deliberate movements that the command upon the employed against Mithridates, lulled him into the delusion that his monarchy was one of lasting duration. A lover of war like his father, he began immediately to make inroads into neighboring provinces, and also organized a fleet for warlike purposes. For 2 years Aristobulus nursed his vain dream, and he may even have wished to establish a show of independence by ordering, during this interval, coins to be struck in his name. But Antipater's inventive genius soon dissipated the spring. For in the arts of bribery and diplomacy he was far superior to Aristobulus. Antipater had already induced Scourus to side with Hyrcanus, and to win for him the favor of Pompey, who was at this time gathering royals in Syria. Pompey looked upon the quarrel between the two brothers as an excellent 63 means for adding another conquest to his long lists of triumphs. Although Aristobulus had made him a magnificent gift, valuable in point of art as a defensive merit, the contest had not been brought to an end. This gift consisted of a golden vine, bearing clusters of golden grapes and golden leaves, valued at 500 talents, and it had probably been designed by King Alexander for the adornment of the temple. This work of art aroused the admiration of all those who saw it, and for that reason Pompey hastened to send it to Rome, where it was placed in the temple of Jupiter on the Capitol, as the harbinger of his triumphs. But the pious Hyrcanus, naturally, would not allow their own sanctuary to be deprived of such adornment, and spontaneously made contributions, some for golden grapes, others for golden leaves. So that another golden vine, in later days, graced the outer courts of the temple. Although Pompey's vanity was flattered by this magnificent present, he was far from deciding in favor of the donor. He had the insolence to command Antipater and Nicanor, the 2 envoys of the rival brothers, to bid their masters appear in person at Damascus, where the next question should be discussed, and where he would decide in favor of one of the 2 princes. In sight of the deep humiliation which each felt, both Hyrcanus and Aristobulus appeared, and upheld their individual claims. The one resting upon his right to birth, the other upon his capacity for governing. But a third party had also appeared before Pompey, which was to represent the right of the nation apart from the angry princes. Weary of the hassle and quarrels, a Republican party had sprung up, which was ready to govern the Judean community, according to the letter of the law, without an hereditary sovereign. The Republicans especially complained that the last of the 64 Hasmoneans had changed the Judean form of government from a hierarchy to a monarchy, in order to reduce the nation to servitude. Pompey, however, gave ear neither to the murmurs of the Republicans nor to the arguments of the 2 brothers. It was not his intention to put an end to the strife. What he desired was, in the guise of a peaceful arbitrator, to bring Jude under the Roman rule. He soon saw that the weak-minded Hyrcanus under the tutelage of a divine minister would be better adapted for the part of a lord of Rome than the daring Aristobulus, and he inwardly determined to support the weaker prince. But as he feared that by too rash a decision he would only be involved in a long contest with Aristobulus in an inaccessible country, and that he would only delay his triumphal entry into Rome, he endeavored to put off the younger brother with anti-promises. Aristobulus, however, saw through the snare that was prepared for him, and determined to make sure of his freedom whilst there was yet time. He, therefore, entrenched himself in the citadel of Alexandria, intending to oppose the invasion of the enemy from the walls of the fortress. But Roman greed of conquest was now to manifest itself in all its abhorrent nakedness. The Roman commander was pleased to look upon this prince's justifiable act of self-defense as evidence of insubordination, and to treat him as an obstinate rebel. He crossed the Jordan at Bethshan, and taking the field against Aristobulus, commanded him to surrender, following up this command by a series of delusive promises and serious threats, such as would have induced a more wily man to take a false step. The unfortunate prince surrendered the fortress of Alexandria, but soon repenting of his folly, returned to entrench himself behind the strong walls of the city of Jerusalem, whither Pompey followed him. When the Roman 65 commander arrived at Jericho he heard, to his infinite satisfaction, of the suicide of Mithridates, the great and dangerous enemy of the Roman state, and he felt that he had now only to subdue Aristobulus before celebrating his triumphs in Rome. It seemed as if this end would be easily attained. For Aristobulus, impelled by fear, came penitently to the feast of Pompey, loading him with presents, and promising to deliver Jerusalem into his hands. For this purpose Aristobulus started with the crowd, accompanied by the legate Rutinius. But their advance was repelled by the Patriots, who closed the gates of Jerusalem upon them, and Pompey was compelled to lead his army against the city. The Hyrcanists, or lovers of peace, as they were called, opened their gates to the enemy. But the Patriots entrenched themselves upon the mounts of the sanctuary, and destroying the bridge that connected the temple with the town, prepared for a desperate defense. Pompey, much against his will, found that he was involved in a regular siege, the temple not being strongly fortified. Then he sent to Tyre for his battering rams, and ordered trees to be felled for bridging over the moats. The siege lasted for a long while, and might have continued still longer, had not the storming of the fortress been rendered easier to the besiegers by the Patriots' strict observance of the Sabbath day. In accordance with either a Pharisaic or a Sabbath rendering of the law, the besieged declared that they were permitted to resist an attack of the invaders on the Sabbath, but that they were infringing upon the sanctity of that day if they merely defended the walls from the enemy's onslaughts. As soon as the Romans were aware of this distinction, they turned it to their own advantage. They let their weapons rest on the Sabbath day, and worked steadily at the demolishing of the walls. Thus it happened that upon one Sabbath, in 66 the month of Sivan June, 63 BC, a tower of the temple fell, and a breach was effected by which the most daring of the Romans prepared the way for entering the sanctuary. The legions of Rome and the foreign mercenaries crowded into the court of the temple, and killed the priests as they stood sacrificing before the altar. Many of the unfortunate victims threw themselves headlong from the battlements into the depths below, whilst others lit their own funeral pyre. It is believed that 12,000 Judeans met their death upon this day. Pompey then penetrated into the sanctuary, in order to satisfy his curiosity as to the nature of the Judean worship, about which the most contradictory reports prevailed. The Roman general was not a little astonished at finding within the sacred recesses of the Holy of Holies neither an ass's head nor, indeed, images of any sort. Thus the malicious fictions busily circulated by Alexandrian writers, and of a character so prejudicial to the Judaeans, were now shown to be false. The entrance of the Roman conqueror into the temple, though deplorable enough, was in a way favorable to Judaism. Whether he was penetrated by awe at the sublime simplicity of the Holy of Holies, or whether he did not wish to be designated as the ruler of sanctuaries, we know not. But, wonderful to relate, Pompey controlled his greed for gold and left the treasury, containing 2,000 talents, untouched. But the independence of the nation ceased forever from their power. Exactly a century after the Maccabees had freed their people from the tyranny of the Syrians, their descendants brought down the tyranny of the Romans upon Jud. What did Hyrcanus gain by a supplication prayed from the Republic? Pompey deprived him of his royal title, only leaving him the dignity of the high priesthood, with the doubtful appellation of ethnarch, and made him lord of Antipater, who 67 was named governor of the country. The walls of Jerusalem were razed to the ground, Jud put into the category of conquered provinces, and a tax was levied upon the capital. The territory was brought within narrower confines, and its extent became once more what it had been pre-Hasmonean times. Several seaports lying along the coast, and inhabited by Greeks, as well as those Transjordanic towns which Hyrcanus and Alexander had conquered after hard fighting, and had incorporated with Jud, were declared to be free towns by Pompey, and were placed under the guardianship of the Roman governor of Syria. But these cities, particularly the Transjordanic ones, joined together in a defensive and defensive league, calling themselves the Decapolis. Pompey ordered the most determined of his prisoners of war, the zealots, to be executed, whilst the rest were taken to Rome. The Judean prince, Aristobulus, his son Antigonus, his 2 daughters, and his uncle Absalom were forced to precede Pompey's triumphal car, in the train of the conquered Asiatic kings and kings' sons. Whilst Time veiled her head in mourning, Rome was reveling in her victories. But the Judean prisoners that had been dragged to Rome were to become the nucleus of a community destined to carry on a new kind of warfare against long-established Roman institutions, and ultimately to modify or partly destroy them. There were, without doubt, many Judeans living in Rome and in other Italian cities before Pompey's conquests, who may have emigrated into Italy from Egypt and Asia Minor for commercial objects. As merchants, bringing grain from the Nile country, or tribute money from Asia Minor, they may have come into contact with the Roman potentates. But these emigrants could hardly have formed a regular communal organization, for there were no authorized teachers of the law amongst them. Probably, however, 68 some learned men may have followed in Pompey's train of captives, who were ransomed by their compatriots, and persuaded to remain in Rome. The descendants of these prisoners were called according to Roman law liberally the freed ones. The Judean quarter in Rome lay upon the right bank of the Tiber, on the slope of Mount Vatican, and a bridge leading across that river to the Vatican was known for a long while by the name of the Bridge of the Judeans Hans Judrum. Davis, one of the Judeans settled in Rome, introduced into his own community a substitute for the paschal lamb, which could not be eaten outside of Jerusalem, and the loss of which was a greater deprivation to the exiles. This aroused the displeasure of the Judeans in the home country, who wrote to Thebes, "If thou wert not Thebes, we should excommunicate thee." The Roman Judeans influenced, to a certain extent, the course of Roman policy. Whereas the original immigrants, as well as the ransomed captives, enjoyed the power of voting in public assemblies, they were able at times, by their combined action on a preconcerted plan, by their assiduity, by their tempered and passionless conception of the situation, perhaps also by their keen intelligence, to turn the scale upon some popular question. So important was their quiet influence that the eloquent but intolerant Cicero, who had learned to hate the Judeans from his master Apollonius Volo, was afraid on one occasion to give vent to his anti-Judean feelings in a public speech, for fear of stirring them up against him. He had to defend the unjust cause of Pyrrho or Flaccus, who was accused of having been guilty of numerous extortions during his government of the Asia Minor provinces. Amongst other things, Flaccus had seized upon the votive offerings of the temple or Judum given by the community of Asia Minor about 260,900 pounds of gold, collected by the Judean inhabitants of the towns of Apamea, Laodicea, Adrumium, and Pergamus 62. In order to justify his proceedings, Flaccus cited a resolution of the Senate, by which all exportation of money was forbidden from Rome to foreign provinces. And although Jud had been conquered by Roman arms, yet she did not enjoy the honor of being enrolled amongst the provinces of the Republic. The Roman Judeans were intensely interested in this trial, and many of them were present among the populace. The cowardly Cicero was so much afraid of them that he would have liked to speak in a low tone in order to be heard by the judges but not by the Judeans. In the course of his defense he made use of an unworthy piece of sophistry, which might have made an impression upon some bigoted Roman, but which could hardly satisfy an intelligent mind. It requires great decision of character, he said, to oppose the barbaric superstitions of the Judeans and, for the good of our country, to show proper contempt towards these seditious people, who invade our public assemblies. If Pompey did not avail himself of the conqueror's rights, and left the treasures of the temple untouched, we may be sure he did not restrain himself out of reverence for the Judean sanctuary, but out of astuteness, to avoid giving the suspicious and slanderous Judean nation an opportunity of accusing him. For otherwise he would hardly have spared foreign, still less Judean, sanctuaries. When Jerusalem was unconquered, and when the Judeans were living in peace, they displayed a deeply rooted antipathy to the glory of the Roman state, to the dignity of the Roman name, and to the laws of our ancestors. During the last war the Judean nation proved most effectually how bitterly they hate us. How little this nation is beloved by the immortal gods is now evident, as her country is conquered semi and least out. What impression this speech made upon the audience, and what decision was given to Flaccus, are unknown. A year later Cicero was punished by a sentence of banishment. He was not allowed to be seen within 80 miles of Rome, and his oaths were razed to the ground. After Pompey's departure from Syria, the throne imposed upon his Jud became more onerous than before, because she was left in the anomalous condition of a partly conquered province and a partly independent country. The powerful minister of Hyrcanus contributed to make this condition lasting and oppressive. He endeavored to strengthen his connection with Rome by munificent presents, trusting that the Republic would support him, in spite of his unpopularity with the Judean people, who hated him as the cause of their subjection. With the sweat from Jud's brow he sustained the Roman commander Scaurus, who had opened a campaign against the Megathan king, Aretas. Meanwhile Alexander II, the eldest son of Aristobulus, escaping from captivity at Aurelian Jud, gained the support of the patriots, and putting himself at the head of 1,500 horse and 10,000 foot soldiers, marched upon Jerusalem. Hyrcanus, or more properly speaking his master Antipater, could not resist so great a force, and left the capital to Alexander, who entered and had it fortified. The great Roman power fought alternately upon either side, according to the bribes that were offered its officials. Alexander felt so secure of his position that he had coined struck with the following inscription in Greek and Hebrew: King Alexander and High Priest Jonathan. Aulus Gabinius, however, the governor of Syria, and the most unscrupulous of the Roman extortioners of his times, succeeded in ending this revolt and in subduing Alexander. The death stroke that awaited the latter was only warded off by his mother, who, said he wanted raising the knees of the Roman commander, entreated him to show mercy to her son. Gabinius succeeded in weakening the unity of the Judean state, which had of late been so inwardly represented by the last of the Hasmoneans, but the integrity of which had always been so jealously watched over by the Great Council. Jud was no longer to be an independent state with self-governing and legislative powers over the whole country, but was to be divided into 5 provinces, each having its own independent senate or Synhedrion for the control of home affairs. These assemblies were held at specially appointed towns, at Jerusalem, Gaza, Amos, Jericho, and Sepphoris. And Judeans elected from the Elysicite party, who were disposed toward Rome, were placed at the head of these councils. Although the fact of having dismembered the state testified in favor of Gabinius' political insight, yet he deceived himself as regarded the ultimate success of his plans. As the Synhedrion had grown out of the innermost life of the whole nation and had not been forced to quantify outside influences, it was no easy matter to break its centralized power. The new scheme of dividing Judah into 5 provinces was hardly introduced before it disappeared with Gabinius, leaving no trace of its existence. The Great Council remained as for the heart of the people, but its power was lessened by unfavorable circumstances. From that time it was called the Synhedrion, and to distinguish it from the small councils, the Great Synhedrion. But it did not boast of any political power, for that was now entirely in the hands of the Romans. Simon Bench, the celebrated president of the council, was succeeded by his 2 most distinguished disciples, Shemaiah Samnius and Abtalion Paulian. We can trace the despairing sentiments of a generation in some of the sayings which have been 72 handed down to us, but I handicap the Shumber. Estranged myself from worldly power. He proved to the words, said Abtalion to the lawbringers. Do not bring upon yourselves the penalty of exile, for your disciples would have to follow you into a land full of ensnaring influences, poisonous waters which they would imbibe, and the sacred name of God would be ruined and taken. These 2 presidents of the Synhedrion seem to have been Alexandrian Judeans, or at least they must have spent some years of exile in Alexandria, perhaps with their master Judah ben Chaggai. During their 25 years of official life 60-35, now the political power of the Synhedrion was waning, and their energy appears to have been directed towards a similar moral power. They assembled a circle of eager disciples around them, to whom they taught the tenets of the law, their origin and application. They were indeed credited after ages with so profound knowledge of the law, that besides Shemaiah or Abtalion in support of interpretation was considered indisputable proof of its accuracy. One of their most distinguished and most grateful disciples called them the 2 great men of the era, and the peculiarly careful study of law, for which the Pharisees became so deeply cultivated, may be said to have originated with them. For some little time the history of Jud contains nothing but accounts of insubordination to Roman despotism and its unhappy consequences, of scenes of oppression and robbery, and of mass spoliation of the temple. Aristobulus, who had succeeded in escaping from Rome with his son Antigonus, now appeared in Jud. The rule of the Romans was of so going a character that Aristobulus, who had not been a favorite in the old days, was now received with unbounded enthusiasm. Sufficient arms could not be procured for the volunteers 73 who flocked to his camp. He was joined by Pithalos, the Judean commander, who had once served as a general to Hyrcanus. Aristobulus placed himself at the head of 8,000 men, and began immediately to garrison the citadel of Alexandria, whence he hoped to exhaust the Romans by guerrilla warfare. But his impatient temper led him into open battle, in which a large part of his army was utterly destroyed, and the rest scattered. Still unsubdued, Aristobulus threw himself with the remnant of his followers into the citadel of Naupactus, but at the approach of the Romans with their battered guns he was obliged to capitulate, and for the second time sent with his sons into captivity at Rome 56. Another insurrection, organized by his son Alexander, who had obtained his freedom from the then all-powerful Pompey, was doomed to come to as disastrous a termination. Nailed by the oppression of the governor of Syria, the inhabitants of that unfortunate country sent an army of 30,000 men to join Alexander. And commenced by killing all the Romans who came in their way, Gabinius' sisters not being strong enough to oppose them. But the governor craftily succeeded in detaching some of Alexander's followers from his ranks, and then tempted the Judean prince into open battle. At Mount Tabor in 55, the Judeans were signally defeated. Meanwhile, the 3 most veteran men of Rome aligned CR, distinguished by his brilliant sagacity, Pompey by his martial renown, and Crassus by his boundless wealth had agreed to break the power of the Senate, and to manage the affairs of the state according to their own will. The triumvirate began by dividing the fair's lands into provinces, which they separately appropriated. Syria fell to the share of Crassus, who was intensely avaricious in spite of his vast riches. So from this time on was annexed to Syria quite as a matter of 74 years. Crassus went out of his way, when marching against the Parthians, he entered Jerusalem, being tempted here by the rich treasury of the temple. He made no secret of his wish to seize upon the 2,000 talents that Pompey had spared. In order to satisfy his greed, a pious priest delivered up to him a solid bar of gold, the existence of which, given as it was in the hollow staff of curiously hard wood, had been unknown to the priests. Upon the receipt of this gift, Crassus swore solemnly that he would spare the treasury of the temple. But when was a promise known to be binding that was made by a Roman to a Judean? He took the golden bar, the 2,000 talents, and all the golden vessels of the temple, which were worth another 8,000 talents 54. Along with these and other spoils of the sanctuary, Crassus marched against the Parthians. But the Roman arms had always failed to subdue this people. Crassus was slain, and his army was so entirely disabled that his legate, Cassius Longinus, returned to Syria with scarcely the 10th part of the army of 100,000 men 53. The Parthians pursued the weakened army, and the Syrians, weary of the Roman yoke, fled them secretly. To the Judeans this seemed an auspicious moment also for their own emancipation. It fell to Pithalos to call the army together, which he led against Cassius. Which, however, always deserted the Judean army when they were turned against the Romans. Shut up in Dyrrhachium on the lake of Tiberias, the troops were obliged to surrender. Upon the urgent demand of Antipater, Pithalos was sentenced to death by Cassius, and 30,000 Judean warriors were sold into slavery 52. But the imprisoned Aristobulus looked forward once again to the hope of placing himself upon his father's throne and of banishing Antipater into 75 obscurity. Julius Caesar, the greatest man that Rome ever produced, had openly defied the Senate, and broken with his associate Pompey. A bitter strife between the 2 Roman potentates lit the torch of war in the most distant provinces of the Roman Empire. Caesar had given Aristobulus his freedom, and in order to weaken Pompey's influence, had sent him with 2 legions to Palestine to create a diversion in his favor. But the partisans of Pompey contrived to poison the Judean prince. His followers embalmed his body in honey and carried it to Jerusalem, where it was buried beside the bodies of the Hasmonean and princes. His eldest son, the gallant Alexander, was decapitated by order of Scipio, a follower of Pompey, at Antioch. The widow of Aristobulus and his surviving son Antigonus found protection with Ptolemy, prince of Chalcis, whose son Philip had fallen in love with Alexandra, the daughter of Aristobulus, and had brought her to his father's courts. But Ptolemy, out of criminal love to his own daughter-in-law, caused his son to be murdered and marry the widow. Antipater continued to be Pompey's faithful ally, until the Roman general met with his land in Egypt. Then he even offered his services to CR. When the great general found himself in Egypt, without sufficient forces, without news from Rome, in the midst of a hostile population, Antipater evinced a touching eagerness to help him, which did not remain unrewarded. He provided the army of CR's ally, Mithridates, king of Pergamus, with all necessaries, and sent him a contingent of Judean troops. He aided him in conquering Jerusalem, and conciliated the Egyptians Judeans who had taken part in the opponent. He was now well able to forego the favor of Pergamus. To no effect did Antigonus, the last surviving son of Aristobulus, seek an interview with CR, in 76 which he dwelt upon his father's and his brother's loyalty to the Roman temple. Antipater had but to display his wounds, which he had received in the very last campaign, to gain the victory over his rival. CR, who was an astute reader of men, and who had himself revolted from the legitimate order of things, knew well enough how to value Antipater's loyalty and energy, and did not support the rightful claims of Antigonus. Out of consideration for Antipater 47, Hyrcanus was proclaimed high priest and ethnarch, and Antiphates was given some relief from her burdens. The walls of Jerusalem were rebuilt. The provinces that formerly belonged to Jud, namely, Galilee, the towns in the plains of Jezreel, and Lydda, were once more made part of her territory. The Judeans were no longer forced to provide winter quarters for the Roman legions, although the landowners were obliged to give the fourth part of their harvest every second year to the Roman troops. CR was altogether benevolent with Judeans, and rewarded them for their loyalty. King Alexander and Judeans were granted many privileges, confirming their long enjoyed equality with the priests, and permitting them to be governed by a prince of their own ethnarch. Money was again liberally provided for the temple. CR enabled the supplies to reach their destination. He prevented the Greek inhabitants of Asia Minor from molesting the Judeans of those provinces, from summoning them to bear the course of justice on the Sabbath, from interfering with their public assemblages and the building of their synagogues, and in general from disturbing them in their religious observances. 47-44. CR must also have extended his generosity to the Judean community in Rome, for they evinced enormous devotion to his memory. But in spite of all these favors, the Judean nation 77 as a whole remained cold and distant. The foreign communities of Judeans saw CR as their benefactor, but the Palestinian Judeans could see in him only the Roman, the patron of the hated men. So applying to the attitude of the nation that Antipater felt himself compelled to threaten the disaffected with the triple wrath of CR, of Hyrcanus and of himself, whilst he promised liberal bounty to the obedient and loyal Judeans. Meanwhile, a small body of men taken from the army of Aristobulus was assembled under the command of Ezekias upon one of the mountain heights of Galilee, where they only awaited an opportune moment for raising the standard of revolt against Rome. The Romans, it is true, only looked upon this little army as a band of robbers, and upon Ezekias as a robber chieftain, but had the ability to defend of their honor and their freedom. For they were deeply mortified that Antipater had placed the reins of government in the hands of his sons, and that he cared only for the growing power of his house. Of the 4 sons born to him by Clypos, the daughter of the king of Arabia, he became Basil, the eldest, governor of Jerusalem and Jud, and the second, Herod, a youth of the age of 20, governor of Galilee. This prince was destined to become the evil genius of the Judean nation. It was he who brought her as a bound captive to Rome. It was he who placed his feet triumphantly upon her neck. Like an ominous cloud weighted down with misfortune, he seems from the very first to have thrown a dark shadow upon the life of the nation, which, as it slowly but surely advanced, quenched all light in gathering darkness and withered all growth, until nothing remained but a scene of desolation. True to his father's policy, Herod began by basically flattering Rome and by losing the Judean spirit. In order to gain favor with CR, and also to establish the immediate security of his family, he undertook a campaign against the followers of Ezekias. He captured the leader of the band, and, without any trial or show of justice, sentenced him and his followers to decapitation. Eager were the words of praise and of thanks awarded to him by the Syrians and the Romans. He was called the lover subduer. But once he was noted with favors by Sextus CR, and the Roman governor of Syria, all true patriots mourned. The bitter degradation which the people suffered at the hands of the Syrian family inspired some of the most distinguished Judeans to lay before the weak-minded Hyrcanus the true state of their own and of their high priest's new position. They explained to him that his dignity was but an empty name, that all real power lay with Antipater and his sons. They pointed to the execution of Ezekias and his followers as an act of gross contempt for the law. These bitter complaints would have had but little effect upon the weak Hyrcanus, and not the mothers of his slain torn his heart with their cries of anguish. Whenever he appeared in the temple they threw themselves before him and entreated him not to let the death of their sons remain unavenged. At last Hyrcanus permitted the Sanhedrin to summon Herod before the seat of justice. But Antipater did not fail to warn his son of the terrible storm that was gathering over his head, and of the danger of entering Jerusalem alone and unarmed. While at the same time he cautioned him not to appear surrounded by too many troops, and so aroused the suspicions of Hyrcanus. Herod appeared at the appointed time, but with an armed escort, and with a letter from Sextus CR, making the king answerable for the life of the favorite. Thus the day arrived for the great trial to which all the inhabitants of Jerusalem were looking forward with feverish impatience. When the members of the 79 court had taken their places, the accused, clad in purple, with a blessed demeanor, and escorted by his followers, appeared before them. At the sight most of the accusers felt their courage fail them. Herod's bitterest enemies looked downcast and shamefaced, and even Hyrcanus was embarrassed. A painful silence ensued, during which each man stood focused. Only one member found words to save the weighing dignity of the council, the president, Shemaiah. Quietly and calmly he spoke. Is it not the intention of the accused to put us to death if we pronounce him guilty? And yet I must blame him less than he and you. He suffers such contempt to be cast upon the law. No, then that he, before whom you are all trembling, will one day deliver you to the sword of the executioner. These words roused the fainting courage of the judges, and they soon showed themselves to be as determined as they had before proved cowardly. But Hyrcanus was afraid of their growing wrath, and commanded the council to adjourn the sitting. Meanwhile Herod withdrew from the anger of the people, and was cordially received at Damascus by Sextus CR, who proclaimed him governor of Syria 46. Overwhelmed with honors, he was on the point of wreaking his vengeance upon the king and the council, when his father and his brother Basil urged him to milder measures. but he silently nursed his revenge, determined to gratify it upon some future occasion. The widespread disturbance occasioned by the murder of CR-44 involved Palestine in new troubles. The Roman Judeans justly were so inconsolable at the death of this great man that they spent several entire nights mourning beside the grave that contained his ashes. The internal struggles, the bloody warfare, the constant proscriptions, were but the labor throes of Rome previous to the aiding order in the order of things. But for Judd they were to a certain extent a fresh attack of a fatal disease. The heads of the Republican Party supplanted those of the Syrian Party, but merely to be supplanted by them again in a short time. And this was the case not only in Judd, but in various parts of the Roman Empire. The Republican, Cassius Longinus, had arrived in Syria for the purpose of raising troops and money, and demanded that Judd should supply him with 700 talents. Cassius was in desperate haste, for any moment might deprive him of the supreme power with which he ruled at that time over persons and events in Syria. Thus he threw the inhabitants of all Palestinian cities into chains and sold them into slavery, because their contributions were not delivered quickly enough. The eyes of the unfortunate monarch, Hyrcanus, were opened at last to the fact that the Ottomans were seeking only their own interest under the cloak of warm partisanship for his cause. He began to be suspicious in his dealings with them, and turned for support to a true and faithful friend, Malik, who had long since recognized the duplicity of the Ottomans. As yet Hyrcanus knew nothing of the fiendish plot by which he was to be dethroned, and which was to raise Herod, by the help of the Roman legions, to the throne of Judah. But this rumor had reached the ears of Malik. Determined to rid the king of the hated Antipater, he contrived to poison him when he was feasting on a banquet with Hyrcanus 43. In cutting at the root, he failed, however, to destroy the growing evil, for Herod surpassed his father, not only in determination and audacity, but also in decency. He avenged the death of Antipater by the assassination of Malik. All attempts to find the Ottoman brothers were unsuccessful. Even when Herod fell suddenly and grievously ill, Basil was fortunate enough to subdue his enemies. A plot conceived by Antigonus, the son of Aristobulus 81I, supported by his kinsman Ptolemy of Chalcis, to deprive the Ottomans of their power, failed at once, and Herod compelled Hyrcanus to crown him with the garland of victory when he made his entry into Jerusalem. As a means of disarming this terrible and mighty prince, Hyrcanus tried to attach him to his house, by betrothing him to his granddaughter Mariamne, celebrating history no less for her beauty than for her misfortunes. The victim was to be bound to the execution by the bonds of marriage, and her own mother, Alexandra, helped to bring about this miserable alliance. Fortune smiled so persistently upon the Ottoman that all changes in the political world, however they might appear to damage his cause, only gave him greater power. The Republican army was completely routed at 1442. Romulus, Brutus, and Cassius committed suicide, and the Roman world lay at the feet of the second triumvirate Fabius, Antony, and Lepidus. Herod and Cassius looked upon these changes with a troubled eye. Or had they not displayed the warmest zeal for the opponents of the triumvirate? Besides this, some of the Judean nobles had hurried forth to meet the victor Antony in Bithynia, carrying to him their defense of the capacity of the Ottoman brothers. But Herod soon found the means to scatter the clouds. He also appeared before Antony with a smooth tongue and ready money. Antony did not fail to remember that he had formerly tasted of Antipater's hospitality. He turned the letter to the Judean nobles, and dismissed Herod with marks of favor. The voice of the nation, which made itself heard through its ambassadors, was no longer heeded. Antony sentenced some of the unfortunate envoys to be thrown into prison, and others to be executed, whilst he proclaimed the two Ottoman brothers owners of Judd, with the title Tetrarch. 82 at one time it seemed as if this constant good fortune were about to desert the Ottoman brothers and to return to the Hasmonean house. The Parthians, stimulated by the fugitive Roman leaders, had made, under the command of their king son Pacorus, and his commander, Arzathorns, an inroad into Asia Minor and Syria, whilst Mark Antony was battling at the court of the bewitching Queen Cleopatra. The Parthians, heading into the Roman Republic, were also violently antagonistic to Herod and Basil. They became doubly so on account of their connection with Lysanias, the son of Ptolemy, who was related to the house of Aristobulus, and who had promised great rewards to the Parthian commanders if they would sweep the hated brothers out of the way, dethrone Hyrcanus, and crown Antigonus. The Parthians agreed to this scheme, and, dividing their army into two detachments, marched by the seacoast and the inland road upon Jerusalem. At every step they were met and fed by Judean troops, who helped strip them in their haste to arrive at the capital. Upon entering Jerusalem they besieged the Hasmonean palace, and flocked to the mount of the temple. The common people, in spite of being unarmed, supported the invaders. The festival of Pentecost was at hand, and the crowd of worshippers from all parts of the world streamed into Jerusalem. They also declared themselves in favor of Antigonus. The Ottomans held the palace and its fortress, and the invaders, the city. Hyrcanus and Basil were at last persuaded by Pacorus, the king's cupbearer, to go as envoys of peace to the general, Arzathorns, whilst Herod was closely watched. Upon arriving at Attica, the two unfortunate ambassadors were thrown into prison, where Basil committed suicide, and where Hyrcanus had his ears mutilated, in order to incapacitate him thereafter from holding his priestly office. Plots were also laid to ensure the downfall of 83 Herod, but, warned by some faithful followers of his brother, he contrived to escape from his palace at night. Accompanied by his bride Mariamne, and by the female members of his family, he hurried to the fortress Masada, which he left in command of his brother Joseph, retiring first into Arabia, then into Egypt, and finally to Rome. He was followed by the execration of the people. Antigonus was now proclaimed king of Judd. The Parthians carrying off Hyrcanus to Babylon, and feeling himself to be in truth a monarch, he had then struck his leader in Greek names, Matapius, high priest, and the commonwealth of the Judeans, and also King Antigonus. The Parthian auxiliary troops were dismissed, and Antigonus destroyed the last of the Roman contingent that still held some of the fortresses in Palestine. So Judd was once more free from foreign soldiery, and could indulge in the sweet dream of regained independence after 30 hard years of eternal troubles and terrible warfare. 84. Traffic for Antigonus and Herod. Weakness of Antigonus and Herod's strength of character. Contest for the throne. Herod becomes king. Restrictions and confiscations. Herod's policy. Abolition of the hereditary tenure of the high priesthood. Death of the high priest Aristobulus. War with the Arabians. The earthquake. Death of the last of the Hasmoneans. Hillel becomes the head of the Sanhedrin. The system of tradition. Menahem Yassin. Shema and the school. Mariamne. Herod's magnificence and passion for building. Herod rebuilds the temple. Herod executes his sons Alexander and Aristobulus. Antipater and his intrigues. The Pharisees under Herod. The destruction of the Roman eagle. Execution of Antipater and death of Herod. 40-3 BCE. It is certain that Judge derived her greatness and independence rather from the tact and foresight of the first Hasmonean than from her skill in arms. And in like manner she suffered humiliation and bondage from the short-sightedness of the last Hasmonean kings, who did not understand how to make use of the advantages within their grasp. Events were most favorable for Antigonus to acquire extended power. The Roman leaders were violently opposed to one another. The provinces in the east, unimportant in the eyes of Octavius, were looked upon by Antony as the abode of luxury and pomp rather than as an arena for warlike achievements. The soft arms of Cleopatra had made the rough couch of the war goddess distasteful to him. The Parthians, who hated the breed of Rome, had valiantly repulsed her troops. Had Antigonus understood how to keep alive the hatred of the people towards the Aegean house, the Romans themselves would have courted him as an ally instead of shunning him as an enemy, so eager were they for aid find assistance in staying the progress of the Parthians. The mountain tribes of Galilee had already declared in favor of Antigonus. And Sepphoris, one of their cities, had been converted into an arsenal. Besides, the caves of Arbela sheltered numerous bands of fleet-eaters, who might have proved dangerous to the enemy's rear. But Antigonus was neither statesman nor general. He did not know how to turn to account the varied material which he had at hand. The whole of his strength was frittered away upon trivial races. His leading passion was revenge which he meditated against Herod and his brothers, and this retarded instead of stimulating his activity. He did not know how to rise to the truly royal height whence he could look down with contempt instead of with hatred upon the Aegean upstarts. During his reign, which lasted 3 years and a half 40-37, he undertook nothing great or decisive, although the Roman officers, who for the sake of appearances pretended to support Herod, in point of fact usually occupied a neutral position. Even amongst his own people Antigonus did not know the secret of winning men of influence in his cause so that they would stand to fall with him. The very leaders of the Sanhedrin, Shemaiah and Abtalion, urged to Herod on account of his overwhelming audacity, were not partisans of Antigonus. It is somewhat difficult to understand entirely the reason of this aversion to Hasmonean enemy. Had Antigonus professed allegiance to Seth and principles, or was there personal jealousy between the representatives of the royal power and the teachers of the law? We are led to believe from one circumstance, insignificant in itself, that he was originated from the latter cause. It happened once, upon the day of atonement, that the entire congregation, according to custom, had followed the high priest, Antigonus, at the close of the divine service, 86 from the temple to his own residence. On the way they met the two Sanhedrin, Shemaiah and Abtalion. They quitted their priestly to form an escort for their beloved teachers of the law. Antigonus, vexed at his apparent insult, expressed his displeasure to the Sanhedrists by ironical orisons, which they returned in the same offensive way. This unfortunate variance with the most influential men, coupled with Antigonus' lack of generalship and statecraft, brought misfortune upon himself, his house and the nation. His rival Herod, who possessed all those qualities in which he was deficient, was a man of a different stamp. When fortune frowned upon him for a time, he could always win back her smiles. His flight from Jerusalem had been so desperate for him that at one moment he contemplated suicide. His design to make an ally of him had been failed. He wandered through the Judean desert, and out past Candace, but yet unbroken, and revolving far-reaching streets. He turned to Egypt. There Cleopatra offered to make him general of her army, but he refused, for he still clung to the hope of bearing the crown of her. He took ship for Rome, and after being tempest tossed and narrowly escaping shipwreck, he arrived at his destination at a favorable moment when Octavius and Antony had once more agreed upon the condition treaty. He found no difficulty in persuading Antony that he could render him great service in repulsing the Parthians, and he convinced him that Antigonus, raised to the throne of the Parthians, would always be an implacable enemy to Romans. Antony was completely deceived by the craft and subtlety of Herod. He spoke favorably of him to Octavius, who dared not refuse him anything. Thus within 7 days, Herod succeeded in having the Senate proclaim him king of Rome, and Antigonus pronounced an enemy of Rome for when he said this was the second death blow that Rome had dealt the Judean nation, in delivering her up to the mercy of an alien, a half-Judean, and a man, who had his own personal insults to avenge. Judd was forced to submit, and in addition to pay tribute money to Rome. Herod, seeing that his ambition was to be crowned with success, now left Antony who had loaded him with honors, in order to assume the royal title conferred upon him. He left Rome and arrived at Echo 39. He was supplied with sums of money by various friends, and especially by Saramala, the richest Judean in Antioch. With these monies he hired mercenaries and subdued a great part of Galilee. He then hastened southwards, to relieve the forces of Masada, where his brother Joseph was hard pressed by the friends of Antigonus. This struggle was of long duration, as the Romans were unwilling to take an active part in the contest. Herod felt the necessity of appearing in person in enemy's camp, which at that moment was pitched before St. Masada, there to plead his own cause. Partly in return for the services he rendered to the Roman commander upon this occasion, and partly through his persuasive powers, he induced Antony to send Sosius, one of his generals, at the head of 2 legions, to resolutely carry on the contest against Antigonus, and establish upon the throne King's North of Rome. This war was carried on by Herod with his radical army. Largely in the neighborhood of Jericho, with their inhabitants to the number of 2,000, who had followed Antigonus, he ordered to be burned. In the following spring 37, he commenced the siege of Jerusalem. Previous to this, he celebrated in St. Maria, with hands stained with the blood of its inhabitants, his nuptials with Mariamne, the woman had now for several years been betrothed. They believed as soon as Sosius had advanced into Judah with a large army of Roman infantry, cavalry and Syrian mercenaries, the siege of Jerusalem was pressed. The besieging army numbered 100,000 men. They built ramparts, built up moats, and prepared their battering rams. The besieged, those suffering from want of food, defended themselves heroically. They made occasional sorties, dispersed the workmen, destroyed the preparations for the siege, built up a new wall, and the last of the siege was to such an extent that after 1 month's labor they had not advanced to any extent in their work. But the two Sanhedrists, Shemaiah and Abtalion, raised their voices against this opposition, and recommended their countrymen to open their gates to Herod. This division of purpose amongst the besieged, combined with the attacks of the invaders, made a hasten the fall of the northern wall, which took place at the end of 40 days. The besiegers rushed into the lower town and into the outworks of the temple, while the besieged fortified themselves in the upper town and on the temple mount. The Romans were occupied during another fortnight with the storming of the south wall. On the Sabbath evening, when the Judean warriors were least expecting an attack, a portion of the wall was taken, and the Romans rushed like madmen into the old part of the city and into the temple. There, without distinction of the age or sex, they slaughtered all who came in their way, even the priests beside his sacrifice. by a strange fatality. Jerusalem fell on the anniversary of the day on which, 27 years previously, the temple had been taken by Pompey. It was hardly possible for Herod to restrain the savage soldiery from plundering and desecrating the holy spot, and it was only by giving costly gifts to each soldier that he prevented the entire destruction of Jerusalem. 89 Antigonus was thrown into chains and sent to Antony, who, upon Herod's persistent entreaties, and contrary to all custom and usage, had been tortured and then immediately beheaded. This disgraceful treatment threatened the low reign even of the Romans. Herod, or, as the people called him, the Edoman slave, had thus reached the goal of his lofty desires. His throne, it is true, rested upon ruins and upon the dead bodies of his subjects. But he felt that he had the power to maintain its dignity, even if it were necessary to carry a broad river of blood round its face. The bitter hatred of the judge and people, whose ruler he had become without the slightest lawful title, was nothing to him as compared with the friendship of Rome and the smile of Antony. His line of action was clearly marked out for him by the situation of affairs. He had to cling to the Romans as a support against the will of his people, and beat this will by apparent concessions, or control it by unrelenting severity. This was the policy that he followed from the first moment of his victory until he drew his last breath. During all the 34 years of his reign he followed this line of policy, bold and heartless as fate, and entailing the most terrible consequences. Even in the first confusion attendant upon the conquest of the Temple Mount, he had not lost his coolness and vigilance, but had ordered his satellite coast of Ar to surround the exits of Jerusalem with his soldiery, and thus to prevent the escape of the unfortunate fugitives. The followers of Antigonus were slain in large numbers, many amongst them being of the most distinguished families. Herod did not forget old grievances. The Sanhedrists, who 12 years previously had decreed his death, were killed to a man, with the exception of Abtalion and Shemaiah, who had been hostile to Antigonus. He seized the property of 9 those whom he executed or otherwise condemned for the royal treasury. For this worthy people of Roman masters was fully alive to the advantages of proscription and confiscation. He passed over the Hasmonean house in selecting a high priest, and chose a certain Adal, a descendant of Aaron, but not of high priestly family, for that office. He declared that his own was an Old family which had returned from Babylonia, wishing in this way to obliterate the fact that he was descended from an Edoman ancestor who had been forced to accept Judaism. Davis of Research, who had a good memory for his true expression, did not indeed lend an ear to this invention, but foreign Judanas and heathens may perhaps have been deceived by it. His confidential friend and historian, Nicolaus of Damascus, relates the position as coming from his own lips. Copies of Shemaiah and Abtalion, the presidents of the Sanhedrin, were chosen from the Babylonian Judean family, rather than a third. Two persons still existed who might prove dangerous to Herod, an old man of the Eutychus, who had once worn the crown and the priestly diadem, and his grandson Aristobulus, Herod's brother-in-law, who had claims upon both the royal and the priestly dignity. Herod could not devote himself to the common enjoyment of his conquest until these two should be powerless. Eutychus, it was true, who had fallen captive to the Parthians, had immediately defied them, and was therefore unfit to resume his priestly office. But his captors had generously granted him freedom, and the aged monarch had been joyfully and reverentially welcomed by the community of Babylonian Judanas. In spite of the devotion which he received from these people, Eutychus had an intense longing to return to his native land, and Herod was afraid that he might induce the Babylonian Judanas or the Parthians to take up his cause and help him regain 91 his throne, from which the latter had torn him. Anxious to avert this danger, Herod brought himself to Eutychus from Parthian legions and of bringing him under his own power. It was thus that the aged monarch received a pressing invitation to Jerusalem to share the throne and the power of King Herod, and to receive the thanks of the Edomen for past acts of kindness that Eutychus had shown him. Vainly did the Babylonian Judanas warn the credulous prince not to let himself be drawn the second time into the eddy of public life. He hurried to his doom. Herod received him with every mark of respect, and gave him the place of honor at his table and in the council, masking his treachery so completely that Eutychus was entirely deceived. He was unarmed and powerless in a golden cage. But more dangerous to Herod seemed his young brother-in-law Aristobulus, the only brother of Mariamne, who, on account of his lineage, his youth, and his passing youth, had attracted the love and devotion of all his people. Herod, in bearing him from the dignity of high priest, imagined that he had successfully destroyed his influence. But this was not so. Alexandra, the mother of Mariamne and Aristobulus, and well-versed in the tree and Herod himself, had succeeded in obtaining Amne's favor for her son. She had sent the portraits of her children, the most beautiful of their race, to the Roman Emperor, believing his weak nature might be worked upon most favorably through the senses. Antony, in truth, struck by the portraits, requested to see Aristobulus. But Herod, in order that this meeting should not take place, suddenly proclaimed the young Hasmonean high priest, and an animal surprised at his youth. But Alexandra was far from being satisfied, for she was secretly determined that her son should also wear the crown which his ancestors had worn. Herod, fully alive to his 92 peril, was all the more determined to rid himself of this dangerous youth. Aristobulus had already gained the heart of the people, and whenever he appeared in the temple, every eye hung upon his noble and perfect form, every glance seemed to develop because as for longing to see his last sign of the Hasmonean house seated upon the royal throne. Herod durst not act with open violence against his rival, who was looked upon with special favor by Queen Cleopatra, but as usual he resorted to treachery. He invited Aristobulus to Jericho, and gave his followers dispatch the youth whilst he was disporting in the bath. Thus died, at the early age of 17, Aristobulus III, the last male representative of the Hasmonean house. Herod then reappointed his puppet Ananda as high priest. It was then for the Edomen to effect decree for the death of his young brother-in-law. It was then for him to throw sweet perfume upon his body. All the relations and friends of the murdered Hasmonean accused Herod in their hearts of his death, although Romulus gave no utterance to their cause. But this crime brought its own bitter punishment with it, and made Herod feel like a long tale of misery. The enemy of the remorse that might have wrought some stain upon a less hardened nature was not felt, but only an ever-increasing suspicion towards those of his own household, which urged him to be crime upon crime, to murder his nearest relatives, even his own children, until he became at last the most terrible example of a Simian existence. Alexandra, who had staked her ambitious hopes upon the coronation of her son, and who now found herself so cruelly deceived, did not hesitate to accuse Herod before Cleopatra of the murder of Aristobulus. This queen, whose passions were uncontrolled, and who looked with an envious eye upon Herod's newly acquired kingdom, took advantage mindedly of his crime to make its author appear odious in the eyes of Antony. Herod was summoned to Laodicea. Trembling for his life, the Basilican obeyed the summons, but succeeded in ingratiating himself so thoroughly by costly gifts and by carefully chosen yet eloquent words, that not only was the death of Aristobulus overlooked, but he was distinguished by marks of esteem, and sent back to Jerusalem, full of happy self-confidence. He lost, however, one precious pearl from his crown. the far-famed district of Jericho, celebrated for its wealth of palm trees and its highly prized balsam, and committed by enemy to Cleopatra, and Herod was forced to accept 200 talents in new tribute from the king. He could, however, rest well satisfied with his loss, when comparing it with the danger from which he had escaped. On the threshold of his palace, however, the king had hastily waited him, ready to kill his whole being with despair. On the eve of his departure, he had entrusted his wife Mariamne to the care of Joseph, the husband of his sister Salome, and had given him the secret command that, in case of his falling assistance to enemies' displeasure, Joseph should murder both Mariamne and Alexandra. Love for his beautiful wife, whom he did not dare to think of as belonging to another, added to hatred of Alexandra, who should not triumph in his death, prompted the speed of resolve. But Joseph had betrayed his secret mission to Mariamne, and had thus plunged another dagger into the heart of that unhappy queen. When a false report of Herod's death became current in Jerusalem, Mariamne and her mother prepared to put themselves under Roman protection. Herod's sister Salome, who hated both her husband Joseph and her sister-in-law Mariamne, made use of this fact to calumniate them upon her brother's return, accusing them of a mutual understanding and undoing peace. Herod at first turned a deaf ear to this 94 calumny, but when Mariamne disclosed to her husband, amidst tears of indignation, that Joseph had confessed his secret mission to her, then the king's wrath knew no bounds. If Herod had equally believed his sister's accusations, he beheaded Joseph, placed Alexandra in confinement, and would have had Mariamne slain, had not his love for his queen surpassed even his rage. From that day, however, the seeds of disgust and hatred were sown in the palace, and they grew and spread until one member of the royal family after another met with an untimely and violent death. Outwardly, however, fortune appeared to smile upon Herod, carrying him successfully over the most difficult obstacles in his path. Before the 6th year of his reign had ended, threatening clouds began to gather over his head. Surviving the sister of the last Asmonean king Antigonus had arisen as the avenger of her brother and his race, and had, in some way or other, possessed the south of the fortress of Hyrcania. Herod had hardly disarmed this female warrior before he was threatened by a more serious danger. Cleopatra, who had always hated the Jordanes, and who had been most jealous of that community in Alexandria during the year of famine, had again attempted to effect Herod's ruin by awakening enemies' displeasure against him. Afraid of this violent and yet crafty queen, and along with the legion of his own people, who were longing for his downfall, Herod determined upon preparing some safe retreat, with the hope that all hands be secure from his enemies. He chose for this purpose the fortress of Masada, which nature had rendered almost impregnable, and which he fortified still more strongly. But Cleopatra was already dividing the scheme from the downfall of her enemies. She succeeded in entangling him in a war with Malik, the Nadab king, and thus endeavored to bring about the ruin of two equally hated monarchs. 95 when Herod gained two decisive victories over the Nadab, reached along Cleopatra, and caused her to send her general being to hated Malik. The Jordan army sustained a terrible defeat, and Herod was beaten back across the Jordan. This disaster was followed by an earthquake, which alarmed and dispirited the Jordan troops to such an extent that they lost all courage and were almost powerless before the enemy. But Herod, with true genius, succeeded in rousing his people, and in leading them victoriously against the Nadab. Malik was forced to become the vassal of the Jordan king. Hardly, however, was peace restored before a storm arose that threatened to shake the Roman world to its very depths and to destroy the favors of the Roman generals. Ever since the day when Rome entered vast possession lay at the feet of the triumvirs, who hated each other cordially, and each one of whom wished to be sole ruler of the state, the political atmosphere had been charged with destructive elements that threatened to explode at any given moment. Added to this, one of the three leaders was completely under the sway of the dissolute and devilish queen Cleopatra, who had set her heart upon becoming mistress of Rome, even though this should entail the devastation of whole countries by fire and by sword. It was during this highly excited period that a Jordan author foretold, in beautiful Greek verse, written in the form of a Sibylline prophecy, the coming destruction of the Roman Greek state, and the reign of Belial, who would decoy the unhappy ones to their final destruction. But this Greek seer also heralded the coming of a glorious Messiah. An era of crime had certainly begun, and Belial had appeared in the person of the half-Jordan Herod, but as yet no messianic dawn of better things was apparent. 96 with his declaration of war between Octavius and Antony, a fierce strife broke out between the western and the eastern provinces of Rome. It was regarded as Asia War of Nations. But it came to a sudden end with the fall of Antony in the Battle of Actium 31. This blow struck Herod severely. Neither he nor his friends doubted for one moment that he would be submerged in the ruin of his protector, for he had been closely allied to Antony. He was prepared for the worst, but he determined not to be outlived by the aged Hyrcanus, by his wife Mariamne, or by his mother-in-law Alexandra. He accused Hyrcanus of having conspired with the Nadab king, and ordered the innocent monarch to be executed. Mariamne and Alexandra he placed under the guardianship of Neither and sewn in the fortress of Alexandria. Herod then prepared to present himself before the conqueror, Octavius Cr, and if he met with his death, as was most probable, Mariamne and her mother were to be instantly murdered. On the eve of his departure, he found himself compelled to make some change in the Sanhedrin, and to appoint the Babylonian Hillel, a man unknown until then, as one of the presidents. This gave a new direction to the spirit of Judaism, which has affected that faith down to the present. Hillel, born about the year 75, traced back his descent, on his mother's side, to the house of David. Although his lineage was a distinguished one, he was living in needy circumstances, and was supported by his rich brother, Shemaiah. He probably accompanied Hyrcanus on his return from Babylon to Jerusalem, and became one of the most devoted disciples of the Sanhedrin, Shemaiah and Abtalion, whose traditional lore he endeavored to transmit literally and faithfully. Hillel was particularly distinguished for his faith, unlike gentleness, his intense love of 97 humanity, which arose from his own privilege, and from his deep others, and mastery, but had particularly proceeding from his profound trust in God, that never wavered in the midst of trouble. In later ages he was revered as the ideal of modesty and gentleness. When he was once asked to express the essence of Judaism in one sentence, he uttered this golden maxim: do not unto others what thou wouldst not have done unto thyself. This is the principal commandment. All others are the development of that one. His right and dissension arose. Hillel was invariably the peacemaker. His beneficence knew no bounds, and he had a very delicacy of feeling which never humiliates the recipient by the gift, but which rather helps him to maintain his self-respect. His faith in God raised him triumphantly above every fear. All the members of his household were imbued through his example with the same faith. So much so that once, upon entering the town and hearing a cry of distress, he was able confidently to remark, that cry cannot have proceeded from my house. Hillel has bequeathed a greater number of maxims to us than any of his predecessors. We read and said the following: if I were not to care for myself, my soul, who would do so for me? If I care for myself alone, what can I get? If not now, when then? he of the disciples of Aaron, love peace, seek peace, love mankind, thus lead them to the law. Impressed by the sublime mission of Israel, that of maintaining and teaching the pure belief in one God, he exclaimed at one of the festivals in the temple, if I go around here, then it's always me here. If I should be wanting, who would be here? The doctrines of Judaism were so profound he revered by him that his indignation was roused whenever they were used as stepping stones to the schemes of the ambitious. He who wishes to raise his head, lowers it. He who does not seek my the law, does not deserve to live. He who does not progress in learning, retrogrades. He who uses the crown of the law for his own ends, perishes. Hillel became in after years the very idol of his religionists. The Anglican given life to the development of doctrinal Judaism marks an epoch in the history of that faith. He greatly enriched the mass of traditional lore that he had imbibed from the Sanhedrists, Shemaiah and Talmud. But far more important was his ongoing derogation of the statutes of the law observed in his time. He traced them back to their first principles, and raised them out of the narrow circle of tradition and mere custom to the height of reason. The judicial law, according to Hillel, carries within itself its justification and binding power. It does not stand on authority alone. Thus, to a certain extent, he paved the way to a reconciliation between Pharisees and Sadducees by placing before them the principles common to both, from which neither of them could withhold their assent. On the one hand, Hillel rigidly set and principle that law can only be valid if founded upon scriptural authority. But, on the other hand, he declared that this authority did not merely lie in the dead letter, but was also to be derived from the general spirit of the scriptural writings. After this demonstration by Hillel, no dispute amongst the schools could arise as to the binding power of judicial law. By the introduction of 7 rules, or mitzvot, the oral law could be imbued with the same weight and authority as that actually contained in the scriptures. Through these 7 rules, the oral law assumed quite a different aspect. It lost its apparently arbitrary character. It became more universal and reasonable in its tendency, and might be looked upon as originating from Holy Writ itself. These explanatory rules were, moreover, intended not only to justify the oral law, but also to lay down instructions how to implement the laws, and how to meet unforeseen cases of difficulty. At first, they appeared to have been unfavorably received. It is expressly narrated that Hillel introduced them at a council of the Epicurean Sanhedrin, but that assembly may either have misinterpreted them or have disputed their expediency. In the meantime, an opportunity presented itself of having recourse to these explanatory rules, or a question was raised, the solution of which deeply excited the whole nation, and to this opportunity Hillel owed the dignified position of president of the Sanhedrin. The eve of the festival on which the Paschal Lamb was to be sacrificed occurred on the Sabbath, a most unusual event at that time, and the Epicurean Sanhedrin could not throw any light upon the disputed question, whether it was permitted or not to sacrifice the Paschal Lamb on the Sabbath day. Hillel, whose ability must have attracted the attention of the discerning before, had taken part in the discussion, and had ruled that according to the explanatory rules, the Sabbath, or Paschal sacrifice, like every other whole offering, supersedes the Sabbath. The debate became heated, the mass of the people being warmly interested in the celebration of the festival. Expressions of approval and censure for Hillel were freely uttered. Some cried, we have to look to the Babylonians for the best information. Others ironically asked, what can we expect from the Babylonians? From that day, Hillel's name became so popular that the Epicurean Sanhedrists resigned their offices header of their own free will, or because they were forced to do so by the people. It is not known when he conceded the presidency to Hillel himself without voting. Hillel, far from being proud of his exalted position, expressed himself as dissatisfied, and angrily reproved the Sanhedrists. Why is it, he asked, that I, an insignificant Babylonian, became 100 president of the Sanhedrin? Only because you have been too indolent to heed the teachings of Shemaiah and Talmud. Harold does not seem to have made any objection to the choice. One of the statutes which Hillel had introduced was of general interest, and proved that he had true insight into affairs of life. In this article, your all debts were by law cancelled. At the time when the state was a republic based upon moral laws, this was a wise measure for equalizing problems. But at a later period, when capital became a power in itself, the rich were not willing to relieve their less wealthy neighbors from their difficulties by giving them loans. On this account, Hillel, without entirely abrogating the law which already existed, ruled that the creditor should give over the debt in writing to the court, so that the court might correct it, and the creditor be relieved from the necessity of violating the law. This timely statute, equally advantageous to debtor and creditor, was called by the Greek word gospel, because the debt was given over to the council of the elders. At Herod's particular desire, the second place of honor, that of deputy of Hillel, was given to Yassin Menachem, to whom the king showed great partiality. The cause of his attachment was as follows, at least so the tale ran in later days. Menachem, by means of the prophetic power ascribed to the Yassins, had foretold during his childhood that Herod would one day be king in Jerusalem, and that his reign would be a brilliant one, but that he would fail in piety and justice. That which had appeared incredible to the youth occurred to the man when he wore the regal crown. But Menachem appears not to have found his office congenial, and soon withdrew in favor of Shammai, whose characteristics, opposed in many ways to those of Hillel, in reality supplemented them. Shammai was probably by birth a Palestinian, and therefore much more interested in all the political and religious controversies of his native land. His religious views were strict to a painful extreme. But Shammai was not of a gloomy or misanthropical disposition. Indeed, he encouraged friendliness and demeanor towards everyone. This is indicated by the maxim which has come down to us: let your work in the law be your principal occupation. Speak little, but do much, and receive all men with a friendly countenance. The two Sanhedrists, Hillel and Shammai, founded two separate schools, opposed to each other in many religious, moral, and legal questions, which, with their different tendencies, exerted a powerful influence, during the subsequent unsettled and warlike times, upon events of historical importance. Herod had no conception of the forces antagonistic to his house that were quietly developing within the seclusion of these schools. With a trembling heart he had presented himself at Rhodes before Archibius Cr, who, since the defeat of enemy of Actium, was sole master of the Roman provinces. He, so haughty in his own country, appeared meek and lowly rise at the footstool of the mighty ruler, yet not without a certain manly resolution. In his interview with Octavianus, Herod did not in any way conceal the position he had held with relation to enemy. But he took care to dwell upon the fact of his having refrained from aiding enemy after his defeat at Actium, thereby intimating to Octavianus what use he might make of the devotion and zeal which Herod was prepared to transfer from the cause of enemy to that of his conqueror. Octavianus was neither noble enough to despise so venal a man, nor did he feel secure enough to do without him. So he graciously encouraged the pleading Herod, bade him array himself as before in royal robes, and sent him back to his own country laden with 1 or 2 honors ready. Herod found no difficulty in becoming as loyal a partisan of Octavianus as he had been for 12 long years of enemy. During the campaign of the Second CR against Egypt, he was met at Athro by Herod bearing rich presents, and the Judean king supplied the Roman army with water and with wine during their march through an arid country. It is possible that Antony may have heard, before he put an end to his life, that Herod's loyalty was not founded on a rock. Herod had also the malicious joy of knowing that his persistent enemy, Cleopatra, who had failed to fascinate the conqueror by her attractions, had nothing left but to seek death. The Alexandrian Judeaness, who had suffered from her hatred, shared Herod's feelings. For but a short time previous to her death, this terrible woman had longed to assassinate with her own hands the Judeaness who were living in the capital of Egypt, and who were devoted to the cause of Octavianus. The Egyptian Judeaness were rewarded for their devotion by an official recognition of their equality with the rest of the inhabitants. In fact, Octavianus had such confidence in their loyalty that he placed the harbors of the Nile and the sea under the control of the Judean Arabars, who had held their office under former Egyptian monarchs. This was a special mark of favor, for the possession of Egypt, the Roman domain, and particularly of the harbor of Alexandria, was so precious to the first emperor of Rome that no senator dared approach that country without the imperial permission. When the Arabar who was then in office died, Octavianus allowed his successor to be chosen by the Alexandrian Judeaness, and granted him all the rights of his predecessors. Whilst he governed the Greek Alexandrians with extreme severity on account of their depravity, their untrustworthiness and their love of sedition, and kept them strictly under his own rule, he appointed a Judean 103 council to assist the Alabars or ethnarchs. The Judean community was thus governed by one of its own race, who decided all the judicial questions and provided for the carrying out of all imperial commands and behests. Octavianus also granted to the numerous Judeans who were settled in Rome, the liberty, if not extraordinary privileges, at least the right of observing their own religious customs, and thus set a worthy example to his successors. The Judeans were allowed to build synagogues, where they worshipped according to the rites. They were also permitted to transmit their yearly contributions to the temple in Jerusalem, although, in general, it was forbidden to send large sums out of Rome. The Roman Judeans also received their due portion of the grain that was distributed amongst the population. If the distribution happened to take place on the Sabbath, their portion was allotted to them on the following day. These were the orders of the emperor. Octavianus made over to Herod the splendid bodyguard of Cleopatra, numbering 400 balls, and he placed under his jurisdiction several seaports that had been torn from Jud, as well as the territory of Jericho. Samaria, as also Gadara and Hippo's in Transjordanic territory, were also incorporated with Jud. The area of the kingdom was now identical with what it had been before the civil war between the royal brothers and the first intervention of the Romans. But different, indeed, were the circumstances under which she had regained her possessions. Probably it was due to Herod's boundless sycophancy to Rome that sacrifices were now regularly offered up for the welfare of the CRs, Augustus and his consort presenting in return golden vessels for the use of the temple. Herod was now at the very zenith of his power. The untoward fortune that he had feared had not 104 only been averted, but had actually assisted in exalting him. He was not, however, to enjoy his good fortune. The terrible consequences of his crimes clung to his footsteps and changed his cup of happiness into one of gall. In the narrow circle of his own home, a tragedy was about to be enacted, far more terrible than could have been conceived by the imagination of a poet. Mariamne, who, as well as her mother Alexandra, had been in close confinement during the king's absence, had elicited from her Catullus the fact that she would not have been permitted to outlive her. Upon the king's return, she made no secret of her hatred for him, and when he spoke to her in words of tenderness and affection, she taunted him with the murders of her brother, her grandfather, and many of his other relatives. Herod's heart was torn by the love he bore to this beautiful woman and by the wrath he felt at her persistent enmity to his person and his power. Whilst still a prey to these conflicting feelings, he was only too ready to lend a willing ear to the malicious inventions of his sister Salome, who assured him that his cupbearer had been bribed by Mariamne to poison him. During the investigation that ensued, it transpired that Salome had disclosed his secret instructions to the queen, and this treachery on the part of the confidential servant let loose a host of wild passions within Herod's breast. Salome was decapitated on the spot. Whilst still moved by his ungovernable rage, Herod summoned the council, before whom he accused his wife of adultery and of an attempt to poison him. The judges passed the sentence of death upon her, and, wishing to curry favor with Herod, ordered the execution to take place forthwith. It was thus that the most beautiful woman in Jud, the Hasmonean princess, the pride of her people, was led to the scaffold. She went to her doom with remarkable fortitude, without the faintest tremor or the least display of 105 feminine weakness, worthy of her heroic ancestry 29. We may take Mariamne as the symbol of Jud, delivered up to the acts of the executioner by intrigue and passion. But Mariamne's death did not quench Herod's thirst for revenge. On the contrary, it brought on still fiercer paroxysms of rage. He could not endure her loss, and became a prey to sickness and insanity. He would call frantically upon her name in a passionate sob and tears. And he hid her body embalmed in honey, so that he might keep it in his presence. It was whilst traveling in Samaria that he fell so dangerously ill that the doctors despaired of his life, and when this intelligence reached his capital, Alexandra proceeded to possess herself of Jerusalem. But the king's vitality returned upon the rumor of his sudden peril to his throne, and Alexandra fell a victim to his sedition. She was the very last who bore the Hasmonean name, and she had lived long enough to witness the violent and disgraceful deaths of her father-in-law Aristobulus II, her husband Alexander, her brother-in-law Antigonus, her son Aristobulus III, her father Hyrcanus II, and her daughter Mariamne. The remaining two-thirds of the Herodian reign are devoid of any real progress. The record of that time tells of cringing submission to Augustus and to Rome, of the erection of magnificent edifices, of the love of pomp and display, of deeply rooted moral corruption, of unsuccessful conspiracies and court intrigues, leading to new crimes and further executions. In order to retain the favor of the all-powerful Augustus, Herod introduced into Jerusalem the celebration of the Action Games, occurring every 5th year, in remembrance of Augustus' victory over his rival. He also built theaters and arenas. There he organized combat between gladiators and wild beasts, thus arousing the displeasure of the National Party, who rightly divined that it was 106 intended that Judaism soon should be absorbed by a pagan Roman worship, and who recognized in the Roman trophies and eagles displayed in the theaters, the incorruption of Roman deities. Herod gave his people another cause for umbrage, in the fact that he was not only ornamenting the hated city of Samaria, within a circumference of half a mile, with the most beautiful buildings, but that he also contemplated making that city the capital of his dominions, a dignity for which she was singularly adapted by her fortunate position. The newly built Samaria was renamed Segest, just as the citadel Baris, the armory of the Hasmoneans in old days, on the northwest side of the temple, had been called Antonia in honor of Annie. In fact, Jud became crowded with cities and with monuments which bore the names of Herod's own family or those of his Roman protectors. The fortress of Stratton on the sea was, by most lavish expenditure, converted into a beautiful city with an extensive harbor, and received the name of Syria, one of the towers on its walls being called Drusus, after the son of Augustus. Herod did not even hesitate to erect a Roman temple on the soil of the Holy Land. Two colossal figures were raised in Syria, one of them representing, in gigantic proportions, the figure of Augustus as the Olympian Jupiter, and the other that of the city of Rome as the Argid Juno. At the splendid consecration of Syria, the rebuilding of which had occupied 12 years, the inhabitants could have imagined themselves transported into a pagan city. On account of its name, its origin and its importance, the national party justly called it Little Rome. In later days it became the seat of the Roman governor, the rival of Jerusalem, and finally her conqueror. Whenever Syria rejoiced, Jerusalem was sure to mourn. The harbor of Syria, which grew in time to be a town itself, was called Samathus. Herod had, without doubt, enhanced the 107 beauty of Judd, but, like the tomb victim, she was our only for the altar. His love of display found satisfaction in the magnificence of his edifices, but not his love of renown. Despairing of securing the affection of his own people, he resolved to compel the admiration of the stranger. He exhausted his people by taxation, redoubled his extortions, searched for hidden treasures in the ancient royal cemeteries, sold those who had been imprisoned for theft as slaves to neighboring countries, and then lavished all the funds he had gained by these practices upon the adornment of Syrian, Asiatic, and Greek cities. Huge were the sums of money that he withdrew from his own country for such enterprises. Herod may possibly have secured the admiration and affection of the Greeks, the Romans, and the giants outside of Palestine. But the people of Jerusalem felt nothing but aversion for this grasping upstart, who sought to estrange them from the customs of their fathers. In spite of his having shown himself to be their generous benefactor, upon the occasion of the Great Famine 24, the nation now only recalled him the murderer of the Hasmoneans, the usurper of their throne, the destroyer of the noble citizens, the suppressor of freedom. He had disgraced the three dignities of monarch, high priest, and Sanhedrist. The first he had arrogated to himself. The second, which until this day had, with very few exceptions, descended by right of inheritance from father to son, he had given away, according to his own pleasure or to attain his own ends. And the power of the third he had curtailed by allowing it hardly any skill corruption. Joshua, of the family of Poppy, had, through Herod's instrumentality, succeeded Diana as high priest. But the king having been fascinated by the beauty of another Mariamne, the daughter of an inferior priest, Simon, he dispossessed Joshua of his dignity, and raised Simon to his office, in order that his future might rank not too strikingly below himself. 108 this high priest Simon was an Alexandrian, the son of Boaz, and it was he who laid the foundation stone of the greatness of the house of Boaz, from which several high priests descended. He appears to have been the founder of the sect of the Boahagians, who followed the teachings of the Sadducees, but who were better able to grasp and apply those teachings than the Sadducees themselves, thanks to their Alexandrian readiness and sophistry. These despotic acts of Herod were not calculated to make him beloved by his people. He was perfectly aware of their evil toward him, but as he could not crush it, he at least sought to make a promise. Thus he insisted upon all subjects taking an oath of allegiance, resolving to punish severely those who would refrain from doing so. The Essenes alone, who disapproved of oaths, were exempt. He had no cause to fear their peaceful, contemplative lives. On the contrary, he warmly approved of such subjects, who would submit without murmuring to any law that he might choose to make. Those amongst the Pharisees who were the followers of the peace-loving Noel seemed to have taken the required oath without hesitation, but the followers of the sterner Shammai stubbornly refused to do so. 6,000 Pharisees in all refused to take the oath of allegiance, and to inflict corporal punishment upon so great a number appeared, even to Herod, a serious matter. So he heavily taxed the refractory, amongst whom was the wife of his brother Pharos, an ardent devotee, strange to say, of strict Phariseeism. But, in spite of all these precautionary measures, Herod did not trust his subjects, and employed a number of spies to watch them. He himself would often appear in disguise at their popular assemblies, and wrote to the unfortunate individual who, at that moment, might be giving utterance to a complaint or a line against the existing order of things. He was doomed to be imprisoned in a fortress, or secretly dispatched. The popularity is chiefly from tyrants to foreknow it, and to Herod it was particularly important, as he wished to appear before the Romans in the character of a prince beloved by his people. This, his constant passion for will, was probably the motive that impelled him to convert the temple, now 500 years old, small and of an old fashion, into a magnificent edifice in a new style. The representatives of the nation, when he informed them of his plan, received the news with horror. They feared that Herod intended merely to destroy their old temple, and that he would endlessly protract the work of the new building, thus robbing them entirely of their sanctuary. But he pacified them by the assurance that the old temple should remain standing until all the workmen, with their material, were at hand for the construction of the new one. Thousands of carts, made with quarry stone and marble, now appeared on the scene, and 10,000 skilled workmen were ready to commence operations. In the 18th year of Herod's reign 20, the building was begun, and in 1 year and a half 18, the inner part of the temple was finished. The building of the outer walls, courts and galleries occupied a period of 8 years, and long after this time, until just before the destruction, the workmen were still employed upon them. The Herodian temple was a magnificent production, the exquisite beauty of which those who witnessed it could not sufficiently admire. It differed from the uncompleted temple of Sarah in being a vast expansion of richer and more ornate decoration. The whole circumference of the temple Mount Ar-Pompeii, which was surrounded by a lofty and strong wall, besides the fortress at Antonia, with which it was in communication, exceeded 3/4 of a mile, and the 110-bound rows and terraces. Owing to this commanding position, the sanctuary could be seen from afar. The long-range outer wall protected a series of courts and galleries, with their cedar ceilings and mosaic floors. The first court was assigned as a place of assembly for the people, where the most important questions were discussed. Here the pagan and the unpurified were admitted. Here Greek and Roman inscriptions, in large characters, and placed in prominent positions, copyrighted who entered. They ran as follows: no foreigner is permitted to pass through this great into the sanctuary and its surroundings. If discovered there, he has brought the punishment of death upon himself. The second court, which in former days had been protected by a wooden grating, was now shut in by a low wall. The internal arrangements of the temple were but little changed, and consisted, as in the temple of Zerubbabel, of 3 uncovered courts and of the sanctuary, which was of the size of the golden altar, the candlestick and the showbread table, and, at the extreme end, of the Holy of Holies. But the outer parts of the sanctuary vastly outshone those of the old temple. Its walls were of pure white marble, and as they rose on the highest summit of the Temple Mount, and towered above the outer walls and their fortifications, they presented a beautiful and striking appearance from all sides. The large space in front of the sanctuary was partitioned into various smaller courts for the use of the women, the laymen, the priests, and for all those who were engaged in preparing the sacrifices for the altar. The space allotted to the female portion of the worshippers, whose visits to the temple were now a frequent occurrence, was entirely shut off from the rest, and 3 large balconies were reserved for the use of the women, from which they were able to witness all celebrations of a public character. The gateway 111 leading to this part of the temple was closed by a magnificent door, cast in Corinthian brass, the gift of a rich and pious Alexandrian, after whom it was named the Gate of Nicanor. 15 steps led thence to the laymen's quarters, which were reached by passing through a gateway, called, on account of its commanding position, the High Gate. The outer court was entirely open. But, on the other hand, the sanctuary was shut off by a gateway higher and broader than any other, containing double folding doors, thickly covered with a layer of gold. This was the Great Gate or the Gate of the Sanctuary. The high roof of the sanctuary rose at intervals into sharp loaded points, the object of which was to prevent the birds from building their nests on this consecrated place, but probably quite unintentionally on the part of the builder. They may also have served as lightning conductors. The splendor of the occasion far exceeded that solemnized in King Solomon's time. Hecatombs upon hecatombs were offered up, and the whole nation was feasted. The celebration fell upon the very anniversary of the day when, 20 years previously, Herod, with blood-stained hands, had made himself master of Jerusalem. Terrible reminiscence. The hands that filled the temple had already lighted the torch for its destruction. Herod placed it under the protection of Rome. To the horror of the pious Jovinus, a golden eagle, the symbol of Roman mind, was hung over the principal entrance. Herod, moreover, constructed a subterranean passage, leading from the fortress of Antonia to the east gates of the temple, in order to control the egresses of the sanctuary. His soul was filled with distrust of his evil. Towards the close of his reign, ancient sin laden monarch was seized with a terrible malady. This threw him into a condition of such hopeless misery that one may say that all human feeling on tall gave place to the fury of the wild beast. The corpses of his innocent victims rose up before his excited imagination, and made his life one long torment. Vainly he sought for one loving heart, one faithful soul, who would comfort and help him. But he believed that his own flesh and blood, his sister and brother, Sylvia and Pharos, even his own children were his enemies, and were conspiring against his peace and his life. This terrible state of mind made him more dangerous than ever to those who ventured within his presence. The chief cause of his frenzy was the death of the beloved Mariamne. His son's 2 fathers, she had left him 2 sons, Alexander and Aristobulus, who, as they grew to man's estate, took the death of their unfortunate mother deeply to heart, and could not conceal the aversion they felt for their father. As these princes were of Hasmonean descent, Herod had decided upon making them his successors. He had sent them as youths to Rome, in order that they might gain the favor of Augustus, and be educated according to Roman fashion. He married the eldest, Alexander, to Glaphyra, the daughter of Archelaus, king of Cappadocia, and the younger, Aristobulus, Salome's daughter, Berenice. He thought that by these means he could secure peace amongst the members of his own family. But his wishes were defeated by the hatred that revengeful Salome and her brother Pharos bore to the descendants of the Hasmonean Mariamne. Herod was induced by his sister to take to his heart and to adopt as a royal prince the son of his first wife, Doris, whom together with her child he had repudiated upon his marriage with Mariamne. Antipater, the son of Doris, had inherited all the powers, craft and cruelty of the Edomenes, and he spared neither his father nor his brothers. The 3, Salome, Pharos, and Antipater, although they hated one another mortally, were united in one virgin hatred against the sons of Mariamne. The more these princes were indulged by their father, and the more they were beloved by the people as descendants from the Hasmoneans on their mother's side, the more did their bitter foes fear and detest them. Antipater accused Alexander and Aristobulus of wishing to avenge the death of their mother upon the person of their father. Imprudent expressions, hastily uttered in moments of irritation, may have given some show of reason to these accusations. Herod's suspicions of Glaphyra upon this calumny. He began to hate his sons, and, as a mark of displeasure towards them, led Antipater to believe that he should share in their rights of succession. This determination of the king served to embitter the Hasmonean princes still more, and drove them to the most unwise outbursts of anger against their father. Antipater succeeded at the same time in laying loose of an attempted conspiracy of the 2 brothers against Herod before him. Their friends and their servants were, by the king's commands, put to torture, and upon the strength of their confession, wrung from them under agony, Alexander and Aristobulus were condemned to death by a council numbering 150 of Herod's friends. Herod himself hastened the execution, and ordered the 2 princes to be torn from Jerusalem and hurried to Samaria, and there, where 30 years previously their unnatural father had celebrated his marriage with their mother, her 2 sons were mercilessly beheaded. However, the conspiracies against Herod's life did not cease with their death, but, on the contrary, acquired fresh vigor. Antipater, not feeling at all sure of his succession so long as his father was alive, actually conspired with Pharos against the life of that father and benefactor. But his fiendish design came to light, and it was discovered that Antipater had undoubtedly intended poisoning his father when he reported this disclosure with a terrible blow for Herod. The turmoil of his outraged feelings cannot be described, and yet he had to control himself, and even to pretend great affection for Antipater, in order to induce that prince to leave Rome and return to Jerusalem. Upon Antipater's arrival, his father loaded him with reproaches, and accused him before a tribunal, which was under the presidency of the Roman governor Quintilius Varus, of fratricide and attempted parricide. They indicted the prince to be innocence. Herod's friend, Nicolaus of Damascus, appeared as his merciless accuser. His death sentence was passed, and Herod begged Augustus to abide by it. Such constant and frequent demands brought Herod, who had nearly reached his 70th year, to his death. All his claims were busted. The result of so much labor, of so much guilt, of so much bloodshed, became painful to him. In which of the surviving sons could he have confidence? For the 3rd time he offered the succession, and resolved that the throne should belong to his youngest son, Antipus I. His miserable state of mind, which might have made him gentler and more merciful, only led him into still greater cruelty. An unimportant rising on the part of some hot-headed youth called forth from the aged monarch an act of retaliation as heartless and desperate as in the days when his heart beat high with young and ambitious hopes. The Pharisees were no friends of his, especially those who were the disciples of Shammai. He therefore kept a suspicious eye upon the members of the Pharisaic schools, and the Pharisees, on their side, continued to incite the youths of their following against their monarch, newly chosen women and Roman. This they were able to do without incurring any danger to themselves, for they placed their words in the mouth or the one 15 guard, on the pronunciations of the prophets of oath and nation, to express what they felt for Herod and his family. Amongst the Pharisees were most of those opposed to Herod and the Romans, who with them great and devised and martyrs were distinguished for their ardor and recklessness, and were endeared to their people by these very characteristics. Upon hearing of Herod's mortal illness, they incited some of their young disciples to put an end to the desecration of the temple by hurling the Roman eagle from the gateway. The rumors of Herod's death that were credited in Jerusalem favored this bold undertaking. A number of youths armed with axes rushed to the temple gate, scaled it by means of a rope ladder, and cut down the eagle. At the news of this rebellious action, the captain of the Herodian guard sent his troops to the spot, and they succeeded in capturing the two ringleaders and 40 of their followers. They were brought into the king's presence, and the sight of these new victims revived his exhausted vitality. At their trial, which was conducted in his presence, he was forced to hear much of the culpability that he had been in breaking the stubborn will of his people. The prisoners fearlessly confessed what they had done, boasting proudly of their performance, and replying to the question as to who had incited them to such an action, the law. They were all burned alive as deceitors of the temple. But Herod was to be punished more effectually by eternal justice than would have been possible had he been arraigned before the severest earthly tribunal. Even the pleasure that was granted him before he entirely succumbed to his loathsome malady, the delight of being able to order the execution of his son, was soon followed by a paroxysm of pain in which he nearly caused his own destruction. 116 years relative accurate to the line from his hand, but the cry of horror that arose from his house in Jericho at this suicidal attempt came to the ear of Antipater, prisoner in the same house. He began to look at his lifeline to his and he saw his fellow to release him. But the elder, who feared just his own life, hurried into the king's apartments to see if the cruel monarch still lived. When Herod heard that Antipater yet hoped to outlive him, he ordered his instant assassination, and his orders were forthwith obeyed. Although Antipater deserved his death tenfold, yet there was a general feeling of horror at the idea of a father who could sentence his 3 sons to death. Even Augustus, who did not show any tenderly paternal feelings to his daughter Julia, did not help exclaiming at the news of Antipater's execution that he would rather be Herod's swine than his son. No nearly tells us Herod was not satisfied with shedding the blood of his own children. At all, in a passion, he ordered all children under 2 years of age in Bethlehem and the surrounding countries to be massacred, as he had heard that the Messiah of the house of David had been born in that place. But Herod, criminal as he was innocent of his crime. Herod's last thoughts dwelt, however, upon bloodshed. He insisted upon the most respected men from being brought to Jericho, and imprisoned in the great public arena, where they were closely guarded. He then left orders with his sister Salome and her husband that directly after his death had taken place they should be all massacred by his bodyguard, so that the entire nation might be mourning their loved ones, and no one would have the heart to rejoice over his demise. Murder filled his thoughts from the first moment of his public life until he drew his last breath. He won 17 died 5 days after the execution of Antipater, in the 69th year of his life and the 37th of his reign, in the spring of the year 4 BC. His flatterers called him Herod the Great, but the nation only knew him as the Hasmonean slave. Whilst his body was being taken off to its resting place in Herodium, under the escorts of the Persian, German and Gallic bodyguard, the nation joyfully celebrated the day as a semi-festival. 118. Chapter 5 in Herodians. Family of Herod. Partition of the kingdom of Judah. Revolt against Archelaus. Sabinus and Varus. The adventurer chief, Judas the Galilean. Condemnation of Herod's will. Archelaus as ruler. His brief reign and his banishment. Judah becomes a Roman province. The revolt against the census. The schools of Hillel and Shammai. Judas founder of the party of Zealots. Onerous taxation. Fresh hostility of the Samaritans. Expulsion of the Judeans from Rome by Tiberius. Pontius Pilate. 3 BCE. 7 CE. However unfortunate the reign of Herod may have been, it yet contrasted favorably with that which followed. Herod's rule was at all events distinguished by external splendor, and by a certain amount of animation in the direction of public affairs. The boundaries of Judah now extended far beyond the limits assigned to them in the most prosperous days of the Hasmoneans. Those tracts of land beyond the Jordan and the Hermon, which Aristobulus and Alexander I had only partially conquered after years of useless fighting, fell into the possession of Herod merely by the stroke of a pen. But the new territories were less welcome, perhaps, on that account than if they had been one of toil and difficulty. The towns of Judah had been restored with great magnificence. They were adorned with beautiful specimens of Greek sculpture and architecture. But the monuments which were erected perpetuated the fame of Roman dignitaries and the Herodian family, and not the greatness of the nation. The seaports, and especially the port of Syria, were crowded with shipping, and trade was consequently encouraged, but the imports which naturally increased did not help to enrich 1/19 the nation. The temple was resplendent in its renovated glory, and outwardly recalled the days of Solomon, but the priests were forced to offer sacrifices for the welfare of those whom they hated in their hearts. The country even enjoyed a certain amount of independence, for the Roman fetters were not visible at the superficial glance. All this outward show, because it was only outward show, disappeared with the death of the one man who knew how to make use of it. As soon as death had torn the reins from Herod's hands, public affairs fell into an unsettled and disjointed state, which was the beginning of more lasting misfortunes. The edifice, superficially constructed, soon gave way, bearing among its ruins everything that remained in Judah freedom and national existence. Herod had left several daughters and 6 sons. Some of them he favored in his will, others he slighted. The publication of this will, the contents of which were known to Ptolemy, the brother of the celebrated historian, Nicolaus of Damascus, proved how little he cared for the interests of Judah, and how constantly he was actuated by the most selfish motives. Instead of keeping the unity of the country intact, he dismembered it, so as to subdivide it between 3 of his sons. The other 3 were not mentioned. These were Herod, his son by the second Mariamne, another Herod, by Cleopatra of Jerusalem, and Basil, by his wife Alice. He bequeathed to his son Archelaus, whose mother was Naubes the Samaritan, the countries of Judah and Samaria, with the title of sovereign. Herod Antipas, also the son of Naubes the king, possessor of the lands of Galilee and Perth. Philip, the son of Cleopatra of Jerusalem, another tetrarch Leonidas, Phaeton, Trachonitis, and a country called Pontus, which contained the source of his journey. He bequeathed to his sister Salome, as a reward for her faithfulness, the young governor's of the towns of Jamnia, Azotus, and Phasaelus to the north of Jericho. However, these last bequests were only expressed in the form of wishes, for he left to the Emperor Augustus the right of deciding whether they should be put into execution, or whether the land should be otherwise divided, and another successor appointed to the throne. The sons, who had received thus many proofs of affection from their father during his lifetime, were not united by any ties of brotherly love, and each envied the share which had fallen to his brother. Antipas went to large territories and the legal title of Archelaus, becoming an earlier woman who nominated as successor to the throne. Salome, in spite of the large possessions, was equally leader against Archelaus, and gave all the power to dispute the succession. The discord which divided the house of Herod was handed down to their children and children's children. As the fulfillment of Herod's request depended on his authority, all the disputants tried to ingratiate themselves with the people, who, they hoped, would intercede in their favor with Augustus. Salome and her husband actually countermanded an order given by Herod for the execution of the imprisoned nobles, and persuaded the officers of the Herodian bodyguard that Herod himself had dictated an execution on so large a scale. Archelaus, who had still more causes for currying favor with the people, appeared in the courts of the temple after the period of mourning had expired, and addressing the multitude from a throne erected for the occasion, promised to abolish all the unjust laws sanctioned in his father's reign, and to resettle public affairs, so as to promote general peace and well-being. Emboldened by so much condescension, the people would not rest contented with royal promises. They insisted upon stating their grievances in a definite form, and demanded speedy and 121 certain redress. There were 5 points on which the people were particularly resolute. They desired that the oppressive yearly taxes should be reduced, whilst the duties upon public sales and purchases should be completely taken off. That the prisoners who had languished for years in dungeons should be liberated. That the counselors who had voted the death sentence when the Roman people had been destroyed be punished. And finally that the unpopular high priest, Juser, should be deposed, and one more worthy of his important office be named in his stead. All this was really nothing short of demanding both a new and a popular form of government and the public condemnation of the Herodian tyranny. However little Archelaus cared at heart for the reputation of his father, he could not possibly refuse all these requests. Nevertheless, he assented to everything, but he could not promise that their wishes should be accomplished until Herod had received the imperial sanction. But the crowds of people, consisting of several houses, who had congregated from every part of Judea to celebrate the feast of Passover, incited by the Pharisees, who worked upon their feelings by picturing to them the martyrdom of Judas and Matthias, the destroyers of the evil, would not be put off, and came forward full of anger and defiance. What their intentions may have been is not known. Archelaus, who feared a revolt, sent a troop of soldiers to quell any disturbance, but they were assailed with guns and forced to take them out. In the meantime they approached, and the people allowed their anger to cool. They were occupied with the rites of the festivals, and made no preparations either for defense or for commencing hostilities. Archelaus took advantage of their inactivity. He commanded all the infantry in Jerusalem to fall upon the sacrificing multitude, and to keep them down. The cavalry were 122 to remain in the open plains to arrest the fugitives. 3,000 were killed on that day on the mount of the temple and in the surrounding country. Those that escaped the sword of the enemy destroyed themselves. Herod thereupon proclaimed to the whole town that Archelaus forbade the celebration of the Passover for that year, and no one was allowed to approach the temple. This was the inauguration of the reign of Archelaus. Although his relatives would probably not have acted with more humanity than he did, they cried out against his cruelty, and made use of it as a weapon with which to serve their own purposes when in the presence of Augustus. The whole house of Herod traveled to Rome to lay the land of Judah at the feet of the emperor, and to petition, according to their respective interests, for the alteration or the confirmation of the will. During their absence unexpected events took place, and the prize for which they were all contending very nearly escaped their possession altogether. Judah became a huge battlefield, the arena of furious encounters. Men threw themselves into the affray, assuming the titles of kings or leaders of the people. The blood of the slain warriors, the groans of unarmed, wounded citizens, the smoke issuing from burning cities, filled every heart with dismay and with horrible forebodings of the downfall of Judah. The tragic events which took place during the first year after the death of Herod are described in the chronicle of the war period of Varus, the governor of Syria. At the desire of Archelaus, Quintilius Varus had remained in Jerusalem after the departure of the Herodian family, so as to crush any attempt at revolt which might occur during the absence of the princes. The task was an easy one, for the patriots who were hostile to the Herodians had no decided plan of action, were insufficiently armed, and allowed themselves 123 to be led away by their fierce hatred into unwise and useless demonstrations. Varus, seeing no further necessity for remaining in the Judean capital, returned to Antioch, but he left a considerable number of troops to be in readiness in case of any signs of hostility. As soon as the governor Varus had left Jerusalem, another cause of annoyance was given to the people by the arrival of Sabinus, the treasurer of Augustus. He had been sent to claim the treasures of Herod, and probably also all those belonging to the temple, as if the emperor had been the acknowledged heir to Herod's possessions. Sabinus must have had some malevolent intention, for he hastened his journey to Jerusalem, notwithstanding that he had promised Varus to remain at Caesarea until the Herodian disputes were settled. He took advantage of the reluctance with which the custodians complied with his demands to create a disturbance among the people, and thus obtain a pretext for entering the city. The feast of Pentecost was drawing near, and, as usual, multitudes of people congregated from all parts of the country at Jerusalem. This time, the greater part of them were animated by hostile feelings against the Romans and the Herodians. The strife was not delayed. The people soon chose their leaders, and succeeded in occupying the mount of the temple in the Hippodrome, whence they defied the Romans, who had taken up their quarters in the palace of Herod. Sabinus, thinking himself lost, encouraged the Romans to besiege the temple, and sent messages to Varus for more reinforcements. The Judeans, well protected behind the temple walls, hurled their weapons and their huge stones down upon the Romans. Victory would have been theirs had not the enemy, with burning materials, set fire to the colonnade. The flames spread so rapidly that escape was impossible. 124 of the unfortunate combatants. Some were victims of the fire, others fell before the swords of the Romans, and many of them killed themselves in reckless despair. As soon as the temple was left unprotected, the Romans, tempted by the treasures which they knew it contained, rushed into the courts. Sabinus alone is said to have appropriated 400 talents from the treasures of the temple. The plunder of these treasures, the desecration of the Holy of Holies, and the destruction of the halls of the temple, barely 10 years after the sacred edifice had been completed, roused all the indignation and, at the same time, all the valor of the Judeans. Even a great part of the Herodian troops went over to the malcontents, and assisted them against the Romans. Thus strengthened, they besieged the palace of Herod, laid mines under the towers, and threatened the Romans with destruction if they did not retire immediately. Sabinus, anxiously awaiting the expected reinforcements, but vacillating between fear of the besiegers and the longing to obtain the mastery over them, remained for the time in the citadel of the palace. Thus all the horrors of anarchy were let loose in Judah. Had the insurgents found skillful and trustworthy leaders, their united efforts might have brought about such momentous events that the Herodian dispute would have come to a most unexpected termination. But there was no organization to give shape and purpose to all this patriotic fervor. It was nurtured by selfish adventurers, and was therefore hurtful to the country itself rather than dangerous to the enemy. 2,000 soldiers, probably the Menes, whom Herod had dismissed shortly before his death, disturbed the regions of the south. A certain Simon, a slave of Herod, distinguished by great beauty and an imposing presence, collected a troop of malcontents, who hailed him as 125 their king, and, at his command, burned to the ground many royal castles in the country, including the royal palace at Jericho. The palace of Beth Aramata was destroyed by a band of men, the name of whose leader is unknown. The third adventurer was a shepherd named Grunges, a giant in strength and stature, who was accompanied into the field of battle by 4 brothers, all of the same colossal build. After assuming the royal title, he fell upon the Romans, cut off their retreat, and fought valiantly till, after a long and fierce struggle, he was forced to yield. There was but one leader of all these 3 troopers who had a decided aim in view, and who might have proved a formidable foe, both to Romans and Herodians, had fortune favored him, for his country had given him their word of help. This was Judas, known by the name of the Galilean, a native of Nala and Palmyras, and the son of Ezekiel, fighting against whom Herod had won his first wars. Judas had been imbued, from his birth, with a passionate love for his country, and as passionate hatred towards the Romans. He became the leader of a faction which gradually came to rule the country, and eventually gave the Romans more difficulty to contend with than even the Gauls and the Germans. Judas was at this period in the prime of life. His intense zeal proved contagious, and he gained a considerable number of partisans among the powerful Galileans. With their assistance he took possession of the arsenal in Sepphoris, the Galilean capital. He then on to his followers, gave them stipends from the money found in the arsenal, and soon became the terror of the Romans and of all those who were favorably disposed towards them. Events in the region bordering on Syria were even more pressing than spies and urging the government to suppress the revolt, and to hasten to the rescue of the Roman troops. The terror of Varus himself was so great that he not only ordered all the 126 Roman troops that were at his disposal, over 20,000 men, to march against the insurgents, but summoned the armies under the command of the neighboring princes. Auretus, the king of the Medes, placed his troops at the command of the Roman general, and as they formed the vanguard of the Roman army, they burnt and plundered all the villages through which they passed. Varus sent one division of his troops to Galilee to commence operations against Judas. There seems to have been a severe struggle at the town of Sepphoris. Ultimately Varus set fire to it and sold the inhabitants as slaves, but Judas escaped. The town of Emos, where Grunges had established himself, shared the same fate, though the inhabitants had taken to flight. On his arrival at Jerusalem, Varus found that his task had become a light one, for the besiegers were alarmed at the report of the approach of his army, and had abandoned their struggle against spies. Notwithstanding this, 2,000 prisoners were crucified at the command of Varus. Such was the end of a revolt which had been fanned into existence by a natural feeling of anger and indignation, but had failed through the absence of wise and judicious scholars. It had only been successful in bringing the nation into a state of more humiliating dependence upon Rome, for a legion was retained to keep guard over the rebellious citizens of Jerusalem. During all this time, the Herodians were still discussing their claims to the sovereignty of Judge IV the throne of Augustus, and their servile behavior and mutual accusations only convinced the emperor how unworthy one and all were of holding the reins of government. Before Augustus could come to any decision, a Judean embassy arrived, consisting of 50 men of position and importance, whose mission had been approved by Varus. They brought accusations against the Herodian government, and implored the emperor to proclaim Judah a Roman province in conjunction with Syria, but to grant the nation full liberty to conduct her own internal affairs. As the petition had the support of 8,000 Roman Judeans, the emperor was obliged to listen to it. However, after having heard both the demands of the embassy and the arguments of the pretenders to the throne, he decided upon confirming Herod's right, with this exception, that he did not grant the sovereignty immediately to Archelaus, but only recognized him as ruler and monarch, promising him, however, that if he proved worthy of the royal title it should be granted to him eventually. Augustus could not entirely disregard the last wishes of a prince who had been his friend, and who had served the Romans with a devotion only equaled by the zeal with which he furthered his own egotistical ends. The imperial treasury suffered no diminution whether it was called an ethnarchy or a province dependent upon Rome. The reign of Archelaus was short and uneventful for BC-6 CE. Herod's children had inherited little of their father's disposition, excepting his fancy for bullying and his cringing policy towards Rome. In other respects they were insignificant, and there was something small and contemptible even in their tyranny. At first Archelaus, who appears also under the name of Herod, attempted to conciliate the discontented members of the community, whose indignation he had aroused at the assembly in the court of the temple. He gave way to the general desire to depose the unpopular high priest Joser, and appointed in his stead the latter's brother, Ozer, who was soon succeeded by Joshua of the family of Seth. But he in turn was replaced by Joser, and thus 3 high priests followed one another in the short space of 9 years. 128. The only war carried on by Archelaus was fought against Grunges, who had been able to hold his own for some time after the death of his 4 brothers. And such was the incapacity of Archelaus that he was long unable to subdue an adventurer, whose powers were almost exhausted, but who was still able to dictate the conditions of his own surrender. Archelaus offended the feelings of the pious Judeans by his marriage with his sister-in-law Glaphyra, the widow of Alexander, who had been executed. This daughter of the king of Cappadocia had 2 sons. One of these, Hadrian, and his nephew of the same name, became, in later years, kings respectively of Greater and Lesser Armenia. Indifferent to the melancholy fate of her husband, she married, after his death, Juba, the king of Numidia. But was soon divorced from him, and contracted an alliance with Archelaus, the brother of her first husband, an alliance forbidden by Judean laws. Little is known of the life of Archelaus. His acts of tyranny called forth the opprobrium of the Judeans and the Samaritans. He was taken before Augustus to answer for his misdeeds, but being unable to defend himself, he was dethroned and sent into exile among the Allobrogian races 6 CE. The principalities belonging to Herod Antipas and to Philip remained in their former condition, but the towns which had been in the possession of Salome came also under the imperial sway, for Salome had bequeathed them at her death to the Empress Livia. Thus, after enjoying 150 years of real or apparent independence, Judah became entirely subjugated to Roman authority, and was united with the province of Syria. Matters remained in this condition, with the exception of a short interval, till the final revolt. The imperial representative in Judah, who henceforth received the title of procurator, had 129 his seat of government in the seaport Celia, which from that time became the hated rival of Jerusalem. The duties of the procurator consisted in maintaining order in the country, and in enforcing the punctual payment of all taxes. He had even the power of pronouncing the death sentence, and also of supervising the Sanhedrin's administration of the penal law. The authority of the Sanhedrin became more and more limited, and the political importance of that assembly, which had considerably diminished during the reign of Herod, dwindled entirely away. The Romans interfered in all the functions of the Sanhedrin, and also in the installations of the high priests. The procurator named and deposed the high priests according to their friendly or unfavorable inclinations towards Rome. He took charge of the sacerdotal and only gave them up on the chief festivals. The vestments of the high priests were kept under lock and key in the fortress of Antonia. They were removed in time for the festival by the officials of the temple, and returned to their place of preservation in the presence of the Roman overseer. The light was burning constantly before the case containing the priestly vestments. The first procurator whom Augustus sent to judge was the captain of the horse, Petronius. The Syrian governor, Quirinius, came at the same time 6-7 to lay claim to the confiscated property of Archelaus. He was also instructed to take a census of the population, and to estimate the property of the country for the purpose of the new method of taxation. A tax was to be levied upon every individual, inclusive of women and slaves. However, female children under 12 and male children under 14 years of age and very old people were to be exempt. Furthermore, an income tax was levied, and those who kept cattle were called 1/30 upon to give up a part of the herds. The taxes on the land were to be paid out of the produce of the harvest. This method of levying imposts aroused the indignation of all classes alike. Everyone resented such interference in private as well as political affairs, and felt as if the land and property, and the very person of each individual were in the hands of the emperor, and made use of according to his pleasure. It is not surprising that, in their ignorance of the Roman constitution, the people should have looked upon the census as the herald of slavery, and anticipated with terror a repetition of the Babylonian captivity. Their dread of the census, exaggerated perhaps, but not wholly unjustifiable, caused greater agitation than any previous statute, and aroused new disputes, in which the old differences between Pharisee and Sadducee were entirely forgotten. New points of discussion were raised. The question of the supremacy of the oral law disappeared before the burning question of the day whether the people should become slaves to the Romans, or whether they should offer stubborn and energetic resistance. This question brought dissension into the camp of the Pharisees. The new faction to which this discussion on the census had given rise sprang from the very center of the Sanhedrin, and was connected with the names of Hillel, Shammai, and Judas of Galilee. Hillel and Shammai did not live to see the catastrophe which made the province at home. Hillel's death caused widespread mourning, and the oration of his grave began with the sad cry, O pious, O gentle, O worthy follower of Ezra. The people, in their great affection for him, continued to distinguish his descendants with their favor, and the presidency of the Sanhedrin became hereditary in his family for more than 4 centuries. Of Hillel's son and successor, Simon I, nothing but his name has 131 been preserved. All the greatness which conserved Hillel's name was bequeathed to the school which he formed, and which inherited and faithfully preserved the spirit of its founder. The disciples of the school evinced in all their public dealings the peacefulness and gentleness, the conciliatory spirit which had distinguished their great master. They were guided and supported by these characteristic qualities during the political storms which long convulsed their unhappy country. There were about 80 members of the school who were most devotedly attached to Hillel, and were called the elders of the school. The names of only 2 of these have been recorded, Jonathan, the son of Leah, and Jochanan ben Zakkai. The former is reputed, but without actual proof, to have been the author of a Chaldaic translation of the prophets. He was disinherited by his father in favor of Shammai, probably from displeasure at his having joined the school of Hillel. In the same way as the school of Hillel endeavored to preserve the characteristic gentleness of their master, the followers of Shammai emulated and even exceeded the stern severity of the founder of their school. It seemed impossible to the school of Shammai to be sufficiently stringent in religious prohibitions. The decisions which they arrived at, in their interpretations of the law, were so generally burdensome that those which were milder in character were treated of as rare exceptions. Thus, according to their opinion, no work should be attempted which, if commenced before the Sabbath, would, even without being able to them, be completed on the Sabbath. It was prohibited on the Sabbath day to give sums of money for charitable purposes, to make arrangements for marriage contracts, to instruct children, to visit the sick, or even to bring comfort to the sorrowing. In their regulations concerning the period of the Levites 132 inches their person and apparel, their exaggerations brought them very near the excesses of the Essenes. They were equally severe concerning matrimonial laws, and only allowed divorce to be granted in the case of the unchastity of the wife. In the school of Shammai, the Pharisaic principles were carried to the very extreme. It was only due to the yielding disposition of the followers of Hillel that peace was not disturbed, and that the friendly relationship existed between 2 schools of such opposite views and characters. The school of Shammai were not only severe in their explanations of the laws, but entertained very stern and rigid opinions on nearly all subjects. They were particularly harsh and repelling towards proselytes to Judaism. Any heathen who came to the school of Shammai, requesting to be received into the community, might expect but a very cold and repellent reception. The school of Shammai cared not for proselytes. How dangerous to Judaism lukewarm proselytes may be, they had too often seen in the case of the converted Herodians. But in spite of their own rigid obedience to the law, they did not exact the same obedience from the Judean troops who were fighting against the national enemy. Originally there had been some hesitation about making war on the Sabbath, but now the school of Shammai were unreservedly in favor thereof. The siege of a hostile city, commenced before the Sabbath, was not to be raised, in spite of the transgressing of the Sabbath law, until the fortress surrendered. These ordinances were instituted by Shammai himself, in whom hatred of the heathen was even greater than religious devotion. The school of Shammai had a large number of adherents in the Sanhedrin, as well as among the people. Their religious austerity, and their hatred of the heathens, found more sympathizers than the moderation and peacefulness of the followers of Hillel. They consequently 133 formed the majority, and were able to carry out their resolutions. Among the followers of Shammai, several names have been preserved along Ben Judah, Yosai from Eton, and Zadok. It is possible that Zadok may be the same as Leviticus related that, excited by fanatical hatred of the Romans, he joined with Judas the Galilean, and placed himself at the head of a religious Republican faction who called themselves the Zealots. The members of this faction were also called the Galileans. The watchword which Judas gave the party of the Zealots, and which was eagerly endorsed by Zadok, was that obedience to the Roman law was disregard of the divine law, for God alone was ruler, and could alone demand obedience. That it became, therefore, a clear and solemn duty to strain every nerve, and sacrifice property, and life, and family in the struggle against the usurper, who exacted submission due to God alone. And they set up as an example Phineas, the slayer of the chief Zimri, the only one who, in the presence of an intellectual tribe and a slothful nation, had served his God with zeal. Furthermore, Judas proclaimed that the church and state must be a republic, recognizing God alone as sovereign and his laws as supreme. This teaching found favor all the more readily as the Roman yoke was becoming more and more intolerable. The great purpose they had in view the recovery of every freedom left by the faith, and they sense, the faction which at first only comprised followers of Shammai, soon included a great number of Judeans, who chafed indignantly under the weight of the Roman fetters. As soon as the law was passed that everyone should keep a description of his family, his lands, and his property, Zadok and Judah gave a signal for energetic resistance. In some places, a conflict seems to have ensued. The more 134 moderate, however, including the high priest Joseph, tried to pacify the malcontents by explaining that the census did not mean a precursor of slavery or other confiscation of property, but was simply necessary in order to control the arrangements for taxation. It was useless, and the census was regarded with such suspicion and dislike that every fine was now called census tenants. Even the moderate party, although they endeavored to stem the agitation, were indignant at the encroachments made upon their liberties. The school at Hillel considered the taxation so unjustifiable that, conscientious as they were, they acceded to all measures by which it might be escaped. Such was the general reforms for this system of taxation, that all those who were officially occupied in carrying it out, whether as tax collector or as treasurer rabbi, were looked upon as dishonorable men. They were not tolerated in the higher ranks of the community, and their testimony as witnesses was discredited. Only mercenary motives and utter indifference to public opinion could induce anyone to undertake the despised office. The designations of tax gatherer and overseer became henceforth terms of the program. Another change also originated with the Roman occupation of China. All public documents, deeds of divorce, etc., were now to be dated according to the year of the reign of the Roman emperor, and not, as formerly, that of the Judean rulers. The zealots were much annoyed at this innovation, and they accused the more moderate Pharisees, who had the illiterate, of indifference in matters of religion. How could such an ignominy be perpetrated as to write the words, according to the laws of Moses and Israel, the usual formula in the separation deeds next to the name of the heathen ruler, and thus permit the holy name of the greatest prophet to be placed by the side of the 135 name of the heathen ruler? In one matter, Quirinius was forced to yield to the wishes of the people. He deposed the unpopular high priest Joseph, and named in his stead Ammon of the family of Seth, whose 4 sons also became high priests. Under Coponius, who entered upon his office of procurator when Quirinius left, the old enmity between Judeans and Samaritans revived. Several days before the feast of Passover, the doors of the temple were thrown open at midnight, on account of the great number of offerings which took place during that time. A few Samaritans stole into the first outer court, and threw some human bones in among the pillars, with the object of polluting the temple. Henceforth the mutual between these two races became fiercer than ever, and the guards of the temple, who were under the charge of the Levites, were strengthened, so as to prevent the occurrence of such a desecration. Not long after these events, Coponius was recalled. He was followed by Marcus Aurelius, who in a short time was also recalled, and was succeeded by Annius Rufus. Thus there were 3 overseers in the short space of 7 years, 7-14, a disastrous circumstance, as each one was intent upon claiming, as far as possible, all the wealth from the nation. The death of Augustus brought little change to Judah. The latter simply became, with other provinces, the possession of Tiberius. Outwardly, these provinces may not have suffered under the new emperor's reign, for he was just of the people, though antagonistic to the aristocracy, which he endeavored to suppress. He listened to the complaints of the Judeans, and lightened the burdens of their almost unendurable taxation. He appointed as procurator Valerius Gratus, who occupied this post for 11 years 15-26. In reality, however, the antipathy of Tiberius to the Judeans was even greater than that of his predecessor and adopted father. In 136 seemed as if the representative of imperialism in Rome had foreboding of mortal noble Rome was destined to receive from Judaism. This antipathy had probably been stimulated by the fact that the Romans, and particularly the Roman women, had a leaning towards Judaism. The enthusiasm of the Judeans for their religion presented a striking contrast to the indifference with which the Romans, both the priests and the laity, regarded their national worship. The laws of freedom in imperial Rome had carried away with it that ideality which inspires highly gifted souls. Ardent and emotional minds sought in vain for some lofty interest to satisfy their longings. Several Roman proselytes, during the reign of Tiberius, gave evidence of their religious enthusiasm by sending offerings to the temple at Jerusalem. It may have been a feeling of superstition, rather than conviction, which gave rise to conversions. For from the converts gained for the cult of Isis in Rome, it was evident that the unknown, the strange, the mystical exercised a strong fascination over those from whose lips all idealism was banished. The displeasure of Tiberius was incurred by the Roman proselytes for the first time under the following circumstances. Olia, the wife of a very highly respected senator, had been converted to Judaism, and had sent offerings to the temple through the agency of her teachers, who, however, had retained these offerings for themselves. As soon as these facts came to the ears of Tiberius, he presented a law against Judeans to the Senate. That body consequently resolved that Judeans must leave the city of Rome, on pain of becoming slaves for life, unless they abjure Judaism within a given time. This measure is said to have been urgently recommended by the ministers of Gaius, who exercised a most powerful influence over Tiberius. Thousands of Judean youths were, then and there, banished to 137 Sardinia, to fight against the hordes of brigands that infested the island. Banishment to so inconvenient a climate was almost certain to be fatal to the innovation of youths. But this consideration did not lead the emperor, as hard-hearted as the senators, to take a milder course. The Judeans throughout Italy were threatened with banishment if they did not forsake their religious observances. All young men, in the pride of life, were forced to come armed into the camp on the Sabbath day. Severe punishment followed if religious scruples dictated a refusal. This was the first time that the Judeans had suffered religious persecution from their first martyrdom, seemed to be the precursor of countless others. The procurator Gratus, whom Tiberius had appointed, took as active a part as his predecessors in the internal affairs of Judah. During the 11 years that he occupied his post, he installed as many as 5 high priests, of whom some only retained their office during 1 year. These changes were sometimes due to the unpopularity of the high priests, but were far more often the result of bribery or warring arbitrariness. Although Judah and the neighboring lands of Edom and Samaria were ruled by procurators, the tetrarchy of Galilee enjoyed a semblance of independence under the reign of Herod Antipas, and the lands of Bajan and Trachonitis under that of Philip. These 2 princes were distinguished only for their passion for building and their submissiveness to Rome. Herod Antipas had at first made Sepphoris the capital of his tetrarchy, but as soon as Tiberius became emperor, he built a new city in the lovely neighborhood of the Lake of Gennesaret, which he named Tiberias, and there he established his court 24-26. But the pious Judeans objected to living in this new city. It had probably been built upon a site which had once 138 served as a battlefield, as a quantity of human bones were discovered there. The inhabitants were consequently prevented by the strict political regulations from visiting the temple and performing various religious observances. Antipas induced the Judeans to settle there only by holding out the most tempting offers and by using force. And the century actually elapsed before the more conscientious members of the people consented to take over the city of Tiberias. The town of Bethlehem Rampa, in a situation similar to that of Jericho, and also rich in the produce of balsam plants, was renamed Libya, in honor of the wife of Augustus. Philip, whose revenue from the country only amounted to 100 talents, also built 2 cities. One of these he built in the beautiful district near the source of the Jordan, and named it Caesarea Philippi, to distinguish it from the seaport town of Caesarea. The other, to the northeast of the lake of Gennesaret, he named Julias, after the daughter of Augustus. Indeed, judged he with monuments erected in honor of the CRs. Philip's disposition was gentle, and seemingly unmarred by fierce passions, and his reign, which lasted 730 years 4 BC minus 33 AC, was quiet and uneventful. Antipas, on the contrary, had inherited some of his father's wild and bloodthirsty nature. The successor to the governor Valerian's greatest was Pontius Pilate, who served in August 26-36, embraced a decade memorable in the history of the world. As soon as he was in power, he showed the determination to subject the Judeans to further humiliation, and to convince them that they must drink the cup of suffering to the dregs. The mere fact that Pilate was the creature of the deceitful minister Sejanus, before whom emperor and senate trembled alike, and that he was sent by him to judge, would suffice to describe his disposition. 139 Pilate was worthy of his master. He certainly went far beyond any of his predecessors in removing the susceptibilities of the Judean nation. He attacked the religious scruples by endeavoring to induce them to pay homage to the emblems and insignia of the Till now the leaders of Roman troops had respected the aversion with which the Judeans were known to regard all images, and on entering Jerusalem the obnoxious emblems had always been removed from the Roman standards. Herod and his sons had never failed to observe this practice. Although Pilate well knew that the feelings of Judeans had never before been outraged on this subject, he paid no heed to them. It is not known whether he had received secret injunctions on this point from Sejanus, or whether he acted on his own authority with the anticipation of a satisfactory bribe. He sent privately for all the imperial emblems in order to replace them upon the standards which were in Jerusalem. The command that these representations of human beings were to be worshipped as deities caused the deepest indignation in the Delegates from the people, who were even joined by members of the Herodian family, hastened to the procurator of Syria, and implored him to command the removal of the hated images. During 5 days the petitioners remained before the palace of the procurator, sending up ceaseless supplications. On the 6th day Pilate attempted to terrify them, and threatened that they should be cut down by his legions if they did not immediately disperse. However, when he found that the Judeans were determined to sacrifice their lives, if necessary, rather than their religious convictions, and perhaps afraid of the disapproval of Tiberius, he at last gave way, and issued a command that the cause of their anger should be removed. That he provoked the indignation of the inhabitants of Jerusalem one day against himself a short time after. He proposed making an action of a distance of 4 geographical miles from the town of Jerusalem. In order to meet the necessary expenses, he possessed himself of the treasures of the temple of Cordoba. He was in Jerusalem at the time, and was surrounded by an angry populace, who assailed him with execrations. He did not venture to call out his legions, but ordered a number of soldiers to disguise themselves in the Judean dress, and to mingle with the crowd and attack them. The multitude rapidly dispersed, but not before great numbers of them had been killed and wounded. 141. Chapter 6 Messianic Expectations and Origin of Christianity. The Messianic Hope. Various conceptions of the expected Messiah. The Essene idea of the Kingdom of Heaven. John the Baptist, his work and imprisonment. Jesus of Nazareth continued on favors. Story of the birth. Defense. His relations to Judaism and the sects. His miraculous healing of the sick and exorcism of demons. His secret appearance as the Messiah. His journey to judge. Accusations against him and his condemnation. The first Christian community and its chiefs. The evidence. Removal of Pilate from Judah. Vitellius, governor of Syria, favored the Judeans. 28-37 CE. While Judah was still trembling in fear of some new act of violence on the part of the governor, Pontius Pilate, which would again afflict the country with disturbances and troubles, a strange event occurred. At first but little heeded, it soon acquired, through the singularity of its origin and many favorable attendant circumstances, a considerable degree of notoriety. So great were the strides this movement rapidly made to influence and power, that radical changes were produced by it and new paths opened in the history of the world. The time had come when the fundamental truths of Judaism, till then thoroughly known and rightly appreciated only by profound thinkers, would burst the shackles and go freely forth among all the people of the earth. The mighty lofty views of God and the holy living for the individual as well as for the state, which formed the kernel of Judaism, were now to be disseminated among other nations and to bring them a rich and beneficent harvest. Israel was now to commence in earnest his sacred mission. He was to become the teacher of nations. The ancient 142 teaching about God and religious morality was to be introduced by him unto a godless and immoral world. Judaism, however, could gain admission into the hearts of the heathens only by taking another name and assuming new forms, for with its old designation and distinctive features it was not generally popular. It was due to the strange movements which arose under the governorship of Pilate that the teachings of Judaism won the sympathy of the heathen world. But this new form of Judaism, altered by foreign elements, became estranged from and placed itself in harsh antagonism to the parent source. Judaism, which had given birth to this new manifestation, could take no pleasure in her offspring, which soon turned wholly from her and struck out into strange, divergent paths. This new power, this old doctrine in a new garb, or rather this ism intermingled with foreign elements, is Christianity, whose advent and earliest course belong to the Judean history of this epoch. Christianity owed its origin to an overpowering, mysterious feeling which reigned among the better classes of the Judean nation, and which became daily stronger as their political position became more and more intolerable. The ever-recurring evils brought on them by the rapacity of their Roman rulers, the shamelessness of the Herodian princes, the cowardice and surly of the Judean aristocracy, the debasement of the high priests and their families, and the dissensions of rival parties, had raised a longing for the deliverer now in the pathetic lighting the Messiah also raised a pitch that any highly gifted individual, possessed of outward charm or viewed with moral and religious grace, would readily have found disciples and believers in his messianic mission. The most earnest thinkers of that time had long regarded the political condition of the Judeans since their 143 return from the Babylonian exile as a temporary or preparatory state, which would only continue until the true prophet arose, and Elijah turned the hearts of the fathers to the children, and restored the tribes of Jacob. When the people, with solemn rites, elected the Hasmonean Prime as their prince, they decreed that he and his descendants should hold that position only until the true prophet appeared to assume the royal dignity, and it was only to a sign of the house of David, the anointed that, according to prophecy, this dignity by right belonged. When, consequent upon the wars undertaken by the three powerful leaders, Octavius, Antony, and Lepidus, ostensibly to punish Caesar's murderers, in reality to introduce a new form of government, a great political convulsion took place in the Roman Empire, and three divisions of the world were laid waste. A giant poet in Egypt was foretelling a far different outcome, the destruction of the whole heathen world and the dawn of the kingdom of God. In that kingdom, the Holy King, the Messiah, will hold the scepter. When Rome shall vanquish Egypt, and govern her, then shall the greatest in the kingdom, the immortal King, arise in the world, and the Holy King will come to rule over all the nations of the earth during all time. The Messiah, so confidently expected, was to bring forth quite a new state of things, new heaven and a new earth. At the coming of Elijah, who was to be the precursor of the Messiah, the resurrection of the dead would take place, and a future world be revealed. This ardent longing for the Messiah, and the belief in his advent, swayed all classes of the Judean nation, excepting the aristocracy and those who belonged to Rome. These were satisfied with the present, and anticipated harm rather than benefit from any change. During the short space of 44 years, a great number of enthusiastic mystics appeared, who, without any intention to deceive, and bent upon removing the load of care and sorrow that weighed so heavily upon the people, assumed the character of prophet or Messiah, and found disciples, who followed their banner faithfully unto death. But though it appears that every Messiah attracted ready believers, no one was acknowledged as such by the whole nation. The incessant friction between the various communities, and the deep study of the holy books, had awakened a critical spirit difficult to satisfy. The nation was also split into many parties, each entertaining a different idea of the future Savior, and rendering it, therefore, impossible that any one aspirant should receive general recognition as the Messiah. The disciples of Judas of Galilee pictured the Messiah as delivering Israel from his enemies by the breath of his mouth, destroying the Roman Empire, and restoring the golden era of David's kingdom. The school of Shammai added to this representation of the Messiah the attributes of ardent religious zeal and perfect moral purity. The followers of Hillel, less swayed by fanaticism or political views, expected a prince of peace, who would bring tranquility to the country itself, and introduce harmony into its relations with all its neighboring states. On one point, however, all agreed, the Messiah must spring from the branch of David. And thus, in the course of time, the expression David, son of David, became identical with the Messiah. According to the prevailing belief, the fulfillment of the messianic prophecies required the return of the scattered tribes of Israel, richly laden with presents, and they had not from the nations by which they had so long been oppressed. Even the most educated classes, who had felt the influence of rich and culture, and were represented by Philo, the Judean Plato, fully believed that the messianic age was to be ushered in, and 145 featured as an epic of miracles. The heavenly apparition, only visible to the righteous, would lead back from Greece and Pharos lands the exiled and repentant Israelites. The latter would be found prepared for the messianic time, following the holy life of the patriarchs, and imbued with the sublime and pious spirit, which would prevent them from falling into their old sins, and literally call down upon them the full grace of God. Then with the streams of former happiness be again replenished and the eternal stream of divine grace, the ruined cities would arise, the desert become a blooming land, and the prayers of the living would have the power of awakening the dead. It was the sect of Essenes that pictured the Messiah and the Messianic time in the most idealistic manner. The great object of their asceticism was to advance the kingdom of heaven Noctis Shemaim and the coming year Alim Ha-Ba. Their appearance would be granted alone to him who led a pure and spotless life, who renounced the world and its vanities, and gave proofs that the Holy Spirit Ruach HaKodesh dwelt within him. He must also have power over demons, read with mammon, and inaugurate a system of community of goods, in which poverty and self-renunciation would be the ornaments of mankind. It was from the Essenes that for the first time the cry went forth, the Messiah is coming. The kingdom of heaven is near. He who first raised his voice in the desert little thought it would re-echo far away over land and sea, and that it would be answered by the nation of the earth flocking together around the banner of the Messiah. In announcing the kingdom of heaven, he only meant to invite the sinners among the and people's penitence and reformation. The Essene who sent forth his call to the Israelites was John the Baptist, his name doubtless meaning the Essene, he who daily 146 days and cleansed both body and soul in spring water. But few accounts have reached us of John the Baptist. He led the same life as the Essenes, fed upon locusts and wild honey, and wore the garb of the prophets of old, a cloak of camel hair fastened by a leather girdle. John appears to have fully entertained the belief that if only the whole Judean nation would bathe in the river Jordan, acknowledged their sins, and adopt the strict ways of the Essenes, the promised messianic time could be no longer deferred. He therefore called upon the people to come and receive baptism in the Jordan, to confess and renounce their sins, and thus prepare for the advent of the kingdom of heaven. John dwelt with other Essenes in the desert, in the vicinity of the Dead Sea, presumably in order to be ever at hand to teach the repentant sinners the deep moral signification of baptism. Bound up with that right was doubtless the adoption of the rule of life of the Essenes. There were certainly many, imbued with an enthusiastic spirit, and saddened by the evils and the distress they witnessed, who eagerly responded to the cry of the Essene Baptist. Who would not gladly, were it only in his power to do so, further the great work of redemption, and help to advance the kingdom of heaven. Did the baptized persons in turn improved by their immersion in the waters of the Jordan? Was any great moral increase the result of this symbolic act? History tells us not. But our knowledge of this history at that time can easily supply us with an answer to the question. The Judean people did not as a whole, especially among the middle-class citizens, require this violent shock as a means of improvement. They were neither vicious nor depraved, and their form of public religious worship was sufficient to keep them in the right paths. By two sets of people, however, the call of John to repentance might have been heeded. T147 might have had a beneficial influence upon the higher and lower classes, upon the aristocracy and wealthy, who had been corrupted by Rome, and upon the miserable peasantry, brutalized by constant warfare. But the rich only laughed at the high-souled enthusiast, who taught that baptism in the water of Jordan would bring about the miraculous messianic era, and the sons of his soil were too obtuse and ignorant to heed the Baptist's earnest cry. His appeal, on the other hand, had nothing in its tenor and character to offend the Pharisees, or arouse any opposition among the ranks of the ruling party. John's disciples, those who were found closest to him, and who carried out his mode of living, kept strictly to the words of the law, and observed all its prescribed fasts. If the Pharisees, comprising at that time the schools of Hillel and Shammai, did not greatly favor the enthusiasm and extravagance of the Essenes, they placed themselves in no direct antagonism to the Baptists. From their side, John would have met with no hindrance to his work, but the Herodians were suspicious of a man who drew such throngs around him, whose burning words moved the hearts of his hearers in their very depths, and could carry away the multitude to the performance of any enterprise he chose to undertake. Herod Antipas, governor of the province in which the Baptist dwelt, gave the soldier orders to seize and imprison him. how long a time he was kept in confinement, and whether he was still alive when one of his disciples was being proclaimed as the Messiah, must, on account of the untrustworthiness of the sources from which our information is derived, remain doubtful. It is authentic, however, that he was committed by the order of Pontifex, whilst the story of the young daughter of Herodian claims to come under the Roman head of Baptist upon a platter is a mere legend. 148 after the imprisonment of the Baptist, his work was carried on by some of his disciples, among whom no one exerted so powerful an influence as Jesus of Galilee. Jesus, short for Joshua, born in Nazareth, a small town in Lower Galilee, to the south of Sepphoris, was the eldest son of another life unknown carpenter, Joseph, and of his wife Mary, who bore him 4 more sons, Jacob, Judah, and Simon, and several daughters. Whether Joseph or Mary, the father and mother of Jesus, belonged to the family of David cannot be proved. The measure of his mental culture can only be surmised from that existing in his native province. Galilee, at a distance from the capital and the temple, was far behind Judah's mental attainments and knowledge of the law. The lively interchange of religious thought and the discussions upon the law, which made its writings and teachings the common property of all who sought its temple, were naturally wanting in Galilee. The country, which, at a later period, after the destruction of the temple, contained the great schools of Osha, Sepphoris, and Tiberias, was at that time very poor in seats of learning. But, on the other hand, morality was stricter in Galilee, and the observance of laws and customs more rigidly enforced. The slightest infringement was not allowed, and what the Judaeans permitted themselves, the Galileans would by no means consent to. They were also looked upon as fanatical dogmatists. Through their vicinity to the heathen Syrians, the Galileans had adopted many superstitions, and, owing to their ignorance of the nature of disease, the sick were often thought to be possessed by demons, and various forms of illness were ascribed to the influence of evil spirits. The language of the Galileans had also become corrupted by their Syrian neighbors, and was marred by the introduction 149 of Aramaic forms and words. The Galileans could not pronounce Hebrew with purity. They exchanged, and sometimes omitted, the guttural sounds, and thus often incurred the ridicule of the Judaeans, who thought a great deal of correct articulation. The first word he spoke revealed the Galilean, and, as his language provoked laughter, he was not often allowed to lead in the recital of the prayers. The birthplace of Jesus, Nazareth, offered no particular attraction. It was a small mountain town, not more fertile than the other parts of Galilee, and bearing no comparison to the richly watered Shechem. On account of his Galilean origin, Jesus could not have stood high in that knowledge of the law which, through the schools of Shammai and Hillel, had become prevalent in Judah. His small stock of learning and his corrupt Aramaic language pointed unmistakably to his birthplace in Galilee. His deficiency in knowledge, however, was fully compensated for by his intensely sympathetic character, high-minded earnestness, and spotless moral purity were his undeniable attributes. They stand out in all the authentic accounts of his life that have reached us, and the purity in those garbled teachings which his followers placed in his mouth. The gentle disposition and the humility of Jesus remind one of Hillel, whom he seems, indeed, to have taken as his particular motto, and his golden rule: what you wish not to be done to yourself, do not unto others, he adopted as the starting point of his moral code. Like Hillel, Jesus looked upon the promotion of peace and the forgiveness of injuries as the highest forms of virtue. His thinking was permeated by the deeper religiousness which constitutes God not only an hour of prayer, a day of penitence, and longer or shorter periods of devotional exercise, but every second the journey of life, which turns every aspiration of his soul towards 150 him, subjects everything to his will, and, with childlike trust, commits everything to his keeping. He was filled with tender brotherly love, which Judaism also teaches towards men, and had reached the ideal of the passive virtues which the past seed inculcated. Count yourself among the oppressed and not among the oppressors. Receive abuse and return it not. Do all from love to God, and rejoice in suffering. Jesus doubtless possessed warm sympathies and a willing manner, which caused his words to produce a deep and lasting effect. Jesus must, from the idiosyncrasies of his nature, have been causally attracted by the Essenes, who led a contemplative life apart from the world and its vanities. When John the Baptist saw more correctly the Essene and Vited all to come and receive baptism in the Jordan, to repent and prepare for the kingdom of heaven, Jesus hastened to obey the call, and was baptized by him. Although it cannot be proved that Jesus was formally admitted into the order of the Essenes, much in his life and work can only be explained by the supposition that he had adopted their fundamental principles. Like the Essenes, Jesus highly esteemed self-inflicted poverty, and despised a man without riches. The following proverbs, ascribed to him, appear to therefore stand: blessed are you poor, for yours is the kingdom of heaven moved by. 20. It is easier for a camel to go through the eye of a needle, than for a rich man to enter the kingdom of God. Matthew 6. 24. No man can serve two masters, ye cannot serve God and mammon. Matthew 9. 24. Jesus shared the aversion of the Essenes to marriage. It is not good to marry. Matthew 6. 11. Community of goods. The peculiar doctrine of the Essenes was not only approved, but positively enjoined by Jesus. Like them, he also reprobated every form of it. Swear not at all, save Jesus taught, neither by heaven nor by the earth, nor by your 151 head of lecture yea, and your navy may change you. 12. Miraculous cures, said to have been performed by him of the Essenes, redeemed from those who believe themselves to be possessed thereof by the Essenes, so to say, in a professional capacity. After John had been taken and imprisoned by Herod Pontifex, Jesus thought simply of continuing his master's work. Like him, he preached repent, for the kingdom of heaven is at hand, without perhaps having been a suspicion of what he was afterwards to play in that kingdom of heaven looked forward to in the approaching messianic time. Jesus apparently felt that if his appeal was not to be lost in the desert like that of the Baptist, but, on the contrary, bring forth lasting results, it must not be addressed to the whole nation, but to a particular class of the Judaeans. The middle classes, the inhabitants of towns of greater or lesser importance, were not wanting in godliness, piety and morality, and consequently a call to them to repent and forsake their sins would have been meaningless. The declaration made to Jesus by the young man who was seeking the way of eternal life, from all you evidence, I have kept the laws of God. I have not committed murder, nor adultery, nor have I stolen, nor borne false witness. I have honored my father and mother, and loved my neighbor like myself. His declaration might have been made by the greater number of middle-class Judaeans of that time. The disciples of Shammai and Hillel, the followers of the zealot Judas, the bitter foes of the Herodians and Ezra, were not morally sick, and were not in the physician's arms. They were ever ready for self-sacrifice, and Jesus wisely refrained from turning to them. Still less was he inclined to attempt to reform the rich, and he was repelled by the higher classes of Judaeans. From these, the warning 152 of the simple, unlearned moralist and preacher is the proof of their pride, their rebellion and inconstancy, with whom we have elicited mockery and derision. With right judgment, therefore, Jesus determined on seeking out those who do not belong to him, or have himself from the community of the religious princes, and protecting not to allow those who not desire to come to him. The Republican and tax gatherers, shunned by the patriots, as promoters of Roman interests, who turned their backs upon the law, and led a narrow, unshackled life, even the alike in the past and the future. There existed in Germany who had no knowledge of the great new truth of Judaism, who learned none of its laws, and indifferent as to the glorious history of its past or its possible future. These were known as transgressors of the law, or sinners as they were called, the friends of Herod and of Rome. There were also in Rome, were handicapped and menials and fathers, who were seldom able to visit the good and capital, or listen to good and teachings, which, indeed, they would probably not have understood. It was not for them that Simon had written, or the prophets had heard a lot of warning. For the teachers of the law, more intent upon expounding doctrine than upon informing their hearers, failed to make the law and the prophets intelligible to those classes, and consequently did not draw them within their powers. It was to be recognized that Jesus came, snatched them out of their torpor, their ignorance and their godliness. He felt within himself the call to save the lost sheep of the house of Israel. They that he told was not a physician, but they that are Matthews.
That God.
Thank you. To repentance, and by virtue of the essay mode of living to prepare 153 then for the approaching Messianic time, Jesus first sought his native town of Nazareth. But there, where he had been known from his infancy, and where the carpenter's son was not considered to possess superior sanctity but only inferior knowledge, he was met with derision and contempt. When, on the Sabbath, he spoke in the synagogue about repentance, the listeners said to each other, "Is that not the son of Joseph the carpenter, and his mother and sisters? Are they not all with us?" And they said to him, "Physician, heal himself, and listen not to him." The ignominious treatment he received in his own birthplace caused him to utter the proverb, "The preacher is least regarded in his own country." He left Nazareth, never to return. A better result followed the teaching of Jesus in the town of Capernaum, which was situated on the western coast of the Sea of Tiberias. The inhabitants of that delightfully situated town differed as much from the Nazarenes as their mild, fertile land from a rough and wild mountain gorge. In Capernaum there were doubtless a greater number of men steeped in effeminacy and vice, and there existed, probably, a wider gap between the rich and the poor. But just on that account Jesus had more scope to work there, and an easier access was found for the earnest, penetrating words which he poured forth from the depths of his soul. Many belonging to the lowest classes attached themselves to Jesus and followed him. Among his first disciples in Capernaum were Simon, called Petrus or Petrus Rock, and his brother Andrew, the sons of Jonah, both fishermen, at first, in some degree, a lawbreaker, and also the two sons of a certain Zebedee, Jacob and John. He was also followed by a rich publican, called sometimes Matthew, sometimes Levi, in whose house Jesus often tarried, bringing with him companions from the classes then 154 looked down upon with the greatest contempt. Women likewise of doubtful repute were among his followers, the most conspicuous of the number being a native of the town of Magdala, near Tiberias, Mary Magdalene, from whom 7 devils according to the language of the time had to be driven out. Jesus converted these abandoned sinners into remorseful penitents. It was, doubtless, an unheard of thing at that time for a teacher of Judaism to hold intercourse with women at all, more especially with any of that description. He, however, by word and example raised the sinner and the publican, and filled the hearts of those poor, neglected, thoughtless beings with the love of God, transforming them into dutiful children of their holy Father. He animated them with his own piety and fervor, and improved their conduct by the hope he gave them of being able to enter the kingdom of heaven. That was the greatest miracle that Jesus performed. Above all things, he taught his male and female disciples the essential virtues of self-abnegation and humility, of contempt of riches, of charity and the love of peace. He said to his followers, "Provide neither gold nor silver nor brass for your purses, neither 2 coats, neither shoes." Matthew S. 9. He bade them become sinless as little children, and declared they must be as if born again if they would become members of the approaching kingdom of heaven. The law of brotherly love and forbearance he carried to the extent of self-humiliation. If you receive a blow on one cheek, turn the other one likewise, and if them taste the blow, give them likewise your shirt. He taught the poor that they should not take heed for meat or drink for hire, or coins or birds in the air and the lilies in the fields that were fed and clothed yet they toil not, neither do they spin. He taught the rich house of the city on the left, not thy left hand, no 155 what thy right hand doeth. He admonished the hypocrite, and made him pray and seek to his father, raising before the actual form of prayer, "Our Father which art in heaven," which may possibly have been in use among the Essenes. Jesus made no attack upon Judaism itself. He had no idea of becoming the reformer of Jewish doctrine or the profounder of a new law. He saw merely to redeem the sinner, to call him to a good and holy life, to teach him that he is a child of God, and to prepare him for the approaching Messianic time. He insisted upon the unity of God, and was far from attempting to change in the slightest degree the Jewish conception of deity. To the question once put to him by the founder of the law, what is the essence of Judaism? He replied, "Hear, O Israel, how God is one, and thou shalt love thy neighbor as thyself." These are the 10 commandments, Mark Z. 28. His disciples, who had remained true to Judaism, congregated with the declaration of their master, "I am not come to destroy, but to fulfill." Till heaven and earth pass, one jot or one tittle shall in no wise pass from the law till all be fulfilled. Matthew B. 17. He must have kept the Sabbath holy, for those of his followers who were attached to Judaism strictly observed the Sabbath, which they would not have done had their master disregarded it. It was only the shyly strictness in the observance of the Sabbath, which forbade even the healing of the sick on the day, that Jesus protested against. There was no on the Sabbath. Jesus made no objection to the existing custom of sacrifice. He merely demanded, and he and the Pharisees agreed with him, that one's fellow man should receive any act of religious atonement. Even fasting found no opponent in him, so far as it was practiced without ostentation or hypocrisy. He wore on his 156 garments the fringes ordered by the law, and he belonged so thoroughly to Judaism that he shared the melodies held by the Judainists at that period, and thoroughly despised the heathen world. He was animated by that feeling when he said, "Give not that which is holy unto the dogs, neither cast ye your pearls before swine, lest they trample them under their feet and turn again and rend you." The merit of Jesus consists especially in his efforts to impart greater inner force to the precepts of Judaism, in the enthusiasm with which he obeyed them himself, in his ardor to make the Judeans turn to God with filial love as children to their father, in his fervent upholding of the brotherhood of men, in his insistence that moral laws be placed in the foreground, and in his endeavors to have them accepted by those who had been hitherto regarded as the lowest and most degraded of human beings. It was not to be expected, however, that through his teaching alone Jesus could attract devoted followers, or achieve great results. Something more was required, and anything strange and wonderful to startle and inflame. His appearance, his mystical character, his earnest zeal produced, doubtless, a powerful effect which enabled him to collect a lasting enthusiasm, to gain the confidence of the masses and to kindle their faith. It was necessary to appeal to their imagination by strange circumstances and marvelous surroundings. These confident amount of extraordinary events and descriptions of miraculous cures performed by Jesus. Though these stories may be partly due to an inclination to exaggerate and idealize, they must doubtless have had some foundation in fact. Miraculous cure such, for example, as the exorcism of those possessed by demons belongs so completely to the personality 157 of Jesus that his followers boasted more of the exercise of their power than of the purity and holiness of their conduct. If we are to credit an historical account of that period, the people also admired Jesus more for the command he displayed over demons and Satan than for his moral greatness. It was indeed on account of his possession of such power that he was first considered a supernatural being by the uncultured masses. Encouraged by the great effect he produced in Capernaum, there he found his first circle of disciples. Jesus wandered about in the towns of Galilee, remaining sometime in the second capital, Bethsaida, in Magdala, and in Chorazin. There he gained many followers. His presence, however, in Bethsaida and Chorazin did not have any lasting result, as he bewailed according to the words placed in his mouth. Woe unto thee, Chorazin, woe unto thee, that such a spirit of opposition and imbecility of their inhabitants. Like Sodom and Gomorrah, they were cursed. Still he had many faithful disciples, both men and women, who followed him everywhere, and obeyed him in all things. They renounced not only their former immoral and irreligious life, but also gave up all their possessions, carrying out the doctrine of the middle of goods. For the past sake of the common good, not the word, who connected with attached the followers of Jesus to one another, and the alms distributed by the rich public continued to fear disciples of the pure purpose, and thus bound them still more closely to Jesus. Among his followers, Jesus selected as his peculiar confidants those who, distinguished by their superior intelligence or greater steadfastness of character, seemed best calculated to forward the aims he had in view. The number of these trusted disciples was not known, but tradition mentions them 58-12, and calls them the 12 apostles of presenters, as it were, of the 12 tribes of Israel. His great design, the secret desire of his heart, Jesus disclosed on one occasion to the most intimate circle of his disciples. He led them to a retired spot at the foot of Mount Hermon, not far from Caesarea Philippi, the capital of the Tetrarch Philip, where the Jordan rushes forth from mighty rocks, and in that remote solitude he revealed to them the hidden object of his thoughts. But he contrived his discourse in such a manner that it appeared to be his disciples who at last elicited from him the revelation that he considered himself the expected Messiah. He asked his followers, "Who do men say that I, the Son of Man, am?" Some replied that he was thought to be Elijah, the expected forerunner of the Messiah. Others, again, that he was the prophet whose advent Moses had predicted. Upon which Jesus asked them, "But whom say ye that I am?" Simon Peter answered and said, "Thou art the Christ." Jesus praised Peter's discernment and admitted that he was the Messiah, but forbade his disciples from divulging the truth, or, for the present, from speaking about it at all. Such was the mysteriously veiled birth of Christianity. When, a few days later, the most trusted of his disciples, Simon Peter and the two sons of Zebedee, James and John, timidly suggested that Elijah must precede the Messiah, Jesus declared that Elijah had already appeared, though unrecognized, in the person of the Baptist. Had Jesus from the very commencement of his career nursed these thoughts in the depths of his soul, or had they first taken shape when the many followers he had gained seemed to make their realization possible? Jesus never publicly called himself the Messiah, but made use of other expressions which were doubtless current among the Essenes. He spoke of himself as the Son of Man, alluding 159 probably to Daniel 13. When like the Son of Man came with the clouds of heaven, and came to the Ancient of Days, a verse which referred probably to the whole people and its messianic future, but which at that time was made to point to the Messiah himself. There was yet one other name which Jesus applied to himself in his messianic character, the mysterious word Son of God, probably taken from the 7th verse of the 2nd Psalm, "The Lord hath said unto me, Thou art my Son. This day have I begotten thee." Was this expression used by Jesus figuratively, or did he wish it to be taken in a literal sense? As far as we know, he never explained himself clearly on that subject, not even at a later date, when it was on account of the meaning attached to those words that he was undergoing his trial. His followers afterwards disagreed among themselves upon that matter, and the various ways in which they interpreted that ambiguous expression divided them into different sects, among which a new form of idolatry unfolded itself. When Jesus made himself known as the Messiah to his disciples, enjoining secrecy, he consoled them for the present silence imposed on them by the assurance that a time would come, when, "What I tell you in darkness, that speak ye in light, and what ye hear in the inner, that preach ye upon the housetops." What occurred was doubtless contrary to what Jesus and his disciples expected, for as soon as it was known, the disciples having probably not kept the secret that Jesus of Nazareth not only came to preach the kingdom of heaven, but was proclaimed as the exalted Messiah, public sentiment rose against him. Proofs and signs of his being the Messiah were asked, which he was not able to give, and he thus was forced to evade the questions addressed to him. Many of his followers seem to have been repelled by his assumption 160 of the messianic character, and so left him at once. From that time many of his disciples rode back, and walked no more with him. John 5:66. In order not to be discredited in the eyes of his disciples, it was essential that he should perform some miracle that would found his work or seal it with his death. It was expected that he would now appear in Jerusalem before the whole nation to the character of the Messiah, and it is stated that his own brothers entreated of him to go there, so that his achievements might at last become visible to his disciples. For there is no man that doeth anything in secret, and he himself seeketh to be known openly. If thou do these things, show thyself to the world. John 5:4. Jesus thus found himself almost obliged to enter upon the path of danger. He was, moreover, no longer safe in Galilee, and appears to have been tracked and pursued from place to place by the servants of the Tetrarch Herod Antipas. It was at that time that Jesus said to one of his followers who come to him in his distress, "The foxes have holes and the birds of the air have nests, but the Son of Man hath not where to lay his head." Matthew 20. He wished to prevent any misconception as to his desire to alter the law, and his reply to the Pharisee who asked what would be required of him if he became his disciple was, "If thou wilt enter into life, keep the commandments, sell what thou hast and give to the poor." he had passed Jericho and was approaching Jerusalem, Jesus took up his abode near the walls of the capital, in the village of Bethany, at the Mount of Olives, where the lepers who were invited to avoid the city and their settlement. It was in the house of one of these that shelter was given him. The other disciples whom he found at Bethany belonged also to the lower orders. They were Lazarus and his sisters, Mary and Martha. Only one resident of wealth and position in Jerusalem, Joseph of Arimathea, is said to have become a disciple of Jesus. 161 The entrance of Jesus into Jerusalem and his appearance in the temple have been glorified by a halo of legends which contain but little historical truth. They show us Jesus accompanied and triumphed by people singing hosannas, the same people who a few days later were to demand his death. Both reports were inventions. The first was designed to prove that he was recognized as the Messiah by the people. The second, to throw the guilt of his execution upon all Israel. Equally unhistorical is the account of Jesus entering the temple by force, throwing down the tables of the money changers, and chasing away those who were selling doves. An act that must have given rise to intense excitement would not have been omitted from other chronicles of that period. It is not mentioned in any other writings of that time that the stalls of money changers and dealers and doves had a place in the temple. It is just the most important facts of the life of Jesus, the account of the attitude he assumed that Jerusalem before the people, the Sanhedrin and the different sects, the announcement of himself as the Messiah, and the manner in which that announcement was received are represented in such various ways in the Chronicles that it is impossible to separate the historical kernel from its legendary exaggerations and embellishments. Prejudice certainly existed against him in the capital. The educated classes could not imagine the Messiah's saving work to be performed by an unlearned Galilean. Indeed, the idea that the Messiah, who was expected to come from Bethlehem, out of the branch of David, should belong to Galilee, overthrew the long-cherished conviction of centuries. It is probably from this time that the proverb arose, "Can there any good thing come out of Nazareth?" John 26. The devout took offense at his going about eating and drinking with sinners, publicans, for he was accused of being of a degraded class. Even the Essenes, John's disciples, were displeased at his infringement of rules and customs. The Shimites were scandalized at his eating the sick on the Sabbath day, and could not recognize the Messiah in one who desecrated the Sabbath. He also roused the opposition of the Pharisees by the disapproval he expressed here and there of their interpretations of the laws, and of the conclusions they drew from them. From Jesus the zealots could not look for deeds of heroism, for, instead of inspiring his followers with hatred of Rome, he advocated peace, and in his contempt for mammon admonished them to submit only to the Roman tax gatherers. When they therefore unto CR the things which are CRs, and unto God the things which are God's mat. XXII. 21. These startling peculiarities, which seem to contradict the preconceived idea of the messianic character, caused the higher and the learned classes to be coldly indifferent to him, and it is certain that he met with no friendly reception in Jerusalem. These various objections, however, to the mode of life and the tenets of Jesus afforded no ground for any legal accusation against him. Freedom of speech had, owing to the frequent debates in the schools of Shammai and Hillel, become so firmly established to right that no one could be attacked for expressing religious opinions, unless indeed he controverted any received dogma or rejected the conception of the divinity peculiar to Judaism. It was just in this particular that Jesus laid himself open to accusation. The report had spread that he had called himself the Son of God, words which, if taken literally, wounded the religious feelings of the Judean nation too deeply to allow him who had uttered them to pass unscathed. But how was it possible to ascertain the truth, to learn whether Jesus had really called himself the Son of God, and to know what meaning he attached to these words? How was it 163 possible to discover what was the secret of his sect? To bring that to light, it was necessary to seek a traitor among his immediate followers, and that traitor was found in Judas Iscariot, who, as it is related, incited by avarice, delivered up to the judges the man whom he had before honored as the Messiah. One Judean account, derived from what appears a trustworthy source, seems to place in the true light the use made of this traitor. In order to be able to arraign Jesus either as a false prophet or as a seducer of the people, the law demanded that two witnesses had heard him utter the dangerous language of which he was accused, and Judas was consequently required to induce him to speak whilst two living witnesses might hear and report his words. According to the Christian writings, the treachery of Judas manifested itself in pointing out Jesus through the kiss of homage that he gave his master as he was standing among his disciples, surrounded by the people and his soldiers. No sooner had Jesus been seized by the latter than his disciples left him and sought safety in flight, Simon Peter alone following him at some distance. At dawn of day on the 14th of Nisan, the feast of the Passover, that is to say, on the eve of the feast of unleavened bread, Jesus was led, not before the great Sanhedrin, but before the smaller court of justice, composed of 23 members, over which the high priest, Joseph Caiaphas, presided. The trial was to determine whether Jesus had really claimed to be, as the two witnesses testified, the Son of God. For one cannot believe that he was arraigned before that tribunal because he had boasted that it was in his power to destroy the temple and rebuild it in 3 days. Such a declaration, if really uttered by him, could not have been made the cause of complaint. The accusation doubtless pointed to the sin of blasphemy, and to his supposed affirmation of Jesus that he was the Son of God. Upon the question 164 being put to him on that score, Jesus was silent and gave no answer. When the presiding judge, however, asked him again if he were the Son of God, he is said to have replied, "Thou hast said it," and to have added, "Hereafter shall ye see the Son of Man sitting on the right hand of power and coming in the clouds of heaven." If these words were really spoken by Jesus, the judges could infer that he looked upon himself as the Son of God. The high priest rent his garments at the end of this assertion, and the court declared him guilty of blasphemy. From the account of the proceedings given by Christian authorities, there is no proof that, according to the existing penal laws, the judges had pronounced an unjust verdict. All appearances were against Jesus. The Sanhedrin received the sanction of the death warrant, or rather the permission to execute it, from the governor, Pontius Pilate, who was just then present for the festival at Jerusalem. Pilate, before whom Jesus was brought, entering into the political side of the question, asked him if he declared himself to be not only the Messiah but the King of the Judeans. And as Jesus answered evasively, "Thou hast said it," he likewise decreed his execution, which he indeed alone had the power to enforce. That Pilate, on the contrary, found Jesus innocent and wished to save him, while the Judeans had determined upon putting him to death, is unhistorical and merely legendary. When Jesus was scoffed at and obliged to wear the crown of thorns in ironical allusion to the messianic and royal dignity he had assumed, it was not the Judeans who inflicted those indignities upon him, but the Roman soldiers, who sought through him to deride the Judean nation. Among the Judeans who had condemned him there was, on the contrary, so little of personal hatred that he was treated exactly like any other criminal, and was given to public wine and frankincense to render him insensible 165 to the pains of death. That Jesus was scourged before his execution proves that he was treated according to the Roman penal laws. For by the Judean code no one sentenced to death could suffer flagellation. It was consequently the Roman leaders who maliciously scourged with faggots or ropes the self-styled king of the Judeans. They also caused Jesus by the order of Pilate to be nailed to the cross, and to suffer the shameful death awarded by the law of Rome. For after the verdict of death was pronounced by the Roman authorities, the condemned prisoner belonged no more to his own nation, but to the Roman state. It was not the Sanhedrin of Pilate that gave the order for the execution of one who was regarded as a state criminal and a cause of disturbance and agitation. The Christian authorities state that Jesus was nailed on the cross at 9 o'clock in the morning, and that he expired at 3 o'clock in the afternoon. His last words were taken from the song, and spoken in the Aramaic tongue, my God, why hast thou forsaken me? Eli, Eli, lama sabachthani. The Roman soldiers placed in mockery the following inscription upon the cross: Jesus of Nazareth, King of the Judeans. The cross had been erected and the body was probably buried outside the town, on the spot which was the graveyard of condemned criminals. It was called Golgotha, the place of skulls. Such was the end of a man who had devoted himself to the improvement of the most neglected, miserable, and abandoned members of his people, and who, perhaps, fell a victim to a misunderstanding. How great was the woe caused by that one execution? How many deaths and sufferings of every description has it not caused among the children of Israel? Millions of broken hearts and tragic fates have not yet atoned for his death. He is the only mortal of whom one can say without exaggeration that his death was more effective than his life. Golgotha, 166, the place of skulls, became to the civilized world a new Sinai. Strange, that events fraught with so vast an import should have created so little stir at the time of their occurrence at Jerusalem, that the Judean historians, just as Tiberius and Josephus, who relate, to the very smallest minutiae, everything which took place under Pilate, do not mention the life and death of Jesus. When the disciples of Jesus had somewhat recovered from the panic which came upon them at the time he was seized and executed, they reassembled to mourn together over the death of their beloved master. The followers of Jesus then in Jerusalem did not amount to more than 120, and if all who believed in him in Galilee had been numbered, they would not have exceeded 500. Still, the effect that Jesus produced upon the unenlightened masses must have been very powerful. For their faith in him, far from fading away like a flame, became more and more intense, their adoration of Jesus rising to the highest pitch of enthusiasm. The only stumbling block to their belief lay in the fact that the Messiah who came to deliver Israel and bring to light the glory of the kingdom of heaven, endured a shameful death. How could the Messiah be subject to pain? A suffering Messiah staggered them considerably, and this stumbling block had to be overcome before perfect and joyful belief could be reposed in him. It was at that moment probably that some writer relieved his own perplexities and quelled their doubts by referring to a prophecy in Isaiah, that he will be taken from the land of the living, and will be wounded for the sins of his people. The humble, laboring disciples of Jesus were helped over their greatest difficulty by the Pharisees, who were in the habit of explaining even more the marvelous line interpretations of Scripture. By this means they afforded indirectly a solution and support to Christianity, and thus belief was 167 given to the most senseless and absurd doctrines, and the incredible was made to appear certain and necessary. Without some support, however feeble, from Holy Writ, nothing new would have been received or could have kept its ground. By its help everything that happened was shown to have been inevitable. Even that Jesus should have been executed as a malefactor appeared pregnant with meaning, as it fulfilled the literal prophecy concerning the Messiah. Was it not written that he should be judged among the evildoers? His disciples declared they had heard Jesus say that he would be persecuted even unto death. Thus his sufferings and death were evident proofs that he was the Messiah. His followers examined his life, and found in every trivial circumstance a deeper messianic significance. Even the fact that he was not born in Bethlehem, but in Nazareth, appeared to be the fulfillment of the prophecy. Thus he might therefore be called a Nazarene Nazarite. And thus were his followers persuaded that Jesus, the Nazarene, was Christ the Messiah. When the faithful were satisfied on that point, it was not difficult to answer the other question which naturally offered itself, and would the promised kingdom of heaven appear, since he who was to have brought it had died on the cross. Both replied that the Messiah would return in all his glory, with the angels of heaven, and then everyone would be rewarded according to his deeds. They believed that some then alive would not taste death until they had seen the Son of Man enter his kingdom. His disciples were only expecting the return of Jesus, and only differed from the Judeans insofar as they thought that the Messiah had already appeared in human form and character. This kingdom was to last 1,000 years. The 7th year of Jubilee, after the 6,000 years of the world, would be founded by Jesus when he returned to the earth, bringing the blessing of peace 168 and perfect happiness to the faithful. This belief required the further conviction that Jesus had not fallen a prey to death, but that he would rise again. It may have been the biblical story of Jonah's entombment for 3 days in the bowels of a fish which gave rise to the legend that Jesus after the same interval came forth from his sepulchre, which was found to be empty. Many of his disciples declared they had seen him after his death, now in one place, now in another. That they had spoken to him, had marked his wounds, and had even taught him about fish and honey with him. Nothing seemed to stagger their faith in the messianic character of Jesus. But quickly as they venerated and glorified him, they had not yet raised him above humanity. In spite of the enthusiasm with which he inspired them, they could not look upon him as God. They regarded him only as a highly gifted man who, having obeyed the law more completely than any other human being, had been found worthy to be the Messiah of the Lord. They deviated in no degree from the precepts of Judaism, observing the Sabbath, the rite of circumcision, and the dietary laws, whilst they also reverenced Jerusalem and the temple as holy places. They were, however, distinguished from the other Judeans in some peculiarities besides the belief they cherished that the Messiah had already appeared. The poverty which they willingly embraced in accordance with the teaching of Jesus was a remarkable trait in them. From this self-imposed poverty they were called Ebionites poor, a name they either gave themselves or received from those who had not joined them. They lived together, and each new disciple was required to sell his goods from chance and to pour the produce into the common purse. To this class belonged the early Christians, or Judean Christians, who were called Nazarenes, 169 and not, according to their order, Essenes. 7 administrators were appointed, as was usual among the Judeans, to manage the expenditure of the community, and to provide for their common repasts. They abstained from meat, and followed the way of the Essenes, whom they also resembled in their practice of celibacy, in their disuse of oil and superfluous garments, a single one of white linen being all each possessed. It is related of James, the brother of Jesus, who, on account of his near relationship to the founder, was chosen leader of the early Christian community, and was revered as an example, that he drank no wine or intoxicating beverages, that he never ate meat, allowed no scissors to touch his hair, wore no woolen material, and had only one linen garment. He lived strictly according to the law, and for indignation the Christians allowed themselves to transgress it. Next to him at the head of the community of Ebionites stood Simon Peter or Petrus, the son of Jonas, and John the son of Zebedee, who became the pillars of Christianity. Simon Peter was the most energetic of all the disciples of Jesus, and was zealous in his endeavors to enroll new followers under the banner of Christianity. In spite of the energy he thus displayed, he is described as being of a vacillating character. The Christian chronicles state that when Jesus was seized and imprisoned, he denied him 3 times, and was called by his master him of little faith. He averred, with the other disciples, that they had received from Jesus the mission of preaching to the lost children of the house of Israel the doctrine of the brotherhood of man and the community of goods. Like Jesus and John the Baptist, they were also to announce the approaching kingdom of heaven. Christianity, only just born, went instantly forth upon her career of conquest and proselytism. The disciples asserted that Jesus had imparted to them the power of healing the sick, of awakening one suddenly the dead, and of casting out evil spirits. With them the practice of exorcism became common, and thus the belief in the power of Satan and demons, brought from Galilee, first took form and root. In Judaism itself, the belief in demons was of a harmless nature, without any religious significance. Christianity first raised it to be an article of faith, to which hecatombs of human beings were sacrificed. The early Christians used, or rather misused, the name of Jesus for purposes of incantation. All those who believed in Jesus boasted that it was given to them to drive away evil spirits, to charm snakes, to cure the sick by the laying on of their hands, and to partake of deadly poisons without injury to themselves. Exorcism became by degrees a constant practice among Christians. The reception of a new member was preceded by exorcism, as though the novice had till then been possessed by the devil. It was, therefore, not surprising that the Christians should have been looked upon by Judainists and heathens as conjurers and magicians. In the 1st century, however, Christians attracted heavy attention in Judainist circles, escaping observation on account of the humble class to which they belonged. They formed a sect of their own, and the class of the Essenes, to whom, in many points, they bore so great a resemblance. They might probably have dwindled away altogether had it not been for one who appeared later in their midst, who gave publicity to the sect, and raised it to such a pinnacle of fame that it became a ruling power in the world. An evil star seems to have shone over the Judain people during the 100 years which had elapsed since the civil wars under the last Hasmonean, which had subjected to Rome. Every new event appeared to bring with it some new misfortune. The comforting proverb of Ecclesiastes, that there is nothing new under the sun, in this instance proved false. The Messianic vision 171, which had distinctly floated in the minds of the people, but which had now taken a tangible form, was certainly something new. This novel apparition, with its mask of death, was to inflict new and painful wounds of combination. Christianity, which came from Nazareth, was really an offshoot of the sect of the Essenes, and inherited the aversion of that sect for the Pharisaic laws by which the life of the people was regulated. This aversion rose to hatred of the followers, stimulated by grief at the death of their founder. Pontius Pilate had greatly contributed to increasing of the enmity of the Christians against their own flesh and blood. He was to add in mockery and scorn to the punishment of death. He had bound their Messiah to the cross like the most abject slave, and in derision of his assumed royalty had placed a crown of thorns on his head. The picture of Jesus nailed to the cross, crowned with thorns, the blood streaming from his wounds, was ever present to his followers, filling their hearts with bitter thoughts of revenge. Instead of turning their wrath against cruel Rome, they made the representatives of the Judean people, and by degrees the whole nation, responsible for inhuman deeds. They either intentionally deceived themselves, or in time really forgot that Pilate was the murderer of their master, and placed the crime upon the heads of all the children of Israel. At about this period, the anger of Pilate was kindled against a Samaritan self-styled Messiah or prophet, who called his believers together in a village, causing to show them on Mount Gerizim the holy vessels used in the time of Moses. The governor, who looked with suspicion upon every gathering of the people, and regarded every exciting incident as fraught with possible rebellion against the Roman Empire, led his troops against the Samaritans, and ordered the ringleaders, who had once of each been caught in their flight, to be cruelly executed. Judainists and Samaritans jointly denounced his barbarity to Vitellius, the governor of Syria, and Pilate was summoned to Rome to justify himself. The degree of favor shown to the Judainists by Tiberius after the fall of Sejanus explained the otherwise surprising leniency of him towards the Judean nation at that time. The Judainists had found an advocate at court in Antonia, the sister-in-law of Tiberius. The latter, who was the friend of a patriotic prince of the house of Herod, had revealed to Tiberius the plot framed against him by Sejanus, and in grateful recognition Tiberius repealed the act of outlawry against the Judainist Vitellius, the governor of Syria, was graciously inclined towards the Judainists, and not only inquired into their complaints, but befriended them in every way, showing a degree of indulgence and forbearance most unusual in a Roman, in those subjects on which they were peculiarly sensitive. When, on the occasion of the feast of Passover, Vitellius repaired to Jerusalem in order to make himself acquainted with all that was going on there, he sought to lighten as much as possible the Roman yoke. He remitted the tax on the fruits of the market, and as the capital was named depended upon that market for its supplies, the heavy burden was thus removed from the inhabitants of Jerusalem. He further withdrew the pontifical robes from behind the Roman nobles at the port of Antonia, and gave them over to the care of the college of priests, who kept them for some time. The right of appointing the high priest was considered too important to the interests of Rome to be relinquished, and Vitellius himself made use of it to install Jonathan, the son of Ammon, in the place of Joseph Caius. Caius had acted in concert with Pilate during all the time he had governed, and from his good understanding with the latter had doubtless become distasteful to the Judean nation 173 before the ravaging Judeanist son Vitellius was in accordance with the wishes of the emperor, who commanded him to lead all the available Roman forces in an unjust cause had prepared Antipus against King Aretas. Antipus, who was married to the daughter of Aretas, king of Midathenes, had nevertheless fallen in love with Herodias, the wife of his half-brother Herod, who, disinherited by his father Herod, led the party life, probably in Syria. During the journey to Rome, Antipus became acquainted with Herodias, who, doubtless finding her close to a physician, commanded her husband, and after the birth of the daughter contracted an illegal marriage with his brother. Antipus' first wife, justly exasperated at his shameless infidelity, had fled to her father Aretas, and urged him to make war upon her faithless husband. Antipus suffered a great defeat, which was no sooner made known to the emperor than he gave Vitellius orders instantly to undertake his defense against the king of Midathenes. As Vitellius was about to conduct 2 legions from Ptolemy at Ruta, the people took offense at the pictures of the emperor which the soldiers wore on their standards, and which were to have been carried to Jerusalem, but out of regard to the scruples of the Judainists, Vitellius, instead of leading his army through Judah, invaded along the farther side of the Jordan. Vitellius himself was received with the greatest favor in Jerusalem, and offered sacrifices in the temple. Of all the Roman governors, he was the one who had shown most kindness to the Judainists. 174. Chapter 7 is the inherent second character of Nero. Envy of the Alexandrian Greeks towards the Judainists. Anti-Judean literature. 18. Measures against the Judainists in Alexandria. Flaccus. Judean embassy to Rome. Caligula? Caligula's decision against the Judean embassy. Caligula orders his statue to be placed in the temple. The death of Caligula relieves the Judeans. Agrippa's advance under Claudius. His reign. Benalia the Elder and his administration. Death of Agrippa. Herod II, the false Messiah. Thebans. Death of Herod II. 37-49 CE. After the murder of the Roman Emperor Tiberius, when the Senate indulged in the moment of the sweet dream of regaining its liberty, Rome could have had no forebodings that an enemy was born to her in Jerusalem, in the half-fledged Christian community, which would in time to come displace her authority, trample upon her gods, shatter her power, and bring about a gradual decadence, ending in complete decay. An idea, conceived and brought forth by one of Judean birth and developed by a despised class of society, was to tread the power and glory of Rome in the dust. The third Roman emperor, Caius Caligula Germanicus, was himself instrumental in delivering up to national contempt the Roman deity, and is since the cornerstone of the Roman Empire. The throne of Caesars had been ultimately in the power of men actuated by cruel cowardice and strange frenzy. None of the nations tributary to Rome suffered more deeply from this continual change in her master than the Judeans. Every change in the great offices of state affected Jude, at times favorably, but more often unfavorably. The first years of Caligula's reign appeared to be auspicious for Jude. Caligula 175 specially distinguished one of the Judean princes, Agrippa, with marks of his favor, thus holding out the prospect of a milder rule. But it was soon evident that this kindness, this goodwill and favor, were but momentary caprices, to be followed by others of a far different and of a terrible character, which threw the Judeans of the Roman Empire into a state of fear and terror. Agrippa, born 10 BCE, died 44 CE, was the son of the Emperor Servius Flavian assassinated by Herod, and grandson of the Hasmonean princess Mariamne. Thus in his veins ran the blood of the Hasmonean and Menes, and these two hostile elements used to fight for the mastery over his actions, until at last the Nomer was victorious. Educated in Rome, in the companionship of Drusus, the son of Tiberius, the Herodian element in Agrippa was the first to develop. As a Roman courtier, intent upon purchasing Roman favor, he dissipated his fortune and fell into debt. Forced to flee Rome for Jude, after the death of his friend Drusus, he was reduced to such distress that he, who was accustomed to live with the CRs, had to hide in a remote part of it. It was then that he contemplated suicide. But his high-spirited wife, Psychos, who was resolved to save him from despair, appealed to his sister Herodias, princess of Galilee, for instant help. And it was through the influence of Antipas, the husband of this princess, that Agrippa was appointed overseer of the markets of Tiberias. Impatient of this dependent condition, he suddenly resigned this office and became courtier to Flaccus, governor of Syria. From this very doubtful position he was driven by the jealousy of his own brother Arcelius. Seemingly abandoned by all his friends,
Agrippa
returned upon once more trying his fortune in Rome. The richest and most distinguished Judeans of the Alexandrian community, the Alabar, Alexandrius Magnus, 176 of whom he had taken refuge, provided him with the necessary means for his journey. This noblest Judean of his age, guardian of the colony of the young Antonia, the daughter of the triumvir, had evidently rendered such services to the imperial family that he had been adopted into it, and was allowed to add their names to his own Tiberius Julius Alexander, son of Lysimachus. He possessed, without doubt, the fine Greek culture of his age, for his brother Philo was a man of the most exquisite taste in Greek letters. But nonetheless did the Alabar Alexander cling warmly to his people and to his temple. Resolved to save Agrippa from ruin, but distrustful of his extravagant character, he insisted that his wife Psychos should become hostage for him. A new life of adventure now commenced in Rome for Agrippa. He was met on the Isle of Capri by the Emperor Tiberius, who, in remembrance of Agrippa's close connection with the son he had lost, received him most kindly. But upon hearing of the enormous sum of money that Agrippa still owed to the Roman treasury, Tiberius allowed him to fall into disgrace. He was saved, however, by his patroness Antonia, the sister-in-law of the emperor, who maintained a friendly remembrance of Agrippa's mother Berenice. By her mediation he was raised to new honors, and became the trusted friend of the heir to the throne, Caius Caligula. But, as though Agrippa were destined to be the toy of every caprice of fortune, he was soon torn from his intercourse with the future emperor and thrown into prison. In order to flatter Caligula, Agrippa once expressed the wish, would that Tiberius would soon expire and leave his throne to one worthier of it. This was repeated by a slave to the emperor, and Agrippa executed his heedlessness by an imprisonment of 6 months, from which the death of Tiberius at last set in 337. 177 with the accession to the throne of his friend and patron, Caligula, his star rose upon the horizon. When the young emperor opened the prison door to Agrippa, he presented him with a golden chain, in exchange for the iron one that he had been forced to wear on his account, and placed a royal diadem upon his head, giving him the principality of Philip, that had fallen to the empire of Rome. By decree of the Roman Senate he also received the title of PR. So devoted was Caligula to Agrippa that, during the first year of his reign, the Roman emperor would not hear of his quitting Rome, and when at length Agrippa was permitted to take possession of his own kingdom, he had to give his solemn promise that he would soon return to his imperial friend. When Agrippa made his entry into the as monarch and favorite of the Roman emperor, for a deeply in debt that he had been then elected, his wonderful change of fortune started the envy of his sister Herodias. Some fine addition, she implored her husband also to repair to Rome and to obtain from the generous young emperor at least another kingdom. Once more the painful want of family affection, common to all the Herodians, was brought to light in all his faces. Among the Antipas might succeed in weighing Caligula's favor, or indignant at the envious feelings betrayed by his sister, Agrippa accused Antipas before the emperor of treachery to the Roman Empire. The unfortunate Antipas was instantly deprived of his principality and banished to Lyons, whither he was followed by his faithful and true-hearted wife. Herod's last son, Herod Antipas, and his granddaughter, Herodias, died in exile. Agrippa, by imperial favor, became the heir of his brother-in-law, and the provinces of Galilee and Phrygia and his other possessions. The favor evinced by Caligula towards Agrippa, 178, which might naturally be extended to the Judean people, awakened the envy of the heathens, and brought the hatred of the Alexandrian Greeks to a crisis. Indeed, the whole of the Roman Empire harbored secret and public enemies of the Judeans. Hatred of their race and of their creed was intensified by a lurking fear that this despised yet proud nation might one day attain to supreme power. But the hostile feeling against the Judeans reached its climax amongst the restless, sarcastic, and pleasure-loving Greek inhabitants of Alexandria. They looked unfavorably upon the industry and prosperity of their Judean neighbors, finding they were surpassed in both these respects, and whom they did not excel in artistic and philosophical attainments. These feelings of hatred dated from the time when the Egyptian queen entrusted Judean generals with the management of the foreign affairs of her country, and they increased in intensity when the Roman emperors placed more confidence in the reliable Judeans than in the frivolous Greeks. Slanderous writers nourished this hatred, and in their endeavors to throw contempt upon the Judanes, they falsified the history of which the Judanes were justly proud. The Stoic philosopher Posidonius circulated false legends about the origin and the nature of the divine worship of the Judanes, which legends had been originally invented by the courtiers of Antiochus Epiphanes. The disgraceful story of the worship of an ass in the Temple of Jerusalem, besides other tales as untrue and absurd, added to the assertion that the Judanes hated all Gentiles, found ready belief in the younger, contemporary writer, Apollonius Malo, with whom Posidonius had become acquainted in the island of Rhodes, and by whom they were widely circulated. Malo gave a new account of the history of the Judean Exodus, which he declared was occasioned by some enormity 179 on the part of the Judeans. He described Moses as a criminal, and the Mosaic Law as containing the most abominable precepts. He declared that the Judeans were atheists, that they hated mankind in general. He accused them of alternate acts of cowardice and temerity, and maintained that they were the most uncultured people amongst the barbarians, and could not lay claim to the invention of any one thing which had benefited humanity. It was from these two Rhodian authors that the spiteful and venomous tongue Cicero called his unworthy attack upon the Judean race and the Judean law. In this respect, he differed from Julius Caesar, who, in spite of his associations with Posidonius and Malo, was entirely free from all prejudice against the Judeans. The Alexandrian Greeks devoured these calumnies with avidity, exaggerated them, and gave them still wider circulation. Only 3 Greek authors mentioned the Judeans favorably: Alexander Polybister, Nicolaus of Damascus, the confidant of Herod, and, lastly, Strabo, the most remarkable geographer of ancient times, who devoted a fine passage in his geographical and historical work to Judaism. Although he mentions the Judeans as having originated from Egypt, he does not repeat the legend that their expulsion was occasioned by some fault of their own. Far otherwise he explained the Exodus, affirming that the Egyptian mode of life, with its unworthy idolatry, had driven Moses and his followers from the shores of the Nile. He writes in praise of the Mosaic teaching relative to the unity of God, as opposed to the Egyptian plurality of deities, and of the spiritual, imageless worship of the Judeans in contrast to the animal worship of the Egyptians, and to the investing of the divinity with a human form among the Greeks. How can any sensible man, he exclaims, dare make an image of the heavenly king? Widely one be opposed to the calumniators of Judaism, Strabo teaches that the Mosaic law was the great mainstay of righteousness, for it holds out the divine blessing to all those whose minds are pure. For some time after the death of the great lawgiver, Strabo maintains that the Judeans acted in the of the law, doing right and fearing God.
Just wanted to make sure I couldn't get through there. I didn't think I could.
Although the Judean kings were often faithless to the law of Moses and to their subjects, yet the capital of the Judeans was invested with its own dignity, and the people, far from looking upon it as the seat of despotism, revered and honored it as the temple of God. One author exceeded all the other hostile writers in the outrageous nature of his calumnies. This was the Egyptian man, who was filled with burning envy at the prosperous condition of the Judeans. He gave a new and exaggerated account of all the old stories of his predecessors, and gained the ear of the credulous multitude by the readiness and fluency of his pen. Apion was one of those charlatans whose conduct is based on the assumption that the world wishes to be deceived, and therefore it shall be deceived. As its founder of the Homeric songs, he traveled through Greece and Asia Minor, and invented legends so flattering to the early Greeks that he became the hero of their descendants. He declared that he had witnessed most things of which he wrote, or that he had been instructed in them by the most reliable people. And even affirmed that Homer's shade had appeared to him, and had divulged which Grecian god had given birth to the oldest of Greek gods, but that he dared not publish that secret. On account of his intense vanity, he was called the trumpet of his own fame, for he assured the Alexandrians that they were fortunate in being able to claim him as a citizen. It is not astonishing that so unscrupulous a man should 181 have made use of it until they bore to the Judeans to do latter all the injury in his power. But the hostility of the Alexandrians, based on envy and religious and racial antipathy, was suppressed under the reign of Augustus and Tiberius, when the imperial governors of Egypt sternly reprimanded all those who might have become disturbers of the peace. Affairs changed, however, when Caligula came to the throne, for the Alexandrians were then aware that the governor Flaccus, who had been a friend of Tiberius, was unfavorably looked upon by his successor, who was ready to lay a willing ear to any accusation against him. Flaccus, afraid of drawing the attention of the revengeful emperor upon himself, was cowed into submission by the Alexandrians, and became a mere tool in their hands. At the news of Agrippa's accession to the throne, they were filled with burning envy, and the delight of the Alexandrian Judeans, with whom Agrippa came into contact through the oligarch Alexander, only incensed them still more and roused their passion. The most abject beings were the originators and leaders of the anti-Judean demonstration. Of the Court of Justice, Isidorus, who was called by the popular race, because his head following had robbed many of their life, and Lampo, one of those unprincipled profligates that were brought forth by a burning climate and an immoral city. These two agitators ruled, on the one hand, the weak and helpless governor, and, on the other, they led the dregs of the people, who were prepared to give vent to their feelings of hatred towards the Judeans upon a sign from their leaders. Unfortunately, Agrippa, whose change of fortune had been an offense in the eyes of the Alexandrians, touched at their capital upon his return from Rome to judge July 38, and his presence roused the enemies of the Judeans to fresh conspiracies. 182 These began with a farce, but ended for the Judeans in terrible earnest. At first Agrippa and his race were insultingly jeered at. A harmless fool, Barabbas, was put out in a crown of papyrus and a cloak of plaited rushes. A whip was given him for a scepter, and he was placed on an eminence or throne, where he was saluted by all passers-by as Marius, in the Chaldaic tongue, denotes our master. This was followed by the excitable mobs rushing at the dawn of the next day into the synagogues, carrying them busts of the emperor, with pretext of dedicating these places of worship to Caligula. In addition to this, at the importunate instance of the conspirators, the governor, Flaccus, was induced to withdraw from the Judean inhabitants of Alexandria what they had held so gratefully from the first emperors, the right of citizenship. This was a terrible blow to the Judeans of Alexandria, proud as they were of their privileges, and justly entitled to the credit of having enriched this metropolis by their learning, their wealth, their love of art, and their spirit of commerce equally with the Greeks. They were cruelly driven out of the principal parts of the city of Alexandria, and were forced to congregate in the delta, or harbor of the town. The mob, greedy for spoil, dashed into the deserted houses and workshops, and plundered, destroyed, and annihilated what had been gathered together by the industry of centuries. After committing these acts of depredation, the infuriated Alexandrians surrounded the delta, under the idea that the unfortunate Judeans would be driven to open resistance by the pangs of hunger or by the suffocating heat they were enduring in their close confinement. When at last the scarcity of provisions impelled some of the besieged to venture out of their miserable quarters, they were cruelly ill-treated by the enemy, tortured, and either 183 burned alive or crucified. This state of things lasted for a month. The governor went so far as to arrest 38 members of the Great Council, to throw them into prison and publicly to scourge them. Even the female sex was not spared. If any maidens or women crossed the enemy's path, they were offered pig's flesh as food, and upon their refusing to eat it, they were cruelly tortured. Not satisfied with all these barbarities, Blackus ordered his soldiers to search the houses of the Judanis for any weapons that might be concealed there, and they were told to leave not even the chambers of modest maidens unsearched. This reign of terror continued until the middle of September. At time, Imperial envoy appeared to kiss Blackus and to summon him to Rome, not on account of his abominable conduct towards the Judanis, but because he was hated by the emperor. His sentence was exile and he was eventually killed. The emperor alone could have settled the next question as to whether the Judanis had the right of equal citizenship with the Greeks in Alexandria. But he was then in Germany or involved celebrating childish triumphs, or in Britain gathering shells on the seashore. When he returned to Rome August 40, with the absurd idea of allowing himself to be worshipped as a god, and raising temples and statues to his own honor, the heathen Greeks justly imagined that their cause against the Judanis was won. They restored the imperial statues in the Alexandrian synagogues, convinced that in the face of so great a sacrilege the Judanis would rebel and thereby arouse the emperor's wrath. This was actually the cause of a fresh disturbance, for the new governor of Alexandria took part against the Judanis, courting in this way the imperial favor. He insisted that the unhappy people should show divine honors to the emperor, and when they refused on the ground that such an act 184 was contrary to their law, he forbade their observance of the Sabbath day. In the following words he addressed the most distinguished of their race: how would it be if you were suddenly overwhelmed by a host of enemies, or by a tremendous inundation, or by a raging fire? If famine, pestilence, or an earthquake were to overtake you upon the Sabbath day, would you sit idly in your synagogues, reading the law and expounding difficult passages? Would you not rather think of the safety of parents and children, of your property and possessions? Would you not fight for your lives? Now behold, if you do not obey my commands, I will do all that to you: the invasion of the enemy, the terrible inundation, the raging fire, famine, pestilence, earthquake, the visible embodiment of relentless fate. But neither the rich nor the poor allowed themselves to be coerced by these words. They remained true to their faith, and prepared to undergo any penalties that might be inflicted upon them. Some few appear to have embraced paganism out of fear or from worldly motives. The Judean philosopher, Philo, gives some of the remedies of his time and his community, whom he designates as frivolous, immoral, and utterly unworthy. Amongst them may be mentioned the son of the oligarch Alexander, Tiberius Julius Alexander, who forsook Judaism, and was consequently raised to high honors in the Roman state. Meanwhile, the Judeans determined upon pleading their cause before the emperor. 3 men who were specially adapted for their mission were selected to be sent as envoys to Rome. One of these, the Judean philosopher, Philo, was so far distinguished through birth, social standing, profound culture, and brilliant eloquence, that no better leader for the cause of justice could have been found. Through the medium of his powerful writings, Philo has so largely influenced not only his 185 contemporaries but also those who came after him, both within and without the Judean community, that the scanty accounts of his life must not be passed over. As brother of the oligarch Alexander, Philo belonged to the most distinguished and wealthy family of the Alexandrian community. He received in his youth a usual education which, although born parents felt as necessary for their parents. Possessed of a plentiful love for learning, he obtained complete mastery over his studies. His taste for medical school research was developed at a very early age, and he devoted himself to it untiringly for a time, taking delight in that alone. He affirmed enthusiastically that he had no desire for honors, wealth, or material pleasures, so long as he could revel in material realms, in company with the heavenly bodies. He belonged to the few elect who do not prey on the earth's surface, but who free themselves from all earthly bondage in the sublime flight of thought. He rejoiced in being exempt from cares and occupations. But though he gloried in philosophy, Judaism, which he termed the true wisdom, was still dearer to his heart. When he gathered the beautiful blossoms of Grecian learning, it was to twine them into a garland with which to adorn Judaism. Philo had been leading the retired life of a student for some time, when, as he bitterly remarked, an event drew him unmercifully into the whirlpool of political troubles. The miserable condition of his people had probably disturbed his contemplative life. In later years he looked back with longing upon his former occupation, and lamented that practical life had obscured his vision for intellectual things, and had materially interfered with his range of thought. But he consoled himself with the knowledge that in undisturbed hours he was still able to lift his mind to noble objects. Philo's philosophical researches not only furnished food for his intellect, 186, but helped to inspire him with true nobility of character, developing in him a nature that regarded all acts of human folly, vulgarity, and vice as so many enigmas which he could not solve. His wife, who was justly proud of him, emulated him in the simplicity of her life. When asked by some of her brilliantly attired friends why she, who was so rich, should disdain to wear gold ornaments, she is said to have answered, "The virtue of the husband is adornment enough for the wife." Philo's contemporaries were never weary of praising his style. So forcibly indeed did it remind them that there was beautiful vision that they would discern, later lights like Philo, or Philo like Plato. Philo's principal aim was to harmonize this view of Judaism with that of the philosophy of the age, or, more rightly speaking, to show that Judaism is the truest philosophy. And this was not merely to be an intellectual exercise, to him it was a sacred mission. He was so completely absorbed in these ideas that, as he relates of himself, he often fell into trances, when he fancied that revelations were vouchsafed to him which he could not have grasped at ordinary times. This was the man who was to present himself before the emperor, as the representative of the Alexandrian Judean community. The heathen Alexandrians also sent a deputation, headed by Apion, to which also belonged the men of Lysidorus. Not only were the envoys concerned with the privileges of the community they represented, but they were urged to raise their voices against the cruel persecution of their race. For the first time in history were Judaism and paganism confronted in the lists, each of them being represented by men of Greek culture and learning. Had the two forms of faith and civilization been judged by their exponents, the decision for Judaism would not have been doubtful. Dignified and earnest, 187 seemed in himself to embody faithful search after truth, and the purest moral idealism. Whilst Apion, frivolous and sarcastic, was the very incarnation of smooth-tongued vainglory, and bore the stamp of the vanity and self-conceit of fallen Greece. But the outcome of this contest remained doubtful. Caligula was too passionate a partisan to be a just umpire. He hated the Judeans because they would not recognize and worship him as their deity, and his hatred was fanned by 2 contemptible creatures, whom he had dragged from the mire and had attached to himself the Egyptian Helicon and Apelles of Ascalon. The Judean envoys were hardly permitted to speak when they were admitted to the imperial presence, and Caligula's first word was one of God and the crew. So you are the despisers of God, who will not recognize me as the deity, but who prefer worshipping a nameless one, whilst all my other subjects have accepted me as their God. The Judge and envoys declared that they had offered up 3 successive offerings in honor of Caligula, the first upon his accession to the throne, the second upon his recovery from a severe illness, and the third after his so-called victory over the Cortins. That may be, answered Caligula, but the offerings were made for me and not for you. For such I do not care. And show that, he continued, awakening the little Baron of his pagan audience, how is it that you do not eat his flesh, and upon what grounds do you hold your right of calling with the Alexandrians? Without waiting for a reply, he turned his attention to something else. Later on when he dismissed the Judge and envoys, he remarked that they seemed less wicked and stupid in not being willing to acknowledge his divinity. Whilst the unfortunate ambassadors were vainly seeking to gain ground with the Emperor, they were 188 suddenly overwhelmed with tidings that struck terror into their hearts. One of their own race burst into their presence, exclaiming, amidst uncontrollable sobs, that the temple in the holy city had been broken by Caligula. For not only were the imperial statues to be erected in the synagogues, but also in the temple of Jerusalem. The governor of Syria, Petronius, had received orders to enter with his legions and to turn the sanctuary into a pagan temple. It is easy to conceive the mortal anguish of the Judean nation when these orders became known to them. On the eve of the Feast of Tabernacles, a messenger appeared in Jerusalem, who converted this feast of rejoicing into mourning. Petronius and his legions were at Acre, on the outskirts of Jerusalem, but, as the rainy season was at hand, and as obstinate resistance was expected, the Roman commander resolved to await the spring before commencing active operations. Thousands of Judeans hastened to appear before Petronius, declaring that they would rather suffer the penalty of death than allow their temple to be desecrated. Petronius, perplexed as to how he should carry out this mad scheme of Caligula's, consulted the members of the royal council, entreating of them to influence the people in his favor. But the Judean aristocracy, and even Agrippa's own brother Aristobulus, held with the people. Petronius then sent a true statement of the case to the emperor, hoping that he might be induced to abandon his scheme. Meanwhile, he pacified the people by telling them that nothing could be effected until fresh edicts arrived from Rome, and begged of them to return to their agricultural duties, and thus to avert the possibility of a year of famine. But before Petronius' letter was in the hands of the emperor, Caligula's intentions had been frustrated by Agrippa. The Judean king had acquired 189 so extraordinary an influence over Caligula that the Romans called him an Antiochus of Commagene, his teachers in tyranny. Agrippa, who was living at that time near the person of the emperor, could not have been indifferent to the desecration of the temple, but he was too accomplished a courtier openly to oppose this imperial caprice. On the contrary, he seemed dead to the cry of anguish that arose from his people, and only occupied in preparing, with the most lavish expenditure, a magnificent feast for the emperor and his favorites. But under this garb of indifference he was really working for his people's cause. Caligula, flattered by the attentions that were lavished upon him, bade Agrippa demand a boon, but should be instantly granted. His astonishment was indeed boundless when the Judge Enmana begged for the repeal of the imperial edicts concerning images. He had little thought that his refined courtier would prove so unselfish a man, so pious, and so thoroughly independent of the will of the emperor. Cunning as he was, Caligula was helplessly entrapped, for he could not retract his pledged word. Thus he was forced to write to Petronius annulling his former decree. Meanwhile he received Petronius' letter, in which the governor detailed what difficulties he would encounter, were he to attempt to execute the orders of his master. More than this was not required to lash Caligula's passionate and excitable nature into a fury. A new and stringent order was given to proceed with the introduction of the statues into the temple of Jerusalem. But before this order, terrible to the Judeans and full of danger to Petronius himself, had arrived in Jerusalem, it was announced that the insane Caligula had met with his death at the hands of the Praetorian tributaries 24 Jan. 41. These tidings came to Jerusalem on the 22nd of Shevat March, 41, and the day was afterwards celebrated as one of great rejoicing. When Caligula's successor upon the throne of Caesars was Claudius, a learned pedant and a fool. He owed his crown to chance, and to the diplomacy of King Agrippa, who had induced the reluctant Senate to accept the choice of the Praetorians. Rome must indeed have fallen low when a somewhat insignificant Judean prince was allowed to seat in the Senate house, and, in some measure, to have influence in the choice of her ruler. Claudius was not ungrateful to his ally. He lauded him before the assembled Senate, raised him to the dignity of consul, and made him king of all Palestine, for Judah and Samaria were incorporated with the monarchy. As a remembrance of these events, the emperor ordered an inscription to be engraved on tablets of bronze, in pedantic imitation of the classical age, and coins to be struck, bearing on one side 2 clasped hands, with these words, friendship and comradeship of King Agrippa with the Senate and the Roman people. On the other side was the emperor between 2 figures, and the inscription, King Agrippa, friend of the emperor. The kingdom of Judah had thus recovered its full extent. Indeed, it had acquired even a greater area than it possessed formerly under the Hasmonid and Herod. Herod II, brother and son-in-law of King Agrippa, received from Claudius the rank of Prior, and was made Prince of Chalcis, in Lebanon. The Alexandrian Judeans greatly benefited by the new order of things which was brought about in the vast Roman Empire by the death of Caligula. The Emperor Claudius freed the Oligarch Alexander, with whom he was on friendly terms, from the imprisonment into which his predecessor had thrown him, and settled the disputes of the Alexandrians in favor of the Judeans. Caligula's prejudice against that unfortunate community had developed when 91 their independence, and their strength was far from being broken. Their rights and privileges were fully re-established by an edict of the new emperor, and they were placed on an equal footing with the Greek inhabitants of Egypt. The dignity of the oligarch was restored by the emperor, and this was most important to Judeans, for it assured them of the leadership of one of their own race, and made them independent of the Roman officials. It was during this reign that Philo gave the wealth of his learning to a wide circle of readers, and was instrumental in bringing Judean Greek culture to its zenith. Claudius extended his goodwill to the Judeans of the entire Roman Empire, granting them complete religious freedom, and protecting them from the interference of the pagans. When Agrippa, laden with honors, left Rome for Judah to take possession of his kingdom, his subjects remarked that some great change was manifest in him, and that the stirring revolution in Rome, by which a headstrong emperor had been dethroned in favor of a weak one, had deeply impressed their own monarch. The frivolous Agrippa returned an earnest-minded man. The courtier had given place to a patriot. The pleasure-loving prince to the conscientious monarch, who was fully aware of what he owed his nation. The Herodian nature had, in fact, been entirely subdued by the Hasmonid. For the last time, Judd enjoyed under his reign a short span of undisturbed happiness. and his subjects, won by his general's affection, which even risked forfeiting the goodwill of Rome in their cause, repaid him with untiring devotion, the bitterest enemies of his scepter becoming his ardent supporters. Historians do not weary of praising Agrippa's loving adherence to Judaism. It seemed as if he were endeavoring to rebuild what had been cast down by Herod. He mixed freely with the people when they carried 192 the first fruits into the temple, and brought his own offering of fruit or grain to the sanctuary. He re-established the old law that obliged the king to read the book of Deuteronomy in the courts of the temple at the close of each year of release. Facing the congregation, Agrippa performed this act for the first time in the autumn of the year 42, and when he came to the verse, "From amongst your brethren shall he choose a king," he burst into a passion of tears, for he was painfully aware of his sin and descent, and knew that he was unworthy of being a king of Judah. But the assembled multitude, and even the Pharisees, exclaimed with enthusiasm, "Thou art our brother. Thou art our brother." Agrippa's careful government made itself felt throughout the entire community. Without doubt the Sanhedrin, under the presidency of Gamaliel I Hazakan, the elder, the worthy grandson of Hillel, was permitted to take the management of home affairs into its own hands. The presidency acquired greater importance under Gamaliel than it had enjoyed before. For the Sanhedrin, modeled upon the political constitution of the country, partook somewhat of a monarchical character. The consent of the president was required for the interpolation of a leap year, and all letters or mandates addressed to near or distant communities were sent in his name. The form of these letters, which have in some instances been handed down to us, are extremely interesting, both in content and form, for they prove that all Judean communities, as well as their representatives, acknowledge the supreme authority of the Sanhedrin. Gamaliel would address the foreign community who his accomplished secretary, Shaphan, in these terms: "To our brethren in upper and lower gallery, greeting. We make known to you that the times arrive for the ingathering of the tithes under all vows. To our brethren, in Babylon 103 and Babylon, Media, Greece Irene, and to all other exiles, greeting. We make known to you that as in this season the lambs are still very small, and the doves have not yet their full-grown wings. The spring being very backward this season, it pleases me and my colleagues to prolong the year by 30 days.
See
Many
that?
excellent laws and
Right in
Gamaliel.
the middle.
They were principally directed against the abuses that had crept in, or were aimed at promoting the welfare of the whole community. It was the true spirit of Hillel that pervaded the laws framed by Gamaliel for the intercourse between the Judeans and the heathens. The heathen poor were permitted to gain the fields in the wake of the reapers, and were treated exactly like the Judean poor, and the pagans were given the peace greetings upon their own festivals when they were following their own rites. The poor in all towns of this population received equal treatment. They were helped in time of distress, their sick were nursed, their dead were honorably treated, their sorrowing ones were comforted, whether they were pagans or Judeans. In these ordinances, so full of kindly feeling towards the heathen, the influence of Agrippa is plainly visible. Rome and Judah had for the moment laid aside their mutual antipathy, and their intercourse was characterized by love and forbearance. The generosity of the emperor towards the Judeans went so far that he severely punished some thoughtless Greek youths in the town of Dora for attempting to introduce his statues into the synagogues. The governor Petronius was ordered to be strict in the prevention of such desecration. Agrippa had inherited from his grandfather Herod who wished to be popular among the Greeks. As Herod had sent presents to Athens and other Greek and Ionian towns, so his grandson conferred a great benefit upon the degenerate city, once the 94 mother of the arts, a benefit which her citizens did not easily forget. He also showered favors upon the inhabitants of Syria, the city that Herod had raised as a rival of Jerusalem, and upon the Greeks of the seaboard's vast, who lived in their own special quarter. These recipients of his benefits exerted themselves to give proofs of their gratitude. The people of Sidas raised statues to his 3 daughters, and struck coins in his honor, bearing the inscription to the great King Agrippa, friend of the emperor. The last years of this monarch's reign were happy for his nation, both within and without the kingdom of God. They were like a rosy flush in the evening side of the seas, not the dawn of day, but the blackness of night. In some respects they call time the reign of King Josiah in the earlier history of the nation, when the kingdom enjoyed tranquility at home and independence abroad.
See, I thought I said in
He
rank.
visited Jerusalem during Agrippa's reign, and was able to take part in the people's joy at the revocation of Caligula's edicts.
See?
Never before had the first fruits been carried into the temple with greater solemnity or with more heartfelt rejoicing. To the right strains of musical instruments the people streamed into the sanctuary with their offerings, where they were received by the most distinguished in their race. A song was then chanted, which described how the worshippers had passed from sorrow to gladness. It was at this time that a great queen, followed by her numerous retinue, arrived in Jerusalem. She having renounced paganism for Judaism, thus filling to the brim the cup of gladness of the once persecuted but now honored race. The happy era of Agrippa's reign was, however, not to be of long duration. Although he had gained the complete confidence of the emperor, the Roman dignitaries looked upon him with suspicion, 195 and beheld in each step made by the judge came some trace of disaffection. And they were not far wrong. For, however much Agrippa might protect Rome, he was yet determined to make Judah capable of resisting that great power, should an encounter, which he deemed inevitable, occur between the two. His people should not be dependent upon the caprice of one individual. Thus he resolved to strengthen Jerusalem. He chose for this purpose the suburb of Gizipa, to the northeast of the city, and there he ordered powerful fortifications to be built. They were to constitute a defense for the fortress of Antonia, which lay between Gizipa and Jerusalem. He applied to Rome for the necessary permission, which was readily granted by Claudius, who could deny him nothing, and the Roman favorites who would have opposed him were silenced by gifts. The fortifications were commenced, but their completion was interrupted by the governor of Syria, Vidius Marsus. He saw through Agrippa's scheme, plainly told the emperor of the dangers that would really menace Rome if Jerusalem could safely set her at defiance, and succeeded in bringing from Claudius the revocation of its permission. Agrippa was forced to obey, not being in the position to openly offer resistance. But at heart he determined upon weakening the Roman sway in Judah. To attain these ends, he aligned himself secretly with those princes with whom he was connected by marriage or on terms of friendly relationship, and invited them to a conference at Tiberias, under the pretext of meeting for general amusement and relaxation. There came at his call to the Galilean capital Antiochus, king of Commagene, whose son Epiphanes was applied to Agrippa's youngest daughter. Sampsideramus, king of Emesa, whose daughter Jetaper was married to Agrippa's brother Aristobulus.
So many wasted
Then
shots.
Clotis, king of Armenia Minor, 196 Ptolemy, prince of Cilicia, and lastly, Herod, Agrippa's brother, prince of Chalcis.
Yeah, did it again.
All these princes owed their positions to Agrippa, and were therefore liable to lose them at the accession of the next emperor or at the instigation of some influential person at the court of Claudius. But Moses, suspicious of misunderstanding between so many rules, and distrustful of the cause that brought them together, suddenly presented himself in their midst, and, with the ancient Roman bluntness, bade them return each man to his own city. So tremendous was the power of Rome, that at one word from an unknown of the emperor the meeting was annulled. But the energy and perseverance of Agrippa would probably have spared Judd from any possible humiliation, and assured her future safety, had his life been prolonged. He met, however, with an unexpected death at the age of 54. Judd S.R. sank with that monarch, who died, like Josiah, the last great king of the pre-Assyrian age, a quarter of a century before the destruction of the state. It soon became evident that the Greek inhabitants of Palestine had but dissembled their true feelings in regard to King Agrippa. Forgetful of that Manos Oedipus, the Syrians and Greeks of the city of Syria, and of the seaboard of Sebast, solaced themselves by heaping abuse upon his memory, and by offering up thank offerings to Charon for his death. The Roman soldiery quartered in those towns made common cause with the Greeks, and carried the statues of Agrippa's daughters into brothels. Claudius was not indifferent to the insults offered to his dead friend's memory. He was, on the contrary, anxious to raise Agrippa's son, Agrippa II, to the throne of Judd. But in this he was opposed by his two all-powerful favorites, Pallas and Narcissus. On the plea of the prince's youth he was 17 years of age, and Judd was thus allowed to sink once more into a Roman province. However, out of affection and respect to the dead king, the emperor gave the Judd and governor Cuspius Fades a somewhat independent position in regard to the Syrian governor Livius Marsus, who had always been hostile to Agrippa and the Juddennes. It was his soldiery that insulted the memory of the Judd and monarch, and for this cowardly action they were to be punished and exiled to Pontus. They managed, however, to extort a pardon from the emperor, and remained in Judd, a circumstance which contributed not a little to excite the bitterest feelings of the national party, which they fully returned. They could then control their hatred of the Juddennes, stating the latter into retaliation. Companies of 3 years under daring leaders prepared, and after the death of Herod, to free their country from the yoke of Rome. But Medes was prepared for this rising. It was his desire to strengthen the Roman rule in Judd, and to give it the same importance that it had before the reign of Agrippa. And to this end he attempted to keep the selection of the high priest and the sacred robes in his own hands. But in this he met resistance both in the person of the high priest and at the hands of Agrippa's brother, Herod II. Jerusalem was so greatly excited by these proceedings that not only did the governor pay to the Roman city, but he was accompanied by Caius Cassius Lemnius at the head of his troops. Herod and his brother Aristobulus and directors of hostilities, as they were anxious to send envoys to Rome. This they were allowed to do, only on the condition that they surrendered themselves as hostages for the preservation of peace. Having willingly complied, an embassy, consisting of 4 men Aurelius, Turpin, Dorotheus, and 1 Lynius departed for Rome. When they arrived in that city they were introduced to the emperor by the young Agrippa. Claudius, still faithful to his old affection for the Herodians, granted the Juddennes full right to follow their own laws, and gave Herod permission to choose the high priest of the sanctuary. Taking instant advantage of this permission, Herod raised Joseph, of the house of Camec, to the high priesthood in the place of Eleni, his brother's choice. To a certain extent Herod II may be regarded as king of Judd, but he exerted no influence upon the course of political events. All legal power was vested in the hands of the governor. The son had been lost, under the sway of his successor, the power which it had regained under Agrippa. Medes was confronted with the rising of another nature during his governorship, and certain who has appeared as prophet or Messiah, and was followed by 400 disciples, for the messianic redemption was quickly growing into a necessity for the nation. To give proof of his power he declared that he would divide the waters of the Jordan, and would leave his followers sleep across the bed of the river. But when his band of disciples approached the riverside, carrying with them much of their worldly possessions, they were confronted by a troop of Phaedrus' cavalry soldiers, who slew some, made others prisoners, and decapitated their leader. Shortly after these events Phaedrus was recalled from Jerusalem, and his place was taken by Tiberius Julius Alexander, son of the Oligarch Alexander, nephew of the Judden philosopher Philo. Tiberius, who had espoused paganism, bore already the dignity of a Roman knight. The emperor believed doubtless that in naming the Judden of a distinguished house as governor over the land, he was giving proof of his friendliness to the nation. He did not imagine that their sensitive natures would be violently one and manifest to the fact of being governed by a renegade. People seemed to have been most uncomfortable under the rule of Tiberius. Zealots of the had decided an insurrection. They were led by Jacob and Simon and the sons of the zealot Judah, but no details of this rule are extant. To judge by the severity of the sentence passed upon the ringleaders by the governor, it must have been of a grave character, for
Good
to
job,
suffer
sister.
crucifixion, the most degrading form
Oh,
of
you gotta
oppression
trick
amongst the
that
Romans.
pile, don't you?
Tiberius Alexander remained only 2 years at his
You're
post.
holding that in
He was
reserve.
afterwards named
Just
governor of
kinda-
Egypt, and exercised considerable influence in the choice of the emperor. Herod II, king of Chalcis, titular king of Judd, died at this time 48, and became the 3rd generation of Herodian saint into the grave. 200. Chapter 8 Spread of the Judean races, and their Judaism. Distribution of the Juddennes in the Roman Empire and in Parthia. Relations of the various Judden colonies to the Sanhedrin. Judd and Bandit in Yarda. Even attacks upon Judaism. Counterattacks upon heathenism by Judden writers. The Judden Sibyls. The anti-heathen literature. The Book of Wisdom. The Alarists. Philo's aims and philosophical system. Proselytes. The royal house of Ayyubin. The proselyte Queen Helen. The Apostle Paul. His character. Changing his attitude towards the Pharisees. His activity as a conversionist. His treatment of the law of Moses. The doctrines of Peter. Judaic Christians and heathen Christians. 40-49 CE. Round the very cradle of the Judden race there had run prophetic strains, telling of endless wanderings and dispersions. No other people had ever heard such alarming predictions, and they were being fulfilled in all their literal horror. There was hardly a corner in the 2 great predominant kingdoms of that time, the Roman and the Parthian, in which Juddennes were not living, and where they had not formed themselves into a religious community. The shores of the great Inland Sea, and the mouths of all the principal rivers of the Old World, of the Nile, the Euphrates, the Tigris, and the Danube, were peopled with Juddennes. A cruel destiny seemed to be ever thrusting them away from their central home. Yet this dispersion was the work of Providence and was to prove a blessing. The continuance of the Judden race was thus assured. Downtrodden and persecuted in one country, they fled to another, where the old faith, which became ever dearer to them, found a new home. Seeds were scattered here and there, destined to turn far and wide the knowledge of God and the teachings of virtue and morality. Just as the Greek colonies kindled in various nations the love of art and culture, and the Roman settlements gave rise in many lands to communities governed by law, so did the far wider dispersion of the oldest civilized people contribute to overthrow the errors and combat the sensual vices of the heathen world. In spite of being thus scattered, the members of the Judean people were not completely divided from one another. They had a common center of union in the Temple of Jerusalem and in the Sanhedrin which met in the Hall of Kings Stone, and to these the dispersed communities clung with loving hearts. Towards them rebels were ever fondly directed, and by sending their gifts to the temple they continued to participate, at least by their contributions, in the sacrificial worship. From the Sanhedrin they received their code of laws, which they followed the more willingly as it was not forced upon them. The Sanhedrin, from time to time, sent deputations to the different communities, both far and near, to acquaint them with the most important decisions. The visits paid to the temple by the Judeans who lived out of Palestine strengthened the bond of unity, and these visits must have been of frequent occurrence, for they necessitated the creation of many places of worship in Jerusalem where the various foreign Judeans met for prayer. The capital contained synagogues of the Alexandrians, Cyrenians, Libertines, Olymanus, and Asiatics. One can form some idea of the vast numbers of Judeans existing at that period if one considers that Egypt alone, from the Mediterranean to the Ethiopian boundary, contained millions of people. In the neighboring country of Cyrenaica, there were likewise many Judeans.
I needed my double KO
transplanted thither from Egypt, whilst others were voluntary immigrants. In many parts of Syria, and especially in its capital, Antioch, the Judeans formed a considerable CO2 portion of the population. The kings of Syria who succeeded Antiochus Epiphanes had reinstated them in all their rights, of which the half-insane Epiphanes had wronged them. One of these kings had even given them some of the utensils taken from the temple, and these were preserved in their synagogue. About 10,000 Judeans lived at Damascus, and one of their nobles was made ethnarch over them by the king, called Esblagus, just as in Alexandria one of their most distinguished members was elected chief of the community. To the great
That's what I love.
Rome, the attraction for the ambitious and the grasping, the discontented and the visionaries, the Judeans returned in such masses after their expulsion by Tiberius, that when the emperor
Hey, Broken Arrow, come over here. Broken Arrow, get out of the way. It's gonna kill you. Get behind.
Endeavoring to carry out his intention. Meanwhile, he forbade their religious meetings. Towards the end of his reign, however, on account of some disturbances occasioned by a certain Christian apostle, Festus, they were probably, but only in part, banished from Rome. Even greater than Europe, Syria and Africa was the number of Judeans in the Parthian Empire. They were descendants of former exiles, who enlarged after the country in Mesopotamia and Babylonia. Genghis from Narnia Mahdia on the Euphrates called Azim Shusina and Anoshina founded in the vicinity of that town a water settlement, which spread terror along the bordering countries.
She's from
Just as Narda and Hyssus became the central points for the countries of the Euphrates, there arose in every land a central nucleus from which Judean colonies spread themselves out into neighboring lands, from Asia Minor on the one side, towards the Black Sea on the other, 203 towards Greece and the islands. Athens, Corinth, Thessalonica, and Philippi contained Judean communities. There is no doubt that from Rome Judean colonies went westward to the south of France and Spain. The effect produced by the Judeans upon the people was at first repellent. Their peculiar mode of living, their dress and their religious views, caused them to be considered as strange and radical, mysterious names, who at one moment inspired awe, and at another derision and contempt. So early was the opposition between the Judeans and the heathens that manifested itself in all their actions. Everything that was holy in the eyes of the heathens was looked upon with horror by the Judeans, whilst objects of indifference to the former were considered sacred by the latter. The withdrawal of the Judeans from their repasts enjoyed in common by their fellow citizens, their repugnance to intermarriages with the heathens, their abhorrence of the flesh of swine, and their abstinence from warm food on the Sabbath were considered as the outcome of a perverse nature, whilst their keeping aloof from intimate intercourse with any but their own religionists was deemed a proof of their enmity towards mankind in general. The serious nature of the Judeans, which prevented their participation in childish amusements of mimic comebacks, appeared to those around them the sign of a gloomy disposition, which could find no pleasure in the bright and the beautiful. Superficial persons, therefore, regarded Judaism only as a barbarous superstition, which instilled hatred towards the generality of men, whilst the more thoughtful and discerning were filled with admiration by the pure and spiritual worship of one God, by the affection and sympathy which bound the Judeans together, and by the virtues of chastity, temperance and fortitude which characterized them. 0-4 Paganism, with the immoral life which sprang from it, stood revealed in all its nakedness to the keen sight of the Judeans. The dreary idolatry of the heathen, with its fabulous mythology which made divine nature in lower than the human, the madness which allowed wicked emperors to be worshipped as gods, the sensuality which had prevailed since the fall of Greece and the closer connection of the Romans with demoralized nations, the daily spectacle of evil lies and broken marriage vows, the bacchanalian intoxication of superstition, unbelief, and bestialities, fostered the pride of the Judeans in their own spiritual and intellectual possessions, and urged them to make the superiority of Judaism over heathenism manifest. In places where the Grecian language is most traditionally taught, as in Egypt, Asia Minor and Greece, there was considerable mental friction between the Judeans and the heathens. Judaism, as it were, summoned paganism to appear before the tribunal of truth, and there placed its own sublime faith beside the oath, degrading forms of belief of its adversary. The Judeans were deeply anxious to impart the burning convictions that filled their hearts to the blind, who were the heathens, and to attain with object, their religion being aided by the latter. Some of the most cultivated among the Judeans had recourse to a sort of pious God, by which heathen poets and soothsayers were made to bear witness to the beauty and grandeur of Judaism. Skillful imitations in verse, enunciating Judean doctrines, were placed by Judean Grecian writers in the mouth of the misshrouded singer Orpheus, and introduced among the strains of Sophocles, the tragic poet who had celebrated the all-powerful gods. When Rome had extended her empire far and wide, and the legends of the prophetic sibyls had become known through many lands, Judean poets hastened to make the latter stand sponsors to tenets and views which Theophile they durst not proclaim themselves, or which, if written in their own name, would have obtained no hearing. In an oracular form, the Sibyl was made to reveal the deep meaning of Judaism, to stir the hearts of the people by the powerful result of fidelity to God, and to offer to nations engaged in bloody conflict the olive branch of peaceful amity, opening out to them bright prospects of the happier times, predicted by the seers, to those who believed in the eternal God of Judaism. And the Sibyl spoke in prophetic strains of the glorious future, when all the nations of the earth would rejoice in the blessings of the Messianic kingdom. Unhappy Greece, cease proudly to exalt thyself. Offer prayers for hell to be immortal and lofty one, and take heed of thy ways. Serve the mighty God, so that thou also mayst find thy portion among the good when the end will have come in the day of judgment, according to the will of God, will rise up the poor man. Then will the team earth give unto these mortals the fairest fruits of the vine and the olive and choicest nourishing seeds. Also sweet honey dropping from heaven, and trees with their fruits, and fat sheep. Then wise oxen and lambs and the kids of goats. For them rivers of milk will flow, sweet and light. The cities will be
Let's
filled
be
with virgins,
Solander.
the
I
earth will be
worship
rich,
you from
and there will be no
afar.
more war or fearful sound of fighting. nor will the earth, loud growing, quake and be rent. War will cease, and there will be no drought upon lands, no more famine or fruit-destroying hail. But great peace will reign over all the world, and to the end of time each king will be the other's friend, and under one law
What's that
will the
little
whole world be
band?
governed by the eternal God, enthroned, starry heavens ye law for all weak, pitiable men. For he is one God, and there is no other, and the wicked he will cast into the flames. The aim of a long series of prose writings of the Chaldean School was to set forth the futility and defects of paganism on the one hand, and on the other to display Judaism in its most favorable light, and thus to induce the heathen to become acquainted with the tenets of the latter. Even kings who had been convinced that idolatry was empty and vain, and that by Judaism, on the contrary, truth was revealed were pointed out as examples. The book of wisdom was even more decided and vigorous in its denunciation of paganism than Joe 60's brilliant writings. Its unknown author gave a philosophical acumen, but in a poetical garb, a truthful exposition of idolatry, showed it to be the cause of vice and immorality, and then, in marked contrast to these dark shadows, made Judaism shine with increased purity and luster. It was the wisdom of Judaism, embodied, as it were, in the wise king Solomon, that presented these views, and in his name, turning to the monarchs of the earth, Roman governors, rebukes their shameless self-deification. Love righteousness, ye rulers of the earth, explains the wisdom of Solomon, recognize the Lord in goodness, and seek him in simplicity of heart. Book of wisdom. 1. According to this author, the invention of idols was the cause of lasciviousness, and leads to the destruction of life. Idolatry did not exist from the beginning, neither will it last forever. It arose through the vanity and ignorance of man, and would endure but a short time. A father, suddenly plunged into deepest grief by the death of a child, perhaps made for himself an image of the latter. By degrees he worshipped like the ignorance
I
of
can't
God,
believe
and
both of
insisted
y'all
upon the
just
eternal
walked
signs
by
and
me
dependence of mystical
like
rites and
that.
power. In the course of
After
time this godless practice became law, and
both of you
by
were
the order of
killed
Essex,
through
received the worship of the people.
along the same
In the
channel.
absence of the monarch, when he could not be personally adored by his subjects, the tyrant was flattered by the innocent offers of his image. The ambition of the artist also fostered the growth of idolatry among the ignorant masses. To please the potentates of the earth, he strove to make his images as beautiful as possible, and the public, dazzled by the splendor and grace of the work, worshipped as gods those whom they previously reverenced as men. Such beautiful productions of art became a snare to those whom misfortune or tyranny had enslaved, and induced them to deify carved to a savage stone and wood, and to bestow on them the uncommunicable name of God. Not alone do the people earn their religious creed, but they live in constant strife with one another and call it peace. Infanticide is celebrated as a rite, they observe dark, mysterious ceremonies, and are guilty of unchastity. Each one plays the part of spy on the other, or wounds his friend in his dearest honor. All, without distinction, thirst for blood, beg plunder, and practice cunning, perjury, deceit, ingratitude,
Well,
and
I'm
every
fine.
desertion
It
of
looks
purity.
like you remembered
For the worship of vain idols is the beginning, cause, and end of every evil thing. For health he calleth upon that which is weak, or life prayeth to that which is said, pray humbly beseech that which hath least means to help of wisdom. Jean. 18.
Let's have a cup of
After
tea.
the author has thus shown the vanity of idolatry, he attempts to describe the fundamental truths of
some
Judaism.
Egyptian blue
There is no
lotus
God but him
tea.
whom the Jews adore. Divine wisdom preserved the firstborn, saved the righteous Noah from the flood, upheld the righteous Abraham in innocence before
Oh,
God,
that
delivered the
chase.
holy seed, the judge and people from the oppression of the nations, filled the soul of the servant of God Moses, who appeared before kings with terrible signs and wonders. Israel is the great one whom God has chosen. He possesses the knowledge of the divine being, and may call himself the Son of God, who in his mercy sustains and upholds him. These righteous ones will have eternal life. When Israel is persecuted by the rulers of the earth, because his path lies apart from theirs, and he condemns their godless ways, turns from them as unclean, and calls God his Father. When the raising of the earth tortured him and put him to a shameful death, these are only trials imposed by God on his chosen one, to prove him and make him worthy of his grace. He tries him like gold in the furnace, and accepts him as a pure offering. Israel shall judge the nations, and have dominion over the people, and their God shall reign forever. 208. Then will the upright ones stand firmly before his oppressors. They will be troubled with great fear. They will be amazed at his glorious salvation, and repentant they will say, this was he whom we had endured, and of whom we made a laughing stock. He broke into the account of his life madness, and his end gave our honor. And now he is numbered among the children of God, and his lot is among the saints. We strayed from the way of truth, and the light of righteousness did not shine for us. Israel was the instrument through which God gave the world the undying light of the law. In all things did the Lord magnify his people and glorify them. He abandoned them not, but assisted them in every time and place. Book of Wisdom. Like the Babylonian Isaiah, the Alexandrian Judd and Sage.
Wow. You know, in my experience, well, you know, in the upbringing that I got, we're often exposed to, you know, the embarrassment of the Samaritan, where, you know, there's various Jews that don't do the right thing, and then the Good Samaritan comes along and helps somebody. And it's like, it's sort of like it's like shaming, you know. You guys are, you know, really quick to point out, you know, the Samaritans, they cut our throats if they had half the chance, you know. And I think, wow, Gretz's work in regards to his treatment of the Samaritans, you know, I'm like, I need to go back over that again. Because, you know, I guess we sort of, today, if you look at Samaritans or whatever, you kind of get, wow, these people are oppressed, you know, they're downtrodden and stuff like that. But it really goes deep because they, you know, of their position, which is like, y'all are wrong, and we're actually the ones, and y'all are just, you know, imposters, which is pretty if they did get the upper hand, it would, wow, what would happen? I think, and people, according to what context they're in, take a different role. It's my understanding now that the Samaritans are still there, but they're dwindling and assimilated and so on. But it's very thought-provoking. That Hillel had come over from Iraq, and that he, really made big changes, big profound influences. But again, the treatment in Gretz, it's things that you would typically associate with Shammai. You need to look at it very closely. It's like on first, it's like the thing about marriage. If you automatically go, well, that which is hateful to you, do not do to others. An easy divorce, of course, it seems to contradict that position. But Hillel is known for, well, if your wife can't cook, if she burns dinner, that's a very grave matter. You need to be able to easily divorce her and get somebody that can make sure that there's food on the table, the edible food, which seems like, it seems like a contradiction of some of Hillel's principles. And it also calls into question, of like who his audience is. That which is hateful to men, do not do to other men, possibly. And I don't mean to be irreverent, but I think, a lot of us are remiss by not, really going over this stuff thoroughly. And I would be the first to say, I'm standing up here in my underwear because I had an early influence towards Jewish mysticism by my mother, who introduced me. She was the first one who introduced me to Kabbalah, And this it ties to this confronting in the modern era, this gaming situation where your kids are getting into games or something like that. And I want to tie it back to something that was going on in our household, which is my, sort of my father figure, my sister's husband, who's from Poland, but very secular. He was quick to point out, a lot of this Kabbalistic stuff, it's syncretism and it's hooey, it's don't you get tired of people, going, we're going to read everything in the future in the stars? Like, you don't really believe that, and he, so he sort of was there like Adam ruins everything, right? Like, let me drop a bomb on that. Let me nip this interest in Kabbalah in the bud. Well, how did my mom respond? Well, for Christmas, she got me Kabbalah, which was, it was like, at the time, if you go back and look, don't take my word for it. Spell it with a K, K-A, and then Bala, Kabbalah, right? It was a board game that was like the Jewish answer to Ouija boards. And it's very, the whole, I think they overdid it because and I'm so tempted the next time I have enough money to try and buy a copy of this game, because it's got like Jewish ironic humor in it. I will say this, look it up. But the thing about it was, my mom was like showing me, the tree of life and the Sephirot and that they were reinterpreting every single line of the Bible, and so we were, when I was little, my mom would read the stories of the Old Testament, the Judges and everything very carefully and slowly to me. Later on, I found out it was a children's Bible, so it was like the porn, they deleted that, they'd be like, well, David loved Bathsheba very much. Well, it means that he was hot for her. I mean, in the text, it's like, well, he was in a high position and he looked down and saw her in the nude because she was in her courtyard or her enclosure bathing herself. And he got so hot that he was like, have her come up here. And he had sex with her. And the children's Bible that I got, it was like, well, he just loved her very much. And it's like completely. And you got to watch as parents. This is the thing. It's if you're gonna expose your children to the Bible, to the Torah, you should be very engaged in it yourself, and it can't. You get there's a lot of times it raises more questions than it answers, right? And that's one of the reasons why you also need to be familiar with the commentary, and you need to accompany your child on the journey towards what ultimately could be a profound self-realization. But anyway, people know I have attention deficit hyperactivity disorder. I can talk really fast and really long, and nobody knows what I'm talking about anymore. But I'm talking about a connection between my response to my daughter getting into gaming, right? My wife was like, we need to punish her. We need to take her phone away from her. We need to, she's got to study her ABCs and stuff like that, or be punished, right? And I took the position of like, no, what needs to happen is I need to play games with her. And I quickly found out, that she gets upset if I don't. First she's scared and she's glad that I take the lead in the forefront in a scary game, right? And she'll stand behind me and peek around my shoulder and stuff like that. But when it comes to a point, and you can see this, I think, on one of my streams, she's like, well, I want to sit actually in your lap while you're fighting, a combat round with your Japanese robot death machine, right? She wants to sit right in my lap. And it's, of course, I'm not going to get wound up about, get out, I can't, blah, 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 blah. I'm just like, well, dear, if you sit, you're welcome to sit in my lap, but I'm it's hard for me to reach around you and control these maniacal, spasmodic robots. And so, but the thing is her expectation by the time she sits in my lap is that I'm going to win, right? So when I'm reaching around her and the robots weaponize and nuclearize me and blow me to smithereens, she started yelling at me. You're the most, and she says that's very rude. She got after me on Roblox 2 times in one day. I was like, I don't even want to go into Roblox with you right now because you get so angry when if I get lost or I don't do it right or I can't get through the obby and I'm not at your level of competency. You start yelling at me. I'm like, you shouldn't do that, dear. But I'm trying to engage her. Okay, where does this relate to my childhood? Well, I had 2 influences. My mother was like, you need to look at Jewish mysticism. It's really amazing. She was reading Essene, supposedly good translations of Essene writings, right? And she was reading Gnostic writings, and she was reading Kabbalah, of course not in Hebrew because she couldn't read Hebrew. Whereas my sort of father figure in the household, the guy that lived in the house was, my real father was not there, right? So my sister's husband's from Poland, and he can read Hebrew and Yiddish, and he's like, this is a lot of hooey, that you guys are reading, And it's like there was something about, some kind of stick-on tattoos, It's like a Hebrew tattoo, in his milieu, it's like, you never put a mark on yourself that cannot be removed. Now today, I meet Jews from time to time that are like, well, since it's not an incision, it's not a transgression. It's not a transgression to get a tattoo. But, you get into this thing, well, a tattoo, it's not like a slice, but it is sort of like an incision in that, you cut the flesh and you make it bleeds. In a sense, there's a relation between tattooing and an incision in that you bleed, right? And my sister's husband was like, just don't get tattoos. This is idiotic. If you have a Kabbalistic stick on tattoo, it's okay because it washes off, Well, it's the principle of the thing, right? But what was the effect that I'm talking about with this engagement on gaming? You either engage the modernity, or you don't engage modernity. And what my mom did is she looked around. She's like, I want my kid to study Kabbalah. And she's like, let me go out to Lionel Playroll, which was the thing, and buy Kabbalah, which was the mystical Jewish alternative to the Ouija board. It was a real thing, and but very syncretic, because it had, if you see the game, it had, one of the funny things is like the eye of the Kabbalah, right? There's this big, in the game board, there's this big black eyeball, just like an 8-ball. And to me, this is like some Jewish person was involved in designing this, and he wanted to put, something there that said this is a joke. It should not be taken seriously, right? So the 8-ball is supposed to be bad luck, right? To be behind the 8-ball, it was like, in pool, it's bad, because the game, if you're behind the 8-ball and you inadvertently sink the 8-ball, you lose, right? So there was this thing in modernity that said the 8-ball is bad luck, right? To be behind the 8-ball. So they had a couple of toys. They had an actual 8-ball that you would shake it, and it had like an icosahedron or a dodecahedron shaped object floating inside a liquid, and you would turn it upside down, and because it was a regular, I guess it was maybe a dodecahedron. It was a 20-sided, right? A regular polygon float inside the liquid. And the liquid was very dark. And the one side, a triangular side, equilateral triangle side, would float up to the surface and answer a yes or no question, right? Which is like kind of fun. You almost see in that. I wonder, and I want to look into this, the mystery of the who designed the 8-ball. Was there somebody Jewish back there who just wanted to embed in it something that's obviously ironic humor? And to me, Kabbalah, the mystical future-telling game, or whatever, your destiny game, it was like the Jewish answer to in the 60s to the Ouija board, right? And to put an 8-ball shaped, the eye of the Kabbalah, would be looking around. And also gambling, right? Roulette wheel. It was like the way the game worked is there would be a roulette wheel. This ball bearing would roll around, right? And I forget exactly all the details of it, but there'd be a place where the eye of the Kabbalah would rest, and that would tell you something about your destiny. And then there would be like, I think there's like these tarot cards, all the way around. It's not really. That's astrology. It's not Jewish, right? Per se, But some Jews get into astrology, take it really seriously. And it works, something like that. They take that attitude. But by engaging in the culture, my mom got me this really cool, eye of the Kabbalah in it. It created, it's like I was not going to read the turgid sesquipedalianisms of her New Age Tree of Life Kabbalistic book, and I did not at the time. I looked at the pictures and I was like, but by seeing what she saw as a teacher is the momentum of culture. She saw the Ouija board. Oh, they're really going for that Ouija board. They really, really get into that. And then she saw the Jewish answer to the Ouija board, which was Kabbalah, right? And I had that game for a while, and yeah, I treasured it for a brief. I was actually too young for it, but it sparked. I did learn how to do tarot card readings. I was pretty good at it, and I learned how to cast runes, which is the Icelandic divination and stuff. And then my my father figure, who was from Poland, would be like, you know, you're not supposed to summon spirits. It's like something Saul would do. And he would make all these things about. And Saul actually did. He was like, yeah, he calls up Samuel from Sheol, and there's a lot of commentary about the fact that he went to a seance lady or whatever to do that. He wasn't supposed to do that, but then that Samuel came and talked to him, and I've forgotten, and I want to talk to him. We're still really in touch, and I want to, you remember when we were talking about this Kabbalah stuff, and I was a really little kid, and you were like, and the Ouija board, and you were like, Jews aren't supposed to summon spirits. Saul did that, and he made a bunch of ironic Adam ruins everything sort of jokes. And I thought it was really funny that I talked to him after being out of touch for many years, and he was like, there was a great show that was on for a while, but it went off the air. I'm not sure why, but it was called Adam ruins everything. I was like, well, I haven't seen it. But then when I watched the show, and I said, this is just like you. That's why you love it so much. These people are, in the first episode, these people are having a proposal, and the ring comes out and everything, and all of a sudden this dork pops up in between the couple. All this crap you're doing with this ring, it's all made up, and the diamond that you spent all those thousands of dollars is worthless, right? It's one of the most abundant elements. And then he just goes and eviscerates the whole custom. He's like, people used to just get married, you didn't have to buy a diamond ring, it's all a bunch of phony baloney stuff. And that if you want to get an idea of sort of my father role figure or whatever in my critical formative years, he was like the guy on Adam Ruins Everything who pops up and he goes, what, that's wrong, yeah, you guys don't know nothing, then he explains how everything, but yeah, so I should go back to him and go, weren't you, he had some jokes that he made about the whole thing that Saul, as a Jew, he's not supposed to do divination and summon spirits and stuff, but he's so desperate, he's like, he gets some witch lady, a seance lady to summon Samuel, and Samuel actually comes up from Sheol and talks with him. And I've forgotten. I need to read it again. But these things, reviewing these things, is so important. As for the book we're going over, wow, and I want to make an additional point here. Gretz, what happened with me is I learned about, I read Josephus and my, it's like your advice not to follow. I need to go to the rabbi and get some more advice not to follow. I need to go to this wise man and get some advice not to follow. That, that's a very key thing on continuing a journey. Some people just shut down intellectually or whatever. But a friend of mine, Chris Hogan, we went to Paideia School together over in East Atlanta. A very, very dear friend of mine. And the kids, the brothers and sisters, lived on Stillwood. And their parents had moved out of the States. And the elder kids were kind of looking after the younger kids. I don't know the whole detail of things. But what happened is eventually when the kids, were old enough to go out on their own, is they decided to sell the property on Stillwood. Well, there was the mother, Melissa Hogan, and Robert Hogan, the father, who incidentally was with my friend Chris in Africa in 1966 at the breakout of the Biafra struggle, the civil war in Nigeria. He had some kind of a PhD in African studies, and he was the director of smallpox eradication. It really changed the course of my life, because when they sold the property, in the basement, all the books, from their college careers, books on art and so on, because Melissa, I believe, had an art degree, and Robert had some African studies degree, and there was a bunch of literature and stuff there. Marcel Proust, I really got my first copy of
Proust, a big volume, which was not the complete. There's like 7 volumes of Proust, right? But it was like, I think it encompassed half of it, right? So I got that there. I got all the African literature, which as you get to know me, you'll know I'm very familiar with a lot of African literature and writing on Africa. But also the Jewish War, the Penguin, the Hogans had in this basement. And what they did when they sold the house, they were like, let's have a big party and just let, just all this junk, accumulation of years, let people take it. And I got somebody with a hatchback car, and there were so many books, right? There were so many books that we literally had to make trip after trip after trip to pick them all up and carry them off, because most people were not really interested in the dusty books, only me, right? But the thing that happened there was that the Penguin edition of the Wars of the Jews was down there, and it was at a time when I was going into room service. I had been a dishwasher, and then a prep cook, and then a cook, and then a host, and then a waiter, and I couldn't get promoted where I was, and so I went into the hotel business. At the Omni Hotel at CNN Center in the old building, it's very shortly. I mean, even I think it's possible that Sid and Marty Krofft may have had its last season there while I come there, because they had the like a Sid and Marty Krofft amusement park. That's some really ancient Atlanta stuff. Really love to see some pictures from that, but they didn't reckon on the noise that it would create, and so eventually it shut down. But I got into the Omni, and I would have I didn't know, I had read, if you just read the Bible, I mean, even Protestants' Bibles don't have Maccabees in there, right? But my mom thankfully got a lot of different editions of the Bible, and she got Gnostic writing and stuff, the Nag Hammadi library and stuff very early on. She got the Dead Sea Scrolls she got. So I knew there was more out there. But in terms of Josephus, what I didn't know about Josephus and Philo, that Philo was really a big representative of Hellenization, and even I think we can find some evidence of the influence of Hinduism at a very deep level in the writings of Philo. I didn't know that such stuff existed. So I got Josephus, and my sister's husband, sort of my father figure or whatever like that. He started reading Josephus, and when he saw stuff that was obviously not true, right? He would go, this guy is just, he's so full of crap. That's obviously not true. But what happened with me is I was like, well, let me get some advice not to follow. I was so thrilled by the fact that in the time of Jesus, contemporaries of Jesus wrote day to day, highly detailed commentary on what happened, right? Because the Gospels are so... there may be some stuff that Jesus said, and there probably is, and historians, Bart Ehrman, I think, is the great contemporary historian of the historical Jesus. And he very methodically goes through the gospel writings and goes, well, this is obviously not something that Jesus would have said, so the probability is that he never said or thought that, right? But all these other things, these are things that probably happened. And what this the last major quest for the historical Jesus concluded is that he was a group of Jews that were like, yeah, everything's gonna be destroyed, right? They were what were called apocalypticists. They're like, the end is near, they were, but that's the subsequent. As the Gospels emerged, historical documents, they're not, right? Because they were not written down in the language that Jesus spoke, and Jesus didn't speak good Hebrew, and probably didn't speak, good. He was from a real bumpkin part part of town, Nazareth, and never could, this was a thing that would frustrate my sister's husband was that Jesus positions of Bet Shammai and positions of Bet Hillel are very prominently quoted, attributed to Jesus. And then the people supposedly standing by say, wow, he speaks with authority, which means that, in fact, he did not say, well, this is Bet Shammai's position and this is Bet Hillel's position, right, which I hold, which, a scholar of the time would have done, right? And the true ironic humor is like, okay, he stood up there and he spoke with no authority, right? Because he didn't acknowledge his position was that of Bet Hillel, or he didn't acknowledge that his position, or maybe even didn't know that his position was of Bet Shammai, because he was from a place where he could not be at that level of education or whatever. So he speaks with no authority, and then the people that write the gospel say, oh, therefore he must be God. He speaks with authority, right? That reveals that he must be actually God. But, the Torah says that no. Chapter 23, God is not man that he should lie, and neither is he the son of man that he should repent. He doesn't, changes his mind, and this is a position that's taken, and I think in Jews' struggle with modernity, it's a key position, because we get Jews like Spinoza. Some Jews say Spinoza is destroying Judaism, right? And he's still in some of the places where he was. Jews in those communities still say anybody talking about a documentary about him is persona non grata. He's destroying Judaism, right? But some Jews, and I had a friend that we would meet in a coffee shop, and very rarely do you meet people that know a lot about this kind of stuff. But he knew a fair amount. But I feel it's very ignorant to say, well, Judaism is what I say it is, and it's all Spinoza. Spinoza was apostate in his own lifetime, and for many Jews today. Yeah, Spinoza. And I told a rabbi, I was like, who was astounded at my mathematical achievements, which is frightening because I don't really have any. But he was like, I said, Spinoza, I cannot, Spinoza is over my head, is what I said. I really need to sit down. And Spinoza and Maimonides, for example, unlike this book, we're going through this book of Gretz, Heinrich Gretz, which I feel is, it's almost like reading Chomsky, right? You can have a lot of noise and everything. He's speaking so clearly, and his meaning is so plain. He's not writing, he's not hiding stuff in elaborate language and stuff and making it difficult for you. It's the kind of book that's perfect for doing other things at the same time. Whereas Maimonides, or somebody like Maimonides or somebody like Spinoza, you cannot do that. You really have to sit down and focus on everything that he says to come to a conclusion as, well, is that right or not? And the same thing for somebody like Karl Marx. Karl Marx, you can listen to Karl Marx's audiobooks, but his knowledge is so broad and Hellenistic. Really, he's a product of the German Protestant Reformation, and probably knew a lot more. Well, yeah, almost definitely knew a lot more about the Protestant Reformation. He talks about reading and studying the letters from the German government to the Pope, or the Reformation leadership with the Pope, and studying that very carefully. And in Marx's early writings, I think he mentions Spinoza once. He refers to Jesus as Jesus Christ, which is definitely not Jewish at all. He's from a Christian family, a converted family, right? But was raised Christian and embraces Hellenism in the sense that you can read, and I set aside 20 hours because people were like talking about the Jew, Karl Marx. We hate Russia because of the Jew, Karl Marx, because Russia, are communists because they're part of the world Jew conspiracy because of Karl Marx is a Jew. And Karl Marx is, like I said, he doesn't seem to know anything about Jews. He seems to have really been brought up, and in his PhD, he's like purely Hellenic. He's studying Epicurus, in fact, and Democritus and stuff. And you really, to read what he's written, not only do you need to read it closely, but you need to read Epicurus and Democritus and the Pre-Socratics and have all that stuff on hand. I read through it again because I just don't have time, right, to read all that stuff. I read through it again recently because of this. All these Ukrainians going, well, death to all Russians because of the Jew world conspiracy, and Lenin is a Jew. And Trotsky is a Jew. Trotsky. Lenin, had a Jewish relative, I think. So it's really Nazi theory level when you characterize Lenin as Jewish. And somebody has told me, leave Lenin in his grave. I'm like, well, I need to go and read Lenin. He had some Jewish relatives, and people say he's a Jew, and so we have to kill everybody in Russia. That's bullshit. That's Nazi race theory stuff, and it's wrong. And some Jews they shy away from this thing. And I saw this long article about testing Hitler's DNA from his close relatives and stuff, and there was some discussion about, well, the Russians actually have some of Hitler's artifacts that probably would be able to make us conclusively identify him as Jewish. Jewish in what sense, right? So one article was like, clearly he's not Jewish. And I would say, yeah, in a certain sense, a certain definition of what it means to be a Jew, he's not. But his real name is a kind of name that would be given by an Austrian government official in place of a Jewish name, the family name. Because they give him the name, the family name, his real family name was, original family name was Shekel, which is Yiddish for, a barrier of money, a miser or somebody that just has no scruples and is focused on getting more money. And I met a Bosnian girl that I dated for a while, and it was interesting to me that she had no idea. In her culture and upbringing in the former Yugoslavia, she never learned that Hitler's original name was Scheckelgruber, and she was like, he's gonna never. And she heard his accent, and she was also shocked. She was like, he's like a bumpkin, he has an accent that contemporary Germans just find awful. It's like he could never have gotten where he got with the name Scheckelgruber, right? Well, okay, as far as I want to deal with a couple of issues related to that. Yeah, his DNA, not only he's got Sephardic and Ashkenazic DNA strands that are, but in specific North African, right? So it's, and don't take my word for it, you can look it up. Hitler is Jewish in the sense of what sense? In the sense of what Hitler himself would have considered Jewish. Hitler was Jewish, right? Because he had Jewish blood, right? Like that really means something. Well, okay. Well, haplogroup, the DNA, the phylogenetic evidence that we have is haplogroup E1 B1, B1, B1. So you need a little bit of biological background to understand. Go read a little bit of phylogenetics. But the data that we have, and one from a pretty close, a cousin, this Norbert, Hitler's cousin, Norbert, right? Okay, now, a lot of Jews are like, that is so horrible, to say, don't say that, or don't say he was Jewish. He's not. In the sense of, in many senses, yeah, he's not Jewish in the sense of what many Jews consider what is really important about being Jewish, right? Thoroughly assimilated. And in terms of Jewish blood, he's got it. Right? So by Hitler's standard, Hitler was Jewish, right? But getting back to, and I'm a big proponent of this particular issue. I'm against war and I'm against violence and stuff like that. Very deeply, to the point of where if it really came down to shooting somebody in combat, I would really have to, I don't know if I could do it. It's such a terrible, it's such a powerful commandment not to take a life for me personally, that I'm very much against war and so on. But let's look at Hitler as somebody who suffered brain injury. And I would say this. I was put in various times as a good tutor. It was discovered that I was a good teacher when I was at Georgia State University, and I did tutoring and was very popular, president of the math club, math and computer science club at Georgia State University. Got state and national Pi Beta Epsilon awards for achievement in mathematics, and also had the reputation of helping people that couldn't do it. And in the course of that, I ended up, quite by accident, working with a number of handicapped people, right? And in particular, I worked with one individual. I don't want to dox him. But he was a good old boy and everything. And he was drinking beer one day and had a few too many and took a big dive into a 3-foot deep shallow end of the pool and landed right on his head. And broke his neck and had a halo brace and miraculously recovered and got to where he could walk and stuff again. But yeah, he had his skull crushed, up here in the front, and it came out. Well, basically, what happened is this: I got assigned to him, and he was planning to transfer to Georgia Tech, but he had taken the decision that, well, I know a lot of people that are at Tech that don't, do math. They get what's called Word. They get some chink, gook, or slope to give them Word to do their science stuff because they don't want to really do it. And then they get engineering degrees and they get prestigious positions, which I think is a problem with the state of Georgia. Yeah, it's a problem with a lot of people. A lot of areas with ill-gotten gains, or whatever, is that they get weak. And they weaken themselves by not, being dutiful in their studies. But I was working with this guy, and he was allowed to take, because of his brain injury, he was allowed to take his tests home. He had an accommodation and so on. And what he began to do is, unbeknownst to me, he was like, well, I don't actually want to meet you for your, he stopped seeing me as a tutor because he's like, I'm so busy with my other, but I have all the problems that I have questions about. And he would give me a sheet of problems written out, and the problems really looked like a test to me, right? And so what I did is this, I don't want to hurt the guy, right? But I also don't want to get expelled from school or whatever. It's a delicate situation and everything. So at first, to make sure, when somebody from his calculus class, which was like third semester calculus, it was, at that point the guy was totally lost. He needed to be seeing me to have any idea whatsoever was going on. For me to work out those problems for him and hand them to him, I was just like, no, that's not going to help you. But he didn't care. He was like, I have no intention of learning engineering mathematics. I'm just going to get an engineering degree and swindle people. Well, I said, I asked somebody in this class, could I see the test that you had? Could I look at your test? Yeah, and I looked at the test, and what he had done is he had copied down all the problems for the test, and he wanted me to work those out and give them to him so he could get an A or whatever. And so I just went to the department, handicap services, and I said, could you reassign him? And I didn't dox him or anything. I didn't say, look, he's cheating, because he could get kicked out of school. I really didn't want to hurt him. But when he found that I asked to be removed, he panicked. He's like, he knows I'm cheating. Maybe he asked somebody, was he looking at the test? Does he, and he got paranoid or whatever. And then he revealed his real personality. He made a lot of death threats. He said, really exposed this very complex and frightening Charles Manson-esque ideology that he was, involved in a white supremacist cult, and they were going to exterminate the inferior races, and it's going to start with a war against black people based on, and he was reading stuff like the Turner Diaries and stuff like that. So going back to Hitler having brain damage, clearly Hitler was messed up in his head and did a lot of really stupid things and said a lot of really dumb, wrong stuff. Yeah. But the thing that really stands out starkly to me is that somebody that was in trench warfare and had his bell rung numerous times by falling shells and stuff like that, that I would draw a comparison between this guy that got his skull crushed, the kind of crap that was coming out of his mouth, and the kind of crap that came out of Hitler's mouth. And I would make, the association of brain damage in particular prefrontal cortex, can precipitate very destructive personality characteristics that cause them to manifest themselves. So instead of going into this nationalistic camp and say, if you say Hitler was Jewish, it's anti-Semitic, or blah 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 blah. Let's end war and stop people getting smashed in their head to where they. To me, something was wrong with him. He was homeless for years in Austria, living in a shelter and stuff, and a wounded combat veteran, and I think Germany had a lot of those kind of people, right, that went through terrible things in trench warfare, that what Hitler was saying with his voice or whatever struck a chord with them and they followed him. They could have also been people, and very likely were, people that had severe brain damage and stuff from being in trench warfare and stuff like that. So if you don't want that kind of thing to happen, you need to put an end to the violence. And I would also say this additionally, for me at least, having really had the Holocaust and everything touch me more closely as a Jewish person, with Jewish family members that lost everybody, and not only lost everybody, but really were sent, fleeing across the of the world in poverty, that I had complexes, right? I had issues that really, by going out across the world myself, I kind of cured. Because it dawned, eventually by what happened to me as I was in China for 7 years, and I realized that the Chinese, the Holocaust is like nothing to the Chinese. They had, during the Qing dynasty, first they had suffered terrible, terrible invasion by the Manchurian peoples in the north that had conquered the last Chinese dynasty and put them under a horrible dictatorship where it was legal for foreign powers to flood the country with opium. And then when they tried to rebel, they had a Taiping rebellion that 70 million people died. I was like, well, gee, I guess because you think as a person that grows up reading the Bible and stuff like that, your own cultural experience across history and across time looms rather large. And until you really learn quite a bit about another culture, you don't realize that, there's some general problems with the whole world that precipitate these catastrophes that we need to get away from if we hope ever to solve these problems. So like 70 million people died in the Taiping Rebellion. But I'll tell you this, when I was in China later on, I was trying to begin to get a grip on the Chinese, understanding the Chinese culture more in the sense of the Chinese indigenous religions or religion. And I was confronted once again with the need to understand more in depth Buddhism, which is impossible without a very deep understanding of Hinduism, because Buddhism emerged as a heresy of Hinduism, and in its early form it acknowledges Hinduism as the true religion, right, in its root form, and shares common goals. So in the last years when I was in China, I was confronted with the fact that I needed to go and really read some big Hindu scriptures, and I finally got through the Mahabharata and the Ramayana, which are very, very huge books. And in the course of that, I came back to Gandhi and I read 30, maybe 32. I read Gandhi's papers, which are in 500-page volumes. There's 98 volumes of them. And I read up to maybe volume 38, and somewhere between about 1925, before World War II even started. There's 30-something volumes of his papers. And when you go through that, eventually you get to a point where you realize how much the Nazis were modeling themselves after England, right? That the Nazis were like, we want to join hands with what they call the Aryan race, and the great example of that are the Americans and the British, and we don't want to be at war with it. If we have to go to war with Britain, we're going to, right? But it's really tragic for us because the English are, what they're doing in the Indian subcontinent, which in fact was bringing about the untimely death of about 1.8 billion people, right? Which is all the deaths in World War I and World War II combined, right? That experience, getting through Gandhi, brought me closer to the fact that America and the United States were really, truly model countries for the Nazis, and it's a very important realization, because not the least because more people were killed by British policy in India than died in World War II and World War I combined. And yet the Germans are supposed to be the big villains or whatever, and we don't even care. We don't even look at what happened to the people in India. And that excludes what was done by Europeans in Africa, of which the British were the forefront. And British also spread to British depredations of world cultures, also spread to Australia and the North American continent, Canada, and their genocidal policies are pursued to this day. And it's leading the world to ultimately to disaster. So it's something that we need to be aware of. And with that, it's like, I'm really wish my daughter would wake up, because it worries me, because I think that so I'm going to end the stream and go, if she's not up, I'm waking her up, because it's too late to still be asleep at 10:30 in the morning. But she was up when I went to sleep, and my wife may have stayed up, so I don't know. We'll see. I'm going to go now. But thanks for tuning in. I really appreciate it. And by all means, go over this Gretz history. It needs to be read. It's really good. It's not necessarily a correct cover to cover. Nothing what can be. But I think it's essential. It's an essential history. Everybody should read it on the whole world. All right. So, but I'm going to continue it. I made it through 1/3, so I'll try to finish volume 2 today if I can. So I'm going to try to get back on stream again, but we'll see how it goes. Wish me luck. Take care.